Hierosolyma est perdita. A Holy Crusader. Before the Common Era. And Concise Analysis of Scriptural History, by Darcy John Bouchard, copyright 2023. A foundation for a new interpretation of existing religious understandings. Conclusion fragment. After 13 heavens of decreasing choice, and 9 hells of increasing doom, the tree of life shall blossom with a fruit never before known in the creation, and that fruit shall be the new spirit of men. Zapotec prophecy, based on the sacred Aztec calendar, properly called the Eagle Bowl. Part 1. The Deluge to Abram. Introductory preface. Thubin and the Eagle Bowl. During the Upper Paleolithic, or New Stone Age, aside from Neanderthals there were other archaic sapiens, such as the Cro-Mags, more advanced than Homo erectus, yet more primitive than Homo sapiens. Evidence of a developing awareness of death and of a highly reflective consciousness is in their art, and in the elaborate ritual that accompanied their burials, no doubt linked to the emergence of language and origin of godlings. According to Hesiod, the present iron race of men has been preceded by 3 earlier races, the Golden Race, the Silver Race, and the Bronze Race respectively. Each of these peoples being destroyed by cataclysms, the most recent of which was the Deluge. The disappearance of Atlantis is dated by Plato to this third cataclysm. And, according to the mystical Vedic tradition, which advocates realization of the divine as the ultimate truth and of living a pious and virtuous life in the material world, we are in the 4th World Age, or Kali Yuga, Iron Age, understanding only gross material reality. This, the Mayan culture of Central America believed, is the 5th sun epoch, which began in darkness, and is expected to come to a catastrophic end, as the result of a great movement of the earth. The altithermal sun was shining particularly brightly then, in the 3rd millennium BCE, and the North Pole star was not the present Polaris in Ursa Minor, the Little Bear, it was Alpha Draconis, the head of the dragon. Note Draco is a circumpolar constellation visible all night from northern latitudes. The constellation winds around a Little Dipper. Its stars are not very bright, containing only 3 stars above magnitude 3.0. At one time Draco was quite a bit larger when the ancient Mesopotamians gave the dragon large wings which wound around Ursa Major. The Greek philosopher Thales lopped off the wings in the 6th century BCE. Wooden circles of pine totems, poles up to 6 meters high, were beginning to be replaced by rings of stone in the British Isles. Enuma Elish. The Sumerians could dig into the earth and within a few feet find water. They believed that the earth was a great disk floating on the primordial ocean, called Nammu, without a beginning in time, who had created heaven and earth, heaven splitting from earth as the male god, and the earth being, a goddess called Ki, produced a son called Enlil, who was atmosphere, wind, and storm. The Sumerians believed that Nammu had created the fish, the fowl, and the other creatures, but that Enlil, whom separated the day from night and let waters fall from the sky, and with his mother, Ki, set the stage for the creation of plants, humans, and other creatures, that he made seeds grow, and shaped human beings from clay, imbuing them with the breath of life, believing they had been created to serve their gods with sacrificial offerings and supplications. The gods controlled the past and the future, and revealed to them the skills that they possessed, including writing, providing them with all they needed to know. They had no vision of civilization having developed by technological or social progress. Hardship and misfortune was the result of human misdeed, and offenders were punished with sickness, disease, or environmental disaster. Infrequent rains sometimes created disastrous floods, and they believed that these floods were punishments created by a demon god that lived in the depths of the Persian Gulf. Enlil fathered a race of earthly godling kings at his sacred city, Nippur, but the world had become overpopulated, the clamor of the men and women disturbed him, so he plagued them. Thereafter, he threatened to drown the earth, and, again, to cause a famine. For a while they were quiet and behaved. Having lost all patience with people, though, called Enki decided to put an end to the Golden Age, creating conflict, wars, and a confusion of languages. He captured Apsu, the primordial sweet water ocean, and sent rains, submerging the world by a massive flood. The universal primeval mother, Tiamat, the terrible worm of chaos, mothered an army of sharp-toothed monsters in the salt-water ocean that existed at the beginning of time, fathered by her sun king. All were killed by Marduk, the calf of the sun, eldest son of Ea, whom caught Tiamat in a net and tore her innards out with an black arrow, slaughtering her army of fanged monsters. Marduk split Tiamat's skull and slashed her body in two, creating the vault of the heavens and the floor of the ocean. Then piercing her eyes, he formed the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and, mixing king's blood with earth, he molded the first human beings. Enki was one of a trinity of wise creator gods that included the sky god, and Enlil, lord of the wind. Ninhursag had made 8 plants sprout in a divine garden, created from 3 generations of goddesses born without pain or travail. When Enki ate the plants that Ninhursag had grown, she responded with rage, pronouncing a curse of death on Enki, and Enki's health began to fail. 8 parts of Enki's body, one for each of the 8 plants he ate, became diseased, until, finally relenting, Ninhursag created 8 healing goddesses, one for each of Enki's ailing body parts. The goddess who healed Enki's rib was Ninki. Enki lived in Eridu with his consort the Lady of the Rib. It was he whom warned Atrahasis, or Zeus'Adra, called Noah, who survived the deluge and repeopled the earth. A society that possesses writing is historic, and one that does not is prehistoric. The Sumerians' human history begins after the prehistoric goddess cultures of the daughters of men were replaced by the high religion of the sons of God, a time when the Sumerians, inhabiting southern Mesopotamia and Chaldea, first used long, blunt reeds to impress a system of pictographs upon wet clay tablets, which, when baked, created permanent records. The script the Sumerians invented and handed down to the Semitic peoples, who conquered Mesopotamia in later centuries, is called cuneiform, which is derived from 2 Latin words, cuneus, which means wedge, and forma, which means shape. This picture language, similar to but more abstract than Egyptian hieroglyphics, eventually developed into a syllabic alphabet under the Semites, Assyrians, Babylonians, who eventually came to dominate the area. When the West Semitic people of the Sinai came to be workers and slaves under Egyptian rule, a limited number of hieroglyphics were also, then, incorporated into their system of writing down sounds in their language. The number 60 was their basic unit of calculation, sacred to the sky god An, whom created order to destroy the wicked. The stars were his soldiers. The minutes of an hour and the notational degrees of a circle were Sumerian concepts. A highly developed agricultural system and a refined irrigation and water control system enabled Sumer to achieve surplus production, also leading to the growth of large cities. Many important Mesopotamian cities emerged in areas surrounding the pre-Sumerian cult centers of pilgrimage and devotion, from even before the rise of Sumer, dating back to 5000 BCE, thus reinforcing the close relationship between religion and government. The most important city-states were Uruk, Eridu, Kish, Lagash, Agade, Akshak, Larsa, and Ur, of the Chaldees, was also known as the Mound of Pitch. The emergence of urban life led to further technological advances. Lacking stone, the Sumerians made marked improvements in brick technology, making possible the construction of very large buildings such as the famous Ziggurat of Ur. Sumer also pioneered advances in warfare technology. By the middle of the 3rd millennium BCE, the Sumerians had developed the wheeled chariot, at approximately the same time discovering that tin and copper, when smelted together, produced bronze, a new, more durable, and much harder metal. The wheeled chariot and bronze weapons became increasingly important as the Sumerians developed the institution of kingship, and individual city-states began to vie for supremacy. Wars with distant people were fueled by the greed and ambitions of kings, who plundered the surrounding hill country, procuring slaves as domestics and concubines, justified as God-given victory over an inferior people. Great crimes grow out of small ones. If today a man first oversteps the bounds, he may abuse in time all laws and sanctities, for crime, like virtue, ripens by degrees, but when has one seen innocence, in a trice, so change as to embrace the ways of vice. Jean Racine, from Phaedra, 1677. Accompanying divisions in wealth was a division in power, and power among the Sumerians passed to an elite corporation run by priests, the greatest landowners among the Sumerians, who once worked the fields alongside others, but were now separated from the commoners, hiring the poor to work the land owned by the gods. These priests had become skilled scribes, and in some cities they wielded great influence, sometimes in conflict with a city's king. Governments, too, drafted the common people to work on community projects, and common people were obliged to pay taxes in the form of a percentage of their crops. The people in the city of Lagash, though, instigating history's first recorded revolt, after Lagash's rulers had increased local taxes and restricted personal freedoms, the bureaucrats having grown increasingly in wealth, until a ruler named Urukagina was brought to power, who eliminated excessive taxation and rid the city of usurers, thieves, and murderers, the first known reforms. Among the inventions of the Sumerians, the most persistent and far-reaching was their invention of law, a written and administered conflict resolution. Recognizing class distinctions, everyone was not equal under Sumerian law. Harming a priest or noble person was a far more serious crime than harming a slave or poor person, yet, the penalties assessed for a noble person who committed a crime were often far harsher than the penalties assessed for someone from the lower classes that committed the same crime. The Sumerians worshipped many incredibly powerful anthropomorphic godlings, that is, they resembled humans. Many of these godlings controlled natural forces and were associated with astronomical bodies. Sumerian religion was worldly, the godlings did not occupy a different world and no rewards or punishments were accrued to human beings after death. Upon death, human beings simply became wisps within a house of dust, sad ghostly, memories fading into nothing. The Akkadians, descendants of Shem, eldest son of Noah, were entering into the Tigris-Euphrates Valley along the northern fringes of Sumeria. Cainites were establishing cities along the Mediterranean shore, where they manufactured purple dye, and, the first great Bronze Age civilization of Greece was started on the island of Crete, called Minoan, named after legendary King Minos, the first person having established a navy, where Theseus would kill Minotaur the man-bull. The souls of Thoth, or the Ogdoad, of Hermopolis, 4 gods with frog heads and 4 goddesses with the heads of serpents, entities comprising primordial substance, balanced tensions interacting explosively, a conceptual burst of subatomic energy thrusting up the primeval mound, a lotus flower emerging from the waters of the Sea of the Two Knives, the bird of light, Ra, bursting forth out of the cosmic egg nestled upon the blue lily, a crying babe whose tears became mankind. Following creation, during a golden age, the Ogdoad ruled the earth and were responsible for the flow of the Nile. When they died, they went to live in the underworld, or Duat. The world was in darkness, worshipping cruel incarnations of natural forces, terrifying and unpredictable godlings, feared rather than revered, living on isolated mountains or in an unreachable heaven. Yet while much of the world was in darkness, a river valley in Africa held a people who worshipped beautiful, luminous beings that walked the earth, guiding the human race to paradise. They had human forms, and like humans, fought with one another, had children, and fell in love. A belief system that was part totemism, part polytheism, and part ancestor worship. Godlings lived invisibly in the mortal world, acting through sacred sites, ritual objects, animals, or even chosen people, and the spirits of the deceased, if remembered and honored, could aid and guide the living from the afterlife. The spiritual world was both mysterious and manifest, at once accessible and hidden. Egyptian religion, shrouded in layers of myth and ritual, nevertheless permeated the ancient civilization of the Nile. Master architect and engineer, patron of the arts and protector of craftsmen, created the heavens and the earth, while Tnum fashioned the animals and people on his pottery wheel. Inventor of masonry, is depicted as a bearded mummiform man, wearing a close-fitting skull cap, only his hands come out of his shroud, holding a staff which incorporates the Djed pillar, the Ankh symbol and the was scepter. Ta created a giant metal plate, the floor of heaven and the roof of the sky, and the struts that upheld it, by speaking words through his tongue, linked to the god Thoth and the goddess Tepnet, and by thoughts coming from his heart, linked to Horus the Elder. Ta also invented the opening of the mouth ritual, allowing the spirit to see, hear, speak, and eat as a living being. Ta also crafted the boats that the dead used to travel to the Duat. The first creation of Ta, whereby the world and existence sprang from chaos, chthonic and primeval nature, a mound which rose from the waters of creation, a black bull carrying the sun disk between his horns, Adam, self-engendered by having spoken his own name, created the first godlings, the 9 gods of the Heliopolitan Ennead, from his spittle and through his semen, copulating with himself. Adam stands confronting the coiled serpent Apep, Apophis, the ancient spirit of evil and destruction who dwelled in eternal darkness, condemning it to be overthrown and annihilated, also providing protection to those of non-royal blood, ensuring their safe passage past the lake of fire, wherein lurks a deadly dog-headed god who lives by swallowing souls and snatching hearts. I want to speak about bodies changed into new forms. The winged sun was an ancient, 3rd millennium BCE, symbol of Horus, later identified with Ra. Num, a helper of Hapi, as guardian of the Nile's source, made sure that the right amount of silt was released into the water during the yearly inundation, the fertile black soil that came with the flood. In working the silt on his wheel, the great potter molded the godlings and the cosmic egg from which the sun hatched. He was depicted as a ram-headed man, or as a full male with the horns of a ram, who wears a plumed white crown of Upper Egypt and holds a vase, the precious waters of the underworld flowing out of it. In early times he was shown as the first domesticated ram, having long corkscrew horns growing horizontally outwards from his head. Though this species died out, he was still depicted as that breed of sheep until much later, when he was shown as the type of ram associated with a muan, with horns curving inward towards his face. Sometimes he was shown with 4 ram heads, aligning him with the sun god Ra, the air god Shu, the earth god Geb and Osiris, lord of the dead. Compare the canopic jars used in embalming. The Ba of Ra, Num helped Ra travel through the underworld each night on the solar bark. The Nile. The Nile flowed through the land of the dead, the heavens, and finally into Egypt, where it rose out of the ground between 2 mountains which lay between the islands of Abu, Elephantine, and Ayatirek, Philly. The Nile flows northwards from the Ethiopian highlands and modern Uganda. Upper Nubia is dominated by a giant bend of the river between the 5th and 4th cataracts, in which the Nile turns to the southwest, before turning northward again in its passage to the Great Green Mediterranean Sea, out of the bend and through to the 3rd cataract at the Dongola Reach, named after the Sudanese town of Dongola, which dominates this part of the river, called the Dongola Abu Hamd Bend of the Nile. This area was highly treacherous to ancient navigation because of the speed of the rushing river here and the many rocky protrusions extending along the river bed. It was an area of often intense white water. Hapi. The depiction of Hapi was of a rather well-fed, blue or green man with the false beard of the pharaoh on his chin. Other than showing his status as a god of fertility by his color, the Egyptians showed Hapi as having rather large breasts, like those of a mother with a baby. Hapi was also both god of Upper and Lower Egypt. This duality was shown by twin Hapi deities, Hapmert wearing the papyrus of the north, Upper Egypt, as a headdress, and Hapriset wearing the lotus of the south, Lower Egypt, as a headdress. They were depicted together, pouring water from a carried vase or tying the 2 plants of the northern and southern regions into a knot, with the Sema hieroglyph, symbolizing the union of Upper and Lower Egypt. He was the husband of the vulture goddess Nekbet in Lower Egypt, and of the cobra goddess Wajet, Buto, in Upper Egypt. When he took on the attributes of Nun, Hapi became husband to Nun's wife, the primeval goddess Naunet, of the Ogdoad. He was also linked with Osiris, thus Nekabet and Uachit were also seen as forms of Isis. He was regarded as an equal to the falcon god, Horus the Elder, a god of the day sky, while Set was seen as a god of the night sky. When these two gods were linked, the two were said to be Horus Set, a man with two heads, one of the falcon of Horus, the other of the Set animal, the spirit of Ta. Beginning just before the proto-dynastic period of Egyptian culture, organized, permanent settlements focusing around agriculture replaced hunting, no longer a major support for existence now that the Egyptian diet was made up of domesticated cattle, sheep, pigs, and goats, as well as cereal grains such as wheat and barley. Artifacts of stone were supplemented by those of metal, and the crafts of basketry, pottery, weaving, and the tanning of animal hides became part of the daily life. The transition from primitive nomadic tribes to traditional civilization was nearly complete. As the seasonal hunting camps grew into more stable agricultural villages, burial sites and practices changed. Cemeteries and single graves were no longer located near the living, but were placed further and further away, both from the villages as well as the cultivated land. The dead were buried with provisions for the journey into the next life, as well as pottery, jewelry, and other artifacts to help them enjoy it. Offerings of cereals, dried meat, and fruit were included, but hunting and farming implements were also common, so the dead would not starve after having eaten all the offerings. The dead were buried in a fetal position, surrounded by the burial offerings and artifacts, facing west, prepared for the journey to the world of the dead, where the sun shone after leaving the world of the living. Primitive forms of religion were developing, communities worshipped their own deities, the sun, the moon, particular star formations, many of which were represented in animal form. In some villages animals wrapped with linen and matting, such as cows, dogs, and sheep, or animal statuettes, amulets, and slate palettes shaped like animals were buried with humans. During the early dynastic period, anthropomorphic animal gods were portrayed with animal or bird heads on human bodies, in full animal form, animal heads with human bodies, and completely human, animal deities were drawn performing human activities, engaging in battle and conquering enemies. The emergence of at least three upper, southern, Egyptian states, centered at this, for which Abydos was a necropolis, Nikata and Nekhen, Hierakonpolis, as well as a fourth, smaller territory in the domain of Hathor, at Gebelin, Aphroditopolis, a major cult region for Sobek, the crocodile god. The necropolis extends along the eastern slopes of the western hill and onto the northern plain. These rulers used recognizable royal iconography to express the ideological basis of their power, and may therefore justifiably be called king, an incarnation of Horus and the posthumous son of Osiris. Below him were the layers of the educated bureaucracy consisting of nobles, priests, and civil servants, and under them were the great mass of common people, living poor, agricultural-based lives. The highest official was the chancellor, or vizier, Tijati, a position that was roughly similar to a modern prime minister. The king was the head of the civil administration, the supreme warlord and the chief priest of every god in the kingdom. All offerings were made in his name and the entire priesthood acted in his stead. He was a divine being, the physical offspring of a god become incarnate in the king's father, who then impregnated his wife, who accordingly bore the divine ruler. The eldest son was a CEO regent prior to the father's death, beginning his regency only after the death of his father. In order to legitimize the authority of the king, their administrators invented an institution which transcended the individual king or his administrators. The king became a divine king, a living god incarnate in the king, who brought about fertility and life to the people he ruled. And, as cities grew, large-scale bureaucracy motivated the invention of record-keeping. This early form of writing took the form of pictures, pictographic writing, eventually developing into hieroglyphics, or mitu-netur, words of the gods, in ancient Egyptian, the language of godlings. Thoth not only taught humans the words of the gods, he taught them also how to read and understand the universe itself. Ra. Becoming the first pharaoh, Ra took on the shape of a man and ruled over the whole country, for thousands and thousands of years giving harvests. But Ra waxed old and mankind, who came into being at the waning glance of his eye, now no longer feared him or obeyed his laws, and laughed at him. Ra was made angrier still at the evil sayings and doings of the people in disobedience to his laws. So he called together the godlings, Shu and Tephnut, Gab and Nut, and he also summoned Nun to his secret place, and at a terrible glance from the eye of Ra, his daughter Sekhmet came into being, as the fiercest of all goddesses. In a frenzy of heat, Ra scorched the two lands, the Red Land and the Black Land, and dried the Nile. Isis saw the parched, burnt people, the dried-up breasts of mothers whose babes cried unsatisfied, dehydrated animals dying in their tracks as they quested for water amidst neglected fields, looking for rain clouds whose moisture would not even reach the ground before it was burned away. Isis made Ra reveal to her his greatest and most secret name, having made a venomous reptile out of dust mixed with the spittle of the god, and uttering over it certain words of power, she made it to bite Ra as he passed. After Isis succeeded in obtaining from Ra his most hidden name, which he only revealed because he was on the point of death, she again spoke magic words, which had the effect of driving the poison out of his limbs, and healed Ra. When Set saw Isis there, he transformed himself into a bull to pursue her, but she made herself unrecognizable by taking the form of a bitch with a knife on her tail, a scorpion. Then she began to run away from him and Set was unable to catch up with her, and he ejaculated on the ground. Isis laughed at him, saying, "It's disgusting to have ejaculated, you bull." But his sperm grew in the desert, quickly becoming bedded coplants. Stonework, particularly that involved in the making of blades and points, reached a level almost that of the Old Kingdom industries that would follow. Furniture and other artifacts and objects began to be made not only with a function, but also with an aesthetic value. Painted and decorated black-topped clay pots and vases, bone and ivory combs, figurines, and tableware, are all found in great numbers, as is jewelry of all types and materials, while the rest of the world was still largely in the darkness of primitivism. The proto-dynastic Egyptians were already creating a world of beauty. Set has been found on a carved ivory comb, an Amritian artifact. He was also shown on the scorpion mace head. Mace heads, symbolic of kingly power throughout Egypt's history, were shown in relief carvings as the weapon of the king as he smote his enemies. One mace head depicts a king, or chieftain, wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt in full ritual dress, with the bull's tail representing power, hanging from the back of his belt. A multi-petaled rosette, or star, used to identify Egyptian kings, as well as in Sumer, signified divinity itself. It is shown in front of his face, along with a clearly drawn scorpion sign. In another convention of Egyptian art, this quasi-divine figure is drawn towering over companions and attendants, high officers who carry standards displaying symbols identified with particular districts into which Egypt was divided, and two of these are followers of Set who supported the royal clan. Others represent falcons, a jackal, the god Min, and possibly the mountains. Min. Associated with the favorite food of Set, bedded ka, an aphrodisiac lettuce, tall, straight, and secreting a milky substance when pressed. Min, depicted as an ichthyphallic bearded mummy-form man, wearing the same low crown with twin plumes as Amun, was often shown before offering tables covered with heads of lettuce, standing legs together, one arm raised, wielding a flail, and with an erect penis. Ritual in the Egyptian military, ensuring the subjugation of prisoners, involved impregnating, or emasculating, the prisoners, and so the erect state of the penis could relate to victory over the enemy. Linked to both power and destruction, the flail proved the pharaoh's supremacy over his enemies. One of the earliest forms of his fetish was of a barbed arrow or a thunderbolt, which became the first hieroglyph. Both a god of the eastern desert, the one who raises his arm in the east, and lord of foreign lands, Min offered protection to caravanning travelers and traders headed east to the Red Sea. He was also worshipped by the miners quarrying stone at Wadi Hammamat, as Min of the mountain. Despite being a god of the desert, Min was still a fertility god, and rather than being painted red, such as the desert god Set, he was painted black to represent the fertile land along the Nile. Min was protector of the moon, lunar gods relating to moisture and fertility. As a lunar deity, Min related to the Egyptian calendar. The last day of each lunar month was known as the exit of Min. During New Kingdom times he was sometimes shown as a white bull, an animal sacred to the fertility god. Nikeda. Nikeda lies on the west bank of the Nile, downstream from Luxor, ancient Thebes, where the Nile bends, opposite the entrance to the Wadi Hammamat, one of the few direct accesses to the Red Sea coast and the gold reserves of the eastern desert. Nikeda and Koptos on the opposite bank were thus in good position to be the centers of pre-dynastic gold trade in the region. The settlements probably housed 50 to 250 persons. Many dwellings were constructed from Nile mud and desert surface rubble with flimsy wickerwork around a frame of wooden posts. The houses contained hearths and storage pits, with graves in some cases dug right into the floor. Trash areas were interspersed with domestic dwellings, which included animal enclosures. Most of the inhabitants were buried, though, in simple rectangular pits 3 to 4 feet deep, which were roofed with crude ceilings of interwoven branches and brush and capes of low mounds of dirt. The dead were laid on reed mats in a contracted, fetal position, reclining on their left side with legs flexed and arms bent and hands in front of the face or neck. With few exceptions, the head lay at the southern end of the tomb with the face pointing to the west. The deceased were accompanied by grave offerings reflective of their relative wealth and aspects of their daily life, tools like flint knives, scrapers, and arrowheads, green slate grinding pallets with pigment stones, copper punches, awls and adzes, ornaments, some imported, such as shell and stone beads, containers crafted from stone, and a variety of fine, handmade polished redware and black-topped redware jars, baked clay figurines, amulets, and carved ivory plagues. Mummification was not yet practiced at this time, but the hot dry desert sands preserved flesh and organic parts. Both men and women had long hair which they braided. Men were beardless and both men and women short in stature by modern Western standards. On the soul. To the ancient Egyptians, the soul was made up of 8 immortal or semi-divine parts that survived death, with the body making a 9th human part. In the physical form, the body which could decay after death, the mortal, outward part of the human that could only be preserved by mummification, was called the Ka. The Ka double which lingered on in the tomb, inhabiting the body, or even statues of the deceased, was also independent of the flesh and could move, eat, and drink at will. There was a higher, guardian angel Ka, as well as a lower Ka, both coming from knowledge learned on earth. The Ba, a human-headed bird, flitted around in the tomb during the day bringing air and food to the deceased, but traveled with Ra on the solar bark during the evenings. The Kabit, or shadow, could partake of funerary offerings, able to detach itself from the body and travel at will, though it always remained close to the Ba. The Aku was the immortal part, a radiant and shining being that lived on in the Sahu, or the intellect, will and intentions of the deceased, which transfigured death and ascended to the heavens to live with the godlings among the imperishable stars. The Sahu was that incorruptible spiritual body of man appearing from the flesh after the judgment of the dead was past, with all of the mental and spiritual abilities of a living body, becoming Sikhem, or an incorporeal personification of the life force which lived. Ab, the heart, was the source of good and evil within a person, the moral awareness and center of thought that could leave the body at will, to live with the gods after death, or be eaten by Ammit as the final death if it failed to weigh equally against Ma'at. If their names, physical bodies, or images were destroyed, spells, prayers, tomb paintings and statues, their multiple parts were obliterated, too. Ren, the true name, was a vital part to a man on his journey through life and the afterlife, a magical part that could destroy him if obliterated, or surrender the power of the man, if someone knew his Ren. Naming ceremonies in Egypt were secret, and a child lived his whole life with a nickname to avoid anyone from learning his true name. In the beginning, the deified godling name was accompanied by the small image of a cobra. The dead man is, at once, in heaven, in the solar bark with Ra, the sun god, under the earth, tilling Elysian fields, and in his tomb enjoying his victuals. Every person had multiple afterlives, each different part of the person having its own existence after death, if surviving the trials of the underworld and Osirian judgment of the dead. Animals, plants, water, and even stones had their own ka. A human ka could move around while a person slept, even inhabiting a plant if the ka so desired, rather than the human. The ka could manifest itself, as a ghost, to others, both when the person it was born with was dead or alive. It was even thought to haunt those who did it wrong, as a family failing to make proper offerings, starving and thirsting the ka, which would haunt them until they corrected this error. Sekhmet. Sekhmet was worshipped throughout Egypt, particularly wherever a wadi opened out at the desert edges, the type of terrain where lions are often found, having come from the desert in order to drink and to prey upon cattle. A lioness, she rushed upon her prey, delighting in slaughter. Her pleasure was in blood. At the bidding of Ra she came unto the two ladies, slaying those who had scorned and disobeyed him, killing them among the mountains which lie on either side of the Black Land, and down beside the river, the Nile, and throughout the deserts, the Red Land. All whom she saw she slew, rejoicing in slaughter and the taste of blood. For many nights the Nile ran red with blood. Sekhmet's feet, too, were red, as she went slaying. Ra looked out over the earth once more, and now his heart stirred with pity for mankind, even though they had rebelled against him. But the cruel goddess Sekhmet would not cease from slaying. So Ra sent messengers to where the Nile flowed fiercely over the rocks among the islands of the first cataract, to the island of Abu, Elephantine, to bring from it a great store of blood-red ochre to Heliopolis, where stand stone obelisks with points of gold like fingers pointing to the sun. It was night when they came to the city. All day the women of Heliopolis had been brewing a strong barley beer, called Sleep Maker, as Ra had bade them. Ra mingled the blood-red ochre of Elephantine with the strong barley beer, so that the beer gleamed red in the moonlight like the blood of men, and poured it out over the fields, so that when day came, Sekhmet the terrible came also, licking her lips at the thought of the men whom she would slay. But she found no living creature in sight. And she saw the beer which was the color of blood, and thought it was blood, the blood of those whom she had slain. Then she laughed with joy, and her laughter was like the roar of a lioness hungry for the kill. She stooped and drank, and the strength of the beer mounted to her brain, so that she could no longer slay. At last she came reeling back to where Ra was waiting. That day she had not killed even a single man. Then Ra said, "You come in peace, sweet one." And her name was changed to Hathor, Lady of the West, and her nature was changed also to the sweetness of love and the strength of desire. Henceforth Hathor laid low men and women only with the great power of love, and her priestesses, too, drank in her honor of the strong beer of Heliopolis, blood-colored with the red ochre of Elephantine. As the lady of the southern sycamore, she is depicted giving water to the deceased. The sycamore tree was sacred to her. She was also called the Lady of Malachite. Makeup from Sinai was made from green malachite. Sinai was one of Hathor's domains, and many other names, besides. Hathor's name refers to the encirclement by her, in the form of the Milky Way, of the night sky, and consequently of the god of the sky, Horus, who was said to be her son. She was the wife of Ra, whose own cosmic birth was formalized in the Ogdo at cosmogony. She was a personification of the Milky Way, which was seen as the milk that flowed from the udders of a heavenly cow, a waterway in the heavens sailed upon by both the sun deity and the pharaoh, leading the ancient Egyptians to describe it as the Nile in the sky. Due to this, and her alternative name Murterd, Great Flood, she was identified as responsible for the yearly inundation of the Nile, a herald of imminent birth, as when the amniotic sac breaks and floods its waters, indicating that a child is due to be born. The primal serpent, Wajet, protector of Egypt, was closely associated with Hathor and other early deities among the various aspects of the Great Mother Goddess, including Mut and Naunet. She is often seen carrying a sistrum, one of the most frequently used sacred musical instruments in ancient temples, having a shape very similar to the ankh, which was thought to drive away evil. The sistrum was displayed on top of her head when she was depicted as a woman, wearing cow's horns with the sun between them, or as a beautiful woman with cow's ears, or a cow wearing the sun disk between her horns, or even as a lioness or a lion-headed woman, destruction and drunkenness. Hathor's identity as a cow meant that she became identified with another ancient cow goddess of fertility, Bat, who was also associated with the sistrum. Hathor's cult of dancers and singers was centered in Dendera, in Upper Egypt. Generally, Hathor is said to be the mother of Pharaoh, and is often depicted in a nurturing role, suckling Pharaoh as a child. A goddess deeply loved by the general population, and truly revered by women who aspired to embody her multifaceted role as wife, mother, and lover. Hebrew workers in the mines of Sinai worshipped Hathor, whom they identified with their goddess Astarte. The golden calf refers to a statue of the goddess Hathor. Long before time, during the ancient days of the Golden Age, godlings were upon the earth, and Osiris, the great-grandson of Ra, sat upon the godling throne, ruling over the living world as Ra did over the gods. He was the first pharaoh, and his sister, Isis, was the first queen. The world was still young. At birth, he was proclaimed universal Lord, teaching humanity how to bake bread and ferment wine and beer, founding temples and cities, establishing laws, civilizing the world. The Sed Festival. The living God participated in the cycles of birth, growth, decay, and death, ruling only because he could provide life, food, and protection to his people. When his health declined or his body aged, he was no longer capable of fulfilling his proper functions. The early kings of archaic Egypt had to prove that they were physically capable of ruling Egypt, in a festival called the Sed, slaughter or slaying, festival. The king would have to run a course. If he failed to adequately run the course, he would be sacrificed in a religious ritual. Accompanied by feasts including lavish food, drink, music, and dance, the Sed festival, celebrated 30 years after a king's rule, and thereafter, every 3 years, was an important ritual symbolizing regeneration, and was meant to assure a long reign in the pharaoh's afterlife. The rituals were meant to bring back the harmony between the king and the universe, as in illness or old age. The Sed festival was, originally, the moment of truth for the pharaoh, who would celebrate his reign or then accept the bite of a poisonous asp, as did Cleopatra, last queen of the Egyptians. Then, the dead prince's sister approached Pharaoh's daughter, Princess Nefertiti LHP, and spake without first being spoken to, "Mother, shall I go among the Apiri priests of Amun and beg that a wet nurse come quick to give the baby breast and suckle for you?" Exodus 2:7. Those who were privy to participate in the king's revitalization witnessed the king giving offerings to the goddess Sakathor, who had fed Horus, the king, with her holy milk, the drink of immortality. Nobles would come before the king, offering services and rededicating their devotion to him, and then the king would circumnavigate the said courtyard while carrying ritual articles, imitpur, a list of possessions giving the king the right to possess Egypt. Finally, priests led the king into 2 pavilions where he received the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. In later times the king shot 4 arrows into the 4 directions to frighten off evil powers and to enforce the right of Egypt to rule over the world. Presiding over the Set Jubilee, rejuvenating the pharaoh to give him long life, and the fertility of his youth, men gave the pharaoh, and other men, the power to father children. Nekhen, city of the falcon. In the proto-dynastic period of Egypt, patriarchal scorpion kings had usurped their matriarchal honey queens, establishing the ancient Upper Egyptian town of Nekhen, Hierakonpolis, city of the falcon. A lower kingdom developed separately at Buto in the delta, on the Sebennytic branch of the Nile, southeast of Alexandria, along the southern shore of the Butic Lake. The pyramid texts, spells written to help the king ascend to the heavens and descend again, refer to the kings of Lower Egypt who were in Pe, and associated with Horus, the falcon god, called Nekheni the Nekhenite and represented with 2 tall plumes on its head, and worshipped in both Lower and Upper Egypt. The text also references a place called Dep where the cobra goddess Wajet, the personification of the north, was worshipped. Neighboring cities, Pe and Dep eventually merged together and were called Pur-Wajet, reflecting their two gods, and from this came the Greek name of Buto, the house of papyrus. A rearing cobra anointing Pharaoh's brow with flames, Wajet was a protector, ready to strike and spew poison to kill enemies, depicted as a woman-headed cobra, a winged cobra, a lion-headed woman, or a woman wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt. It was she who bestowed the red crown to the pharaoh. She was often together with Nekhbet, who was in an identical form, as a snake or woman, or paired together with Wajet, as a snake, and Nekhbet, as a vulture. Hovering over the head of the pharaoh, Nekhbet, the vulture goddess, became patron of Upper Egypt, a guardian of mothers and children. She is depicted as a woman wearing the hijet, or white crown of Upper Egypt, or a vulture headdress, or as a woman with the head of a vulture, a full snake, or a full vulture with the white crown on her head, her wings spread in protection while holding the shen, shn, symbol of eternity, and the royal flail in her talons. It was in her mothering role that she was known as the Great White Cow of Nekhbet and described as having pendulous breasts. She was Pharaoh's own protective goddess, hovering overhead from birth until death and giving protection, defending her young. At its greatest growth, Nekhen contained perhaps 7,500 inhabitants, stretching along the edge of the floodplain. The city held many neighborhoods, filled with farmers, potters, masons, weavers and other craftsmen, and officials. On the north side of the town was a large installation of pottery vats for brewing wheat-based beer. Nekhen increased in population as it benefited from close contacts with Lower Nubia, giving its chieftains control of or at least access to trade routes to Sub-Saharan Africa, and mining and trade access to the mineral resources of the eastern desert. Elements similar to Mesopotamian relief and paintings are at Nekhen. The painted tomb of Hierosolyma contained wall murals similar to Near Eastern themes, confronted animals, bovine and whirling birds, horned beasts, two warriors with bucklers, all typical of the Gulf and Elam and the Arabian mainland, scenes of hunting and the mastery of animals, fights between small groups of men, a sacrifice, and several boats, and stone artifacts, votive figurines, have been found in the remains of both settlement and shrine areas. Figures engaged in hand-to-hand combat held maces of a type used in later culture. The Nikeda II culture brought in the pear-shaped mace head, which replaced the flat disc-shaped mace head used earlier. In another tomb, a figurine of a cow was buried with human bodies, while in yet another tomb, a cow's skeleton was laid out with a human figurine. The cow's bones as well as the human bones were impregnated with resin, a precursor to mummification. Another cemetery area belonged to the working-class inhabitants of Nekhen, as indicated by a general lack of grave goods and the robust physical nature of the bodies. Nikeda, the golden necropolis city of Nubti. The original priesthood of Set in ancient Egypt survived for 25 recorded dynasties. It was one of the two central priesthoods in pre-dynastic times, the other being that of Har-Wer, Horus the Elder. Unification of Egypt under both philosophical systems resulted in the nation being known as the Two Kingdoms. Its pharaohs wore the chant, the red and white crowns of Lower and Upper Egypt, a double crown of Horus and Set. Born in the Nikeda region, and connected with the kingship from early dynastic times, Set, along with Horus, was embodied in the person of the king. First dynasty queens held the title she who sees Horus and Set, and the second dynasty king Peribsen emphasized Set as his protector. Nikeda, the golden necropolis city of Nubti, was devoted to the god Set of Nubt, known in Greek as Ombos, as he is called in the pyramid texts, a collection of religious spells which evolved into the Book of the Coming Forth by Day, Book of the Dead, and on inscribed blocks found at Nikeda. The oldest of these comes from that pyramid of Wenis, or Unas, at Saqqara, the last king of the 5th dynasty. The cannibal hymn, which only appears in the pyramids of Unas, and Teti, was, from the 5th dynasty into the Middle Kingdom, transitional, a continuously and constantly changing funerary ritual, referring to aspects of a funerary cult no longer in practice at the time the pyramids were built. Egyptian science evolved as religious knowledge, manifesting in ritual coffin texts. The main theme in the pyramid texts is the eternal existence of Pharaoh and the location of the sky as the realm of the afterlife, which is dominated by the sun god Ra. The night sky is also described, particularly the imperishable stars. Ra is perpetually resurrected, every morning, in the form of the scarab beetle, Khepri, the emerging one. He rides on the primordial waters, called Nun, in his sacred sektet, or solar bark, along with a number of other deities crossing the sky, where at sunset he becomes the all-Lord Adam, and swallowed by the goddess Nut, who gives birth to him each morning again as Khepri, continuing the cycle of birth and life and death. Set defended the solar bark each night as it traveled through the underworld, the only Egyptian deity who could kill the serpent Apep, Ra's most dangerous enemy, commanding an army of demons, threatening each night to devour the bark and plague mankind. Mehen, a serpent-headed man holding a spear, stands in the prow, a giant snake coiled around Apep, while Set strikes with a spear, cutting a hole in Apep's belly to allow the sun bow to escape. Apep is then sliced with red-hot knives so that every bone of his body has been separated, and his head, legs and tail are cut off. His remains are scorched, singed, roasted, and finally consumed by fire. The same fate awaits Apep's confederates and all their offspring, their shadows, souls, doubles, and spirits. Bastet, a woman with the head of a lioness, as a domesticated cat, was the daughter of Ra. She was the goddess of fire, cats, of the home and of pregnant women, and the personification of the soul of Isis. Called the Lady of the East, counterpart to the Lady of the West, Sekhmet, Bastet seemed to have two sides to her personality. Her docile and gentle side was displayed in her duties as a protector of the home and pregnant women, and her aggressive and vicious nature was exposed as Bastet slaughtered her victims. When Ra destroyed Apep, it was as a cat. The kingdom of Set was the northern sky, and his abode was the constellation of Kepch, the thigh, of the Great Bear, and it was from this region that he threatened the beneficent designs of Osiris, whose abode was Sa, Orion, and of Isis, whose home was September, Sothis. Born of Mother Earth Gaia and Tartarus, Typhon, the fierce destructive winds of the world, was the largest and most grotesque of all creatures that have ever lived. 100 dragons' heads sprung from his shoulders, and his winged body was covered with feathers, scruffy hair streaming on the wind from his head and cheeks, and fire flashed from his eyes. He made sounds of a bull, lion, and dog, and made hissing sounds like a snake. Set. The pyramid texts explain that Adam, Ra, rose in the beginning of creation as a benben stone, an obelisk-like pillar, in the temple of the Benephoenix in Heliopolis. He then spit forth Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture, who became the first godly couple, and who respectively begot two divine couples consisting of Osiris and Isis, and Set and Nephthys, the Ennead of gods. Instead of being born in the normal manner, as his siblings were born, Set, god of the downward motion of the sun, tore himself violently from his mother's womb. Set, Typhon, son of Tartarus, a monstrous Greek genie with a serpent's body, bringing storms and thunder, was an insolent god of chaos and confusion, the destructive heat of the infertile afternoon desert sun, and of foreign lands and overseas trade, of oils, wood, and metals from over the sea and desert routes. He was given lordship over Western Asia because of this. The cause of clouds, mist, rain, thunder, and lightning, hurricanes and storms, earthquakes and eclipses, and of everything which tended to reverse the ordinary course of nature and of law and order, Set was the personification of the powers of darkness, sin, and evil, and of the forces of the waters which were supposed to resist light and order. A number of beasts which dwelt in the waters, or at least partly on land and partly in water, were regarded as symbols of him and as beings wherein he took up his habitation. Having long, squared ears and a long, downturned snout, a canine-like body with an erect forked tail, Set, a composite animal with red hair, was also part aardvark, part canine, or giraffe, and identified with the hippopotamus, pig, and donkey, all abhorred by the Egyptians. These animals, though, were sacred to Set, as well as crocodiles, scorpions, turtles, and other evil or dangerous creatures. Among these were the fabulous beast, Akak, which was a species of antelope with a bird's head surmounted by 3 uraei, and a pair of wings. Some fish were sacred to Set, the Nile carp, the oxyrhynchus or the figrous fish, because they were thought to have eaten the phallus of Osiris after Set chopped him to pieces. Iron was connected with Set. Typhon Thoth obtained from Set the knife with which he cut up the bull. As lodestone was called the bone of Horus, iron was known as the bone of Typhon. Egyptians believed that abnormalities were linked to Set. His favorite food was an aphrodisiac lettuce, which secreted a white, milky substance that the Egyptians linked to semen, sacred to the fertility god Min, but even with this he was still infertile. Nephthys depicted as a man, the mighty one of twofold strength. Set wears a beard and a tail, and holds symbols of divinity. He is accompanied by Nephthys, who wears upon her head a pair of horns and a disc. Other than Nephthys, Set had other wives and concubines. He was given the 2 foreign goddesses Anat and Astarte, both war goddesses from the Syria-Palestine area, and daughters of Ra. Though Anat and Tauret were fertility goddesses, they never bore Set any children. Tauret, Ririt, the great female, hippogoddess of maternity and childbirth, protector of women and children, like Bes the dwarf, the god of music, dance, war, and slaughter, and a destroying force of nature, a fierce demonic fighter as well as a popular deity who guarded the mother and her newborn child. Her head and body were that of a pregnant hippo, with large breasts and the paws of a lion, in each she holds a knife. All of these animals were man-killers. As such she was a demoness. She wore a low, cylindrical headdress surmounted by 2 plumes, or sometimes she wore the horns and solar disk of Hathor. Although her popularity was strongest in later periods, she first appeared in the Old Kingdom as the mother of the pharaoh, offering to suckle him with her divine milk. In ancient astronomical diagrams, she was depicted standing upright with a crocodile on her back, her consort Sobek, and frequently found at the center of what appears to be a horizontal parade of figures, always larger than the rest. In Egyptian astronomy, Tauret was linked to the northern sky, where she keeps the power of darkness securely fettered by a chain. In this role she was known as Nebetake, the mistress of the horizon, and thought to keep the northern sky, the winter hemisphere, a place of darkness, cold, mist, and rain to the Egyptians, called Sephan by the Hebrews, free of evil. She was shown to represent the never-setting circumpolar stars of Ursa Minor and Draco. The 7 stars lined down her back are the stars of the Little Dipper. She later became a follower of Horus. Nephthys, the mistress of the house, depicted as a woman with the hieroglyphs of her name, a basket and a house on top of each other, on her head, though she was also sometimes given wings or the form of a bird, the kite, a solar deity, as well as a deity of the dead. She stood at the birth bed to offer comfort and help with the birth of newborn children. Isis was seen as the midwife. The 2 sisters were often together, only being able to be told apart by the hieroglyph on their heads, where Isis was visible, birth, growth, development and vigor, Nephthys was invisible, death, decay, diminution and immobility. She was the darkness to Isis' light. Isis was the day, her twin sister the night. Also, like her sister, Nephthys, she was thought to have great magical powers. She was the mighty one of words of power. The goddesses were personified by 2 priestesses carrying serpents, ceremonial pure virgins, the hair of their limbs shaved off, wearing ram's wool garlands upon their heads, and holding tambourines in their hands. On the arm of one is a fillet inscribed to Isis, and on the arm of the other is a fillet inscribed to Nephthys. Isis shared the secrets of healing and preparation of medical potions to her priestesses. On 5 days during the month of December these women took their places in the temple of Abydos and sang, while potential priestesses walked barefoot through a room filled with venomous snakes and scorpions. In the later period, Nephthys, sister wife to Set, mothered Anubis, the god of the dead, through Osiris. Osiris, jealous of his older brother Osiris, Set, who defended the sun boat from Apep the destroyer, being unsettled in his heart and coveting the throne of Osiris and Isis and power over the living world, conceived a plot to kill Osiris and take all from him. Thus he built a coffer and inscribed it with wicked magic to chain anyone who entered it from escaping. Then, Set hosted a great feast for the gods, and waiting until Osiris had made himself drunk on much beer, challenged him to a contest of strength. Each in turn would enter the coffer, and attempt, through sheer strength, to break it open. Osiris, sure in his power yet feeble in mind because of his drink, entered the box, and with 72 serpentine accomplices, Set quickly poured molten lead into the box. Osiris tried to escape, but the wicked magic held him bound and he died. Set hurled the coffer into the Nile and it floated away into the great green sea, eventually washing ashore at Byblos, in the Lebanon. For the violence of Lebanon shall cover thee and the spoil of beasts, which made them afraid, because of men's blood, and for the violence of the land, of the city, and of all that dwell therein. Have 2:17. Set claimed the throne of Osiris, demanding that Isis be his queen. This was a dark and cruel time and Set was unkind, caring nothing for the balance of Ma'at or for the children of the gods. War divided Egypt and all was lawlessness. In vain people cried to Ra, but his heart was hardened by grief, and he would not listen. Lamenting distraught, tearing her hair and putting on mourning clothes, Isis searched all of the Nile for the coffer containing her beloved husband, finally finding it lodged in a tamarisk bush that had turned into a mighty tree, for the power of Osiris still was in him though he lay dead. Weeping over the body of Osiris, she carried the coffer back to Egypt and placed it in the house of the gods, changed herself into a bird, and flew about his body grieving. Thoth. The moon god of writing and lord of writing, Thoth the scribe, who brought himself into being by speaking his name, searched through his magic. Osiris' spirit had departed his body and was lost. To restore Osiris, Thoth had to remake him so that his spirit would recognize him and rejoin. Thoth and Isis together created the ritual of life, allowing eternal life after death. But before Thoth could work the magic, Set discovered them, stole the body of Osiris, cruelly tearing it into 14 pieces and scattering them throughout Egypt. Osiris could never be reborn. The fairy godmother, Sheshet, a magician, is depicted with a stylized papyrus plant above her head, a 7-pointed marijuana leaf, symbolizing writing, or star, above her head, which is surmounted by a crescent moon, which over time degenerated into a set of turned-down horns, representing the source of all creative conscious ideas. Legendary even before the founding of Egypt, she was the essence of cosmic intuition, and created the geometry of the heavens alongside Thoth, who wrote of humanity's journey through time. Shit was originally the deification of the concept of wisdom, and so became a goddess of writing, astronomy, astrology, architecture, and mathematics. She is also shown holding a palm stem wand with notches to denote the recording of the passage of time, and frequently dressed in a funerary priest's leopard skin, the pattern of the skin representing stars, as a symbol of eternity, and associated with the moon. Her principal sanctuary was at Heliopolis. Along with Isis, she was one of the guardians of the corpse of Osiris, depicted as a kite guarding funeral bier of Osiris. Isis implored the help of Nephthys, to guide her and help her find the 14 pieces of Osiris, bringing each piece to Thoth that he might work magic. Thoth went to Anubis, lord of the dead, who sewed the pieces back together, having washed the entrails of Osiris, embalming and wrapping him in linen, and fashioning a replacement for his missing penis with her wings. The appropriate magic words and intonations of the ritual of life, blew life back into husband. Sharing a night of passion, the deities conceived Horus and Osiris died again, going on to become lord of the underworld, resurrected by Ra to rule over the dead. Thus, Horus gives guidance to Pharaoh in life, and his father Osiris watches over Pharaoh after life. Ma'at. Osiris, a democratic god, became more and more popular because the theology surrounding him allowed even common Egyptians the opportunity of immortality after their death. A green-skinned man dressed in the raiment of a mummified pharaoh, Osiris wears the white Atef crown, with a plume on either side, a small disk at the top, and a pair of ram horns at its base. His way was just and upright, and he made sure that Ma'at remained in balance, that the law and order was kept. Ma'at smiled, peace reigned all over the world. A woman wearing a crown surmounted by a huge ostrich feather, personification of the fundamental order of the universe, without which all of creation would perish. Ma'at, truth, law, and universal order, dictates that the dead, even dead gods, may not return to the land of the living. Thus, praised by the souls of the just found worthy to enter the blessed land, Osiris resides in the underworld upholding order by maintaining law and administering justice. The concept of truth meant the rational and orderly functioning of the universe rather than its diverse phenomena. All phenomena could be explained by an appeal to this understanding of the rationality of the universe. The Greeks called the underlying order of the universe, logos, or meaning, which early Christians adopted in order to explain the moral of the universe. In the beginning was the Word, logos. Gospel of John. But, the concept for the Greeks and the early Christians was, as the Egyptians believed Ma'at to be, a goddess who benevolently ruled all aspects, human, material, and divine, of the underlying rationality of the universe into God. And the Word, logos, was God. Gospel of John. On the mummy. Egyptians mummified their bodies because their physical form was an integral part to their afterlife. An existence without a physical body was unacceptable to them. Even the destruction of the spiritual of would mean the death of all of the other parts of the entity. The physical heart was preserved along with the physical body. Other rituals point to the importance of the physical body after death. The opening of the mouth ceremony allowed the body to breathe, while other rituals were performed on the corpse to allow the deceased to see and hear in the land of the West. The embalming process was complex. After a period of 70 days at the waqwat, pure place, or pernefur, beautiful house, the embalmer's workshop, a tent, or temporary mud brick structure outside the tomb or mortuary temple, or a more permanent shop, where the dead pharaoh's body was immersed in netjari, or natron, a type of salt and a primary ingredient to the mummification process. 70 days was the time frame between the disappearance of the star Sirius and its reappearance in the sky. Osiris is associated with Sirius, for he, too, vanished for 70 days prior to his resurrection as king of the dead. After ritual cleansing, the embalmers removed the brain through the nose of the corpse and the organs through an incision in its left side. The intestines, liver, lungs, and stomach were dried and wrapped and stored in their respective canopic jars. If the heart came out at this time, it was returned to the body, for the deceased would need it for his judgment day. The preserved viscera were often kept in 4 canopic jars with hawk-headed lids, for the 4 sons of Horus. In the 19th dynasty, the lids were given the 4 different heads to correspond to the elemental kings: hawk-headed Kepsnuf for the intestines, jackal-headed Duamutep for the stomach, human-headed Imzadi for the liver, and baboon-headed Hapi for the lungs. In later periods the jars were included mostly as ritual props and not used, the viscera packages being returned to the body after drying. The body cavity was cleansed and netjari, incenses, resins, and linen were packed into it. Netjari was also packed all around it to defat and desiccate it. This process was repeated several times in the cases of nobility and royalty, to ensure a complete drying. Reduced to mostly bone and skin, bodies were treated with oils and resins, to preserve, keep supple, and make more pleasant smelling. The cavities were packed with resin-soaked linen, sawdust and other materials. Orifices were sealed with wax. Then, the body was wrapped in first one layer of bandages, on which the priests interspersed protective amulets, laid in specific places, and then a second layer of broader bandages, which were first soaked in resin and aromatic essential oils. Reciting sacred spells to protect and preserve the deceased, the mummy was placed in its coffin and the actual burial procedures were begun. Crying and screaming women would follow the royal mummy in its wooden sarcophagus. Bald-headed priests walking solemnly along with the procession funerary, burning incense and shaking sistrums. Often the procession was led by the new pharaoh, and included the viziers of Upper and Lower Egypt, as well as other notable dignitaries and the royal family. It is I who hinder the sand from choking the secret chamber. I am for the protection of the deceased. Anubis. Death was originally only for the pharaoh, but the rich soon believed that they could partake in the afterlife, too, and eventually the poor also believed they could join the ranks of the blessed dead. The complexity of life after death came from the Egyptian way of clinging to ideas, rather than discarding them when new ideas came along, and the intermingling of peoples, different religious ideas, and cults, were all incorporated into the elaborate Egyptian belief system. Death was not seen by the ancient Egyptians to be the end of life, but rather its original source. Death marks the moment determining the immortality of the individual. Souls are now considered either pure or evil, with the evil dying a second death to become empty, or damned, but the good become transfigured as Ak, or spirit, becoming Osiris if declared justified, or true of voice, and resuscitated into new life at the opening of the mouth ceremony. Divine judgment is expressed by the use of scales, used by accounting scribes to weigh precious metals with objective calculation in treasury accounts. Watching over the mummification process to ensure that all is done properly, Anubis, a man with the head of a black jackal-like head, then conducts souls through the underworld, testing their knowledge of the gods and their faith on the scales of justice during the judging of the heart. He feeds the unworthy souls of wicked people to Ammit, devourer of dead souls, a demoness with the head of crocodile, the torso of a leopard and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, depicted as crouching beside a lake of fire in the infernal regions of the underworld. She was also called devourer of Amenta, the place where the sun sets on the west bank of the Nile. Egyptian cemeteries and funerary places were all on the west, a direction linked to death. The entire necropolis was guarded and only the priests, guards, and craftsmen working on new tombs were allowed into the necropolis. Jackals would hunt at the edges of the desert, near the necropolis and cemeteries throughout Egypt. Anubis' symbol was a black and white ox hide splattered with blood and hanging from a pole. Isis retreated to the papyrus swamps after she has conceived her child, and she remained hidden in them until her months were fulfilled, when she brought forth Horus, who afterwards became the avenger of his father. Set never succeeded in finding her hiding place, because the great goddess had found some means whereby she caused the papyrus and other plants to screen her from his view. The goddess Wajet visited her and helped her retreat. Isis. Since before the carnal fall, enmity has been placed between the serpent and the woman in this mortal phenomenal world. The serpent Apis, Apep, divine wisdom needing no matter to procreate humanity, being utterly spiritual, hence the war between the snake and the woman, or between spirit and matter. Able to give the gift of immortality, Isis is often portrayed wearing or carrying an ankh, an ancient symbol for eternal life, similar to a cross, but with a looped top, which was originally used to measure harvested grain stores in pottery. She wears cow horns and a solar disk atop her head, and is sometimes pictured with wings, a cow's head, or with the hieroglyph of a throne above her head. As life-giving morning winds that hailed the arrival of the sun each day, Isis was a winged wind goddess, who represented all that was visible, birth, growth, development and vigor. The kite was sacred to her, and she could transform herself into this bird at will, spreading heavenly scent through the land, leaving lingering scents of spices and flowers in her wake. She brought fresh air with her into the underworld when she gave food to the dead. Mistress of flesh, both human and divine, she was represented as a goddess with the headdress of a miniature throne. Later on, she took on the aspects of Hathor, and took on the bovine goddess headdress of cow's horns with a sun disk between them. As a human woman, she was shown with a queen's headdress and, on her forehead, the uraeus, symbolic protector of kingship in Egypt, represented by a cobra in an upright position, an agent of destructive power, spitting fire. Her heavenly symbol was the star September, Sirius, which marked the beginning of not only the Egyptian New Year, and the season for inundation of the Nile, but also the arrival of spring. In a culture where fertility was a sign of success and sexual attractiveness, the Egyptians cherished the fruitful Isis. Many statues and images show Isis holding the infant Horus on her knee, suckling the young god. To the Egyptians, she was the purest example of a loving wife and mother. Her worship originated in Africa, was nurtured and refined in Egypt, then spread through the ancient world by the Greeks and Romans, becoming a goddess of limitless attributes, a goddess of water, earth, corn, star, wind, and a goddess of the underworld. Along with her twin, Nephthys, she was both a goddess of mourning and a friend of the dead, and a patron goddess of childbirth and motherhood. Her fame quickly spread to all corners of the Roman Empire. There was even a temple to Isis on the River Thames in Southwark, London. The last recorded festival of Isis was held in Rome in 394 AD. Originally known as Aset, or Eset, Isis is the Greek form, and is associated with the word for throne. Her colors are of royalty and comfort, white, gold, and cobalt blue. Gems and precious stones are equated with Isis: pearl, coral, lapis, geodes, and moonstone. Fragrances of the goddess are myrrh, rose, iris, and eucalyptus. The symbol of Isis in the heavens was the star September, Sirius, which was greatly beloved because its appearance marked not only the beginning of a new year. Sirius is also known colloquially as the dog star. The image, above, is of Sirius A and Sirius B taken by Hubble Space Telescope. The white dwarf can be seen to the lower left. The diffraction spikes and concentric rings are instrumental effects. Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. The ancient Egyptians saw Sirius as a giver of life, for it always reappeared at the time of the annual flooding of the Nile. When the star sank in the west and disappeared from the night sky, it remained hidden for 70 days before emerging in the east in the morning. The dog days of summer are the hottest and most sultry time of the year in the northern hemisphere. Horus. The worship of Horus, too, was brought from the outside by neighboring tribes who invaded and then settled into Egypt. He was their god of war, but was quickly absorbed into the state religion, first as a son of Ra, then changing to become the son of Osiris. He was the protector and guide to the pharaoh, and later pharaohs were believed to be his avatar on earth. Horus was also the patron of young men and the ideal of the dutiful son who grows up to become a just man. After Set killed Osiris, Isis hid her son Horus in the papyri and lotus thickets of Chemmis, near Buto in the delta area of Lower Egypt. She knew that if Set ever found out about her son, he would kill him. Now, even though she was a goddess, and a great magician, she still had to leave the safety of the thickets to beg for food, and, on one of her trips, Set found out where the mother hid her child. Knowing that Isis would be gone for a while, he transformed himself into a snake and reached the child unseen, biting the young god and shooting poison throughout his body. Set then made a quick getaway. Returning to the thicket, Isis found Horus lying lifeless on his back. Not knowing what sort of illness afflicted her son, she tried to work great magic, but her powers deserted her. She was alone, her husband was dead, and none of the gods were there to help. Despairing, she took Horus in her arms and ran to the nearby village. The fishermen of the village took pity on her, and did their best to try to cure her son, to no avail. A wise woman then examined the child. She told the goddess that it had been Set, disguised as either a snake or a scorpion, who had poisoned him. Realizing that the wise woman was right, Isis became angry. Isis raised her voice to the boat of 1,000,000 years with a cry so great that it stopped the sun boat in its course and shook the earth, because she knew the secret name of Ra. Looking down at the grieving goddess, Ra sent Thoth to find out what happened. When he heard, Thoth consoled the goddess, working great magic and driving the poison out of Horus' body, bringing the baby back to life again, to the delight of his mother. Thoth then ordered the people of the marshes, and all birds and animals who lived there, to keep watch over them. Their life in the delta was still hard, but they stayed until Horus was old enough to have revenge on his uncle for the death of his father. The vulture and the serpent. Set maintained his claim to the throne, though Horus, as the son of Osiris, was the legitimate heir. The godlings began to fight amongst one another, those who supported Horus and those who supported Set. Bane Jetet demanded they cease struggling peacefully, or Ma'at would be imbalanced further. Neith, warlike though wise, told them that Horus was the rightful heir to the throne. On his island, Horus grew to manhood and strength, defeating the many serpents and demons sent by Set to kill him. When he was ready, his mother Isis taught him magic words to use against Set, and Thoth gave him a magic knife. Then, Horus sought out Set and challenged him for the throne. They fought in the forms of men, and afterwards in the forms of bears, and Horus would certainly have killed Set, castrating, tearing off his testicles, and fettering him and casting him into darkness, though Isis took pity upon her brother and loosed his bonds to set him free. Horus raged, and Isis fled before his wrath. A fierce struggle between mother and son then took place, Horus cutting off her head. But Thoth, by means of words of power, transformed her head into that of a horned cow which he attached to her body straightway. When trying to find and rout the followers of Set, Horus pursued them in the form of a flaming, winged disc, attended by both Nekbat and Wadjet as crowned snakes, one on each side of him. Eventually, Te judged between Horus and Set, ending their quarrel. He made Set the king of Upper Egypt in the land of Upper Egypt, up to the place in which he was born, which is Sub. And Geb made Horus king of Lower Egypt in the land of Lower Egypt, up to the place in which his father was drowned, and they made peace over the division of the two lands, at Ayan. The Egyptians believed that the two would continue their battle until the end of time itself, when chaos overruns Ma'at and the waters of Nun swallow up the world. Set was worshipped and placated through Egyptian history until the Third Intermediate Period, when Set was vilified and seen as an evil and undesirable force, and the Egyptians began to believe that Horus won the battle, defeating Set as a version of good triumphing over evil. From this time on, some of his statues were recarved to become the statues of other gods. The White Walls, Memphis. The name Egypt is from the Greek Aegyptos, derived from the Hwt kata, the temple or mansion of the spirit of Ta attributed to Narmer, called Menes, Min, the mighty bull, the first man to have his name written down. Uniting Upper and Lower Egypt, he established the first Egyptian dynasty, creating dikes to protect the area from Nile floods, founding the legendary fortress city of Inabhij, Memphis, modern Cairo. He also founded Crocodipolis, performed raids against the Nubians in the south, and expanded his sphere of influence as far as the First Cataract. His chief wife was Queen Baranab, though she was not the mother of his heir, King Jur, whose mother was Neithotep, as well as his wife. According to legend, he was attacked by wild dogs and Nile crocodiles in the Fayum and killed. His tomb resides at Saqqara, the famed necropolis of Memphis. Saqqara, the burial place of kings, is best known for the Step Pyramid, the oldest known of Egypt's 97 pyramids, built for King Djoser of the Third Dynasty by the architect and genius Imhotep. The name Memphis derives from the Pyramid of Pepi I, at Saqqara, the good place named Menufur, Coptic, Menf, originally called Inabhij, the White Wall. During the Middle Kingdom it was known as Anktawi, that which binds the two lands. Its location lies between Upper and Lower Egypt, in a narrow stretch of the Nile Valley, on the west bank of the northward flowing river, at the confluence of important trade routes across the eastern and western deserts, commanding the delta, where wind and sand would encroach. Early dynastic rulers, all the kings of the first two dynasties, had to fight constant wars against considerable opponents all along the Nile. Egypt prospered and grew. Agricultural production had been revolutionized by the building of massive irrigation projects, trade had ballooned to superhuman proportions, the population had swelled exponentially. The growth in population and wealth allowed the kings to apportion vast amounts of labor and materials for monuments to themselves. Memphis controlled land and water routes between Upper Egypt and the Delta, and the conquered people of Lower Egypt, and by the 3rd dynasty, Memphis had become a great city of the Old Kingdom, becoming the administrative and religious center of Egypt, one of the largest and most important cosmopolitan communities in the ancient world. The necropolises, or cemeteries, around Memphis cover the edge of the desert on the west bank of the Nile, together with pyramids. The Apis bull. When it took on funerary characteristics, becoming associated with Osiris, the incarnation of embalming and cemeteries, the Apis bull was regarded as the Ba of Ptah, while it was living, his glorious soul. The main sanctuary of the Apis bull was the Temple of Ptah, in Menepher, near the bull's embalming house where he became linked to Osiris after death. Conceived from a bolt of lightning, it was black with a wild diamond on his forehead, the image of a vulture on his back, double hairs on his tail and a scarab mark under his tongue. The lightning was in the form of a celestial fire, which mated with a heifer. With a creation god as his father, the bull was believed to be a fertility symbol. The heifer that produced the bull was venerated as a form of the goddess Isis. The cult of the Apis bull started at the beginning of Egyptian history. Priests of bull cults identified the sacred bull by very specific markings. Once a bull was proclaimed to be a god incarnate, it was taken to the temple compound where it was purified, stabled in majestic quarters and fed the best foods, and given a herd of the finest cows. The Apis calf was born of a cow which was never afterwards able to have another, ever virgin. A flash of lightning descends upon the cow from heaven, and this causes her to receive Apis. Only one bull was considered to be the sacred Apis at a time, a replacement could be sought upon the death of the bull. The new Apis was transported to Memphis on a boat with a specially built golden cabin. Reinforcing Ptah's aspects of a god of creation and a god of the dead, he was identified with two other Menepher gods, Tutanen, an earth god connected with the primeval mound as it rose from the waters of Nun, and Soker, a god of the necropolis, and known as Soker Osiris. Statues of the three-in-one god showed a mummiform man wearing the sun disk, corkscrew ram horns and long plumes or the Atef crown. High-powered sea-going vessels made of cedar wood, and displacing 40 tons, transported timber from Byblos to Egypt, while a phenomena of immigration from Canaan brought settlers into the eastern border regions of the Delta, whenever drought or famine, or warfare, made living there intolerable. Abydos, the main cult center of Osiris, lord of the netherworld, was at the mouth of the canyon at Abjadu, or Abydos, south of Cairo on the western side of the Nile, in the 8th nome of Upper Egypt, in the low desert, the entrance to the underworld, burial place for the first kings of a unified Egypt, containing remains from earlier pre-dynastic phases, and consisting of 3 parts. Cemetery U, in the north, contains several hundred graves and offering pits containing ceramics of the Naqada culture. Cemetery B, in the middle, with royal tombs from Dynasty 0 and the early 1st dynasty, and in the south the tomb complexes of 6 kings and 1 queen from the 1st dynasty and 2 kings from the 2nd dynasty. Most of the 1st dynasty tombs show traces of immense fires, and many have also been plundered. Many of the earliest tombs are surrounded by subsidiary graves, for attendants killed and buried along with the royal funeral. The tombs of the first kings of unified Egypt were deep brick-lined structures, simple ovals or rectangles topped with mounds of sand, called mastabas, Arabic for bench, since their square or rectangular shapes resembled benches. In the 1st dynasty, one structure was placed underground, supported by a retaining wall, and the 2nd mastaba was placed above ground directly over the 1st, to protect the lower one, though these did not contain decorated walls or store artifacts, and resembled burial mounds, with long shafts leading down into the tomb area. From the 3rd to 4th dynasty the types vary, some consist of one or more rooms dug into the mountain without a facade, others are shaped like large, small, or even minute mastabas. Kings erected a mortuary temple complex on the east side of their larger pyramids, for their funerary cult. By the 12th dynasty, Saf tombs appear, constructed with porticos of mud brick and vaulted corridors. At least one has paintings. Royal graves at Abydos became more elaborate, until the last and largest royal tomb, called the Storehouse of the Flies, Shenet Eszbib, was built there for the fifth and last king of the second dynasty, Khosakemwy. The two powerful ones appear. Having ascended the throne, he had to put down a northern rebellion. The rebels had reached as far south as Nekhab and Nekhen, the ancient southern capital. He married Nemathap king-bearing mother, a woman of northern lineage, credited with being the ancestor of the third dynasty, whose pharaohs were the first to construct pyramids as shrines for after their deaths. The first known fully articulated funerary monument was designed by Imhotep, a deified man, the chief architect, grand vizier, physician, and astronomer under Djoser. Designing the step pyramid at Saqqara, he formulated new architectural theories leading to the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza. The Pyramid of Djoser was not a true pyramid, with smooth sides and a point at the top. It was constructed as a series of 6 bases built one on top of another, the top of the pyramid truncated, with a flat surface. Imhotep. Worshipped widely throughout Egypt, Imhotep, a man dressed in the robes of a noble with a punt beard and carrying the tools of a builder, even had a flourishing cult in Greece where he was identified with Asclepius, another deified man and the god of healing. His followers believed him to be the son of Ptah, the architect of the entire universe, who was not created, but simply was, the personification of the primal matter, Tatenin, which rose out of none, the fundamental seas. His wife is said to be Bast, or Sekhmet, and their children are, Nefertum, the perfumed one, the rising sun, a man with a crown of lotus blossoms, born from a lotus blossom, Mahes, lord of the massacre, a man with the head of a young lion, carrying a knife, and Imhotep. Imhotep is the first master architect who we know by name, a commoner at birth, who due to his genius, natural talents, and dedication, rose to the office of high priest at Heliopolis, becoming one of the chief priests of Lower Egypt. During this period Heliopolis was recognized as the religious capital of Egypt. Imhotep was also the first physician to stand out clearly from the myths of antiquity. Imhotep is one example of the personality cult of Kemet, whereby a learned sage or otherwise especially venerated person could be deified after death and become a special intercessor for the living, much as the saints of Roman Catholicism. A century after his death, he was elevated as a medical demigod. The son of Ptah, Imhotep was, together with Amenhotep, the only mortal Egyptians ever to become godlings. He was also associated with Thoth, the god of wisdom, writing and learning, and with ibises, also associated with Thoth. Later, early Christians, adapting to their use pagan forms, and persons, whose influence through the ages had woven itself into tradition, worshipped him as one with Christ. The Roman emperors Claudius and Tiberius, also, had inscriptions praising Imhotep placed on the walls of their Egyptian temple. Imhotep lived to a great age, dying in the reign of King Huni the Smiter. His burial place has not been found. In prehistoric Europe, the world's largest man-made mound and stone circle were constructed amidst numerous burrows on Silbury Hill, in Wiltshire, in Egypt. A 365-day calendar was introduced, and another calendar was in use in China. Gilgamesh was the ruler of Uruk, and Sanak and Djoser, the first two pharaohs of the Third Egyptian dynasty, had begun exploiting the Sinai Peninsula, which was rich in turquoise and copper. The mysterious land of Punt. The pharaoh was the son of Ra, the sun god, harboring the divine royal blood of Horus, inherited only through the eldest princess. In order to be eligible to the throne, the eldest son had to marry his sister, the eldest daughter of the deceased pharaoh. If the deceased pharaoh had no living son, an illegitimate son from a secondary wife, another prince from the royal house, or even a usurper, had to marry the eldest daughter to obtain legitimacy. In all conditions but a few, the forthcoming pharaoh would be a male. The first non-royal to obtain kingship through such a marriage was Snefru, who married Hetep-Heresi, the daughter of Huni, and thus started the fourth dynasty. The land of Punt, with its reed, beehive-shaped houses raised on stilts above water, was an emporium of goods for both king and gods, and gradually acquired an air of fantasy, like that of an El Dorado or Atlantis. For this reason, it was sometimes featured in narrative tales such as the tale of the shipwrecked sailor. The people of Punt had dark reddish complexions and wore long hair, but by the 18th dynasty they adopted a more close-cropped hairstyle. Punt was a commercial center for goods not only from within its own borders, but from elsewhere in Africa. Here, the Egyptians sought and found many items that did not exist within the two lands: the incense known as antiu, which was produced in considerable quantities near Punt in the region of Udjanet, God's land, a personal pleasure garden of the god Amun, as well as ivory, ebony, hebony, and gum, chemi, also, the skins of giraffes, panthers, and cheetahs which were worn by temple priests, and sometimes the live animals themselves for amusement or religious purposes, the sacred cynocephalus. Baboons were imported from Punt. Dwarfs and pygmies, too, were imported from Punt. The children of the chiefs of Punt were raised at the Egyptian court alongside the children of Cush, Nubia, and Iram. The kings at Kerma, a line of semi-nomadic herdsmen living in Kustul, northern Nubia, known to the Egyptians as Ta-Seti, land of the bow, because of the fame of Nubian archers, established a line of kings even earlier than the first pharaohs of Egypt. They were buried in huge round stone-lined pit graves, accompanied by hundreds of sacrificed retainers, and with pottery and cosmetic articles. People of the Kerma culture were accomplished metal workers, and they also made thin-walled pottery on a wheel. This was a time of increased contact between Egypt and Nubia, Kush. Egyptians founded a settlement at Buin, an important site for copper production. Later, Khufu opened diorite quarries to the west of Toshka and south of Buin, while other quarrying expeditions were sent south above the Second Cataract. The Fourth Dynasty also saw the establishment of a regular messenger service between the First and Second Cataracts. By the reign of Sa-Ur in the early Fifth Dynasty, the Egyptians began trading with the land of Punt, which was accessible only by sailing along the coast of the Red Sea. Expeditions to Punt began by sailing upriver to Koptos, then caravanning eastward through the Wadi Hammamat or the Wadi Gajus to the seacoast. There they built ships and embarked on the sea voyage south. While the Egyptians did not penetrate Punt eastward from the Nile in Upper Nubia, Puntite goods and pygmies were shipped to Egypt overland through Nubia. Punt's treasures were carried overland by way of May and Iram, through the modern Sudan. During the Middle Kingdom and afterwards, the Red Sea journey to Punt usually originated from Koptos by way of Soho or via Wadi Hammamat and Qusair. Later, during the New Kingdom, they may have even traveled from a port at Bernike, known then as Head of Nekhab. Buin was abandoned in the Fifth Dynasty and the diorite quarries near Toshka were closed, though Egypt maintained its hold over Nubia, an important source of manpower and labor for the Egyptians. The Palermo stone records that early in the Fourth Dynasty, King Snefru led a military conquest into Upper Nubia, as far as the land of Yam, to crush a revolt. The Egyptians considered all enemies, whether foreign or domestic, as rebels against the natural order. Penetrating into Upper Nubia as far as the land of Yam and made his conquests there. He captured 200,000 head of cattle and 7,000 prisoners, all of whom were deported to Egypt as laborers on royal building projects. Pyramids were built as tombs to hold the physical body of a pharaoh, as well as other individuals, or to hold the soul of the deceased, as small cult pyramids built next to the larger ones. Soon after the first pyramids were built, their form became somewhat standardized. Royal pyramid complexes included the main pyramid, a surrounding courtyard, a much smaller cult pyramid for the king's soul, a mortuary temple situated next to the main pyramid, an enclosure wall and a causeway that led down to a valley temple. Some pyramid complexes included subsidiary, smaller pyramids, or tombs, for family members. Many of the pyramids were built with a number of different stone materials. Most of the material used was fairly rough, low-grade limestone used to build the pyramid core, while fine white limestone was often employed for the outer casing as well as to cover interior walls. though pink granite was also often used on inner walls. Basalt or alabaster was not uncommon for floors, particularly in the mortuary temples, and mud bricks were used to build walls within the temples, though often as not they had limestone walls. By the end of the Old Kingdom, there were hundreds of various types of quarries scattered across the western and eastern deserts, the Sinai and southern Palestine. Mud bricks were a common building material in homes as in palaces. The better mud bricks, built using wooden forms and Nile mud mixed with various fillers, were fired, or baked in an oven. While the king ruled earth, Ra was the master of the universe, so they were of the same nature and were in effect a mirror image of each other. Ra became more and more associated with the king, who was both human and a god at once, and embodied in the falcon. Horus, by the 4th dynasty, was referred to as the son of Ra. Horus and Ra merged in the symbol of a winged sun disk. Sneferu, credited with developing the pyramid into its true form, began by building a step pyramid at Midam, which, pictured below, was later converted into a true pyramid. But this effort met with disaster because of the pyramid's mass and steep slope. He also built the red and bent pyramids at Dashur. The bent pyramid was the first true pyramid planned from the outset, while the red pyramid is the first successful true pyramid built in Egypt. The red and bent pyramids are, respectively, the third and fourth largest pyramids built in Egypt. During the 5th dynasty, kings not only erected pyramids aligned to the rising and setting sun, but also built solar temples in honor of Re. Re never had a sanctuary with a cult statue, his image was the sun itself. The sun temples were centered upon an obelisk over which the sun rose, an altar for his worship. 5th dynasty rulers were also responsible for the first pyramid texts during the Old Kingdom, a collection of ancient Egyptian religious texts from the time of the Old Kingdom, carved on the walls and sarcophagi of the pyramids at Saqqara during the 5th and 6th dynasties, and reserved only for the pharaoh, unlike the coffin texts and Book of the Dead into which parts of the pyramid texts later evolved. The pyramid texts were not illustrated, marking the first written mention of the god Osiris, who would become the most important deity associated with afterlife. The deceased pharaoh identifies with both Re and Osiris. Only the king had the right or the ability to join the gods after he died. It was only in later that rebirth was seen as common to all humans. The pyramids, as monuments, represent the inherent power of the king. Geometrically, they represent the order, balance, and rationality of the universe in the incarnation of the king himself. As tombs, they represent the life after death available to the king as living god. There are over 100 pyramids in Egypt, all but a very few are grouped around and near modern Cairo, just south of the Nile Delta. All of the enormous pyramids were built in the lifetimes of only 4 kings, Sneferu, Khufu, Cheops, Chephren, and Mycerinus. Only one royal pyramid is known in southern Egypt, at Abydos, that being the one built by Ahmose, founder of the 18th dynasty and the New Kingdom, the last royal pyramid built in Egypt. The Great Pyramid. Unlike his grandfather Djoser-Neterachit, and his father Sneferu, both of whom were remembered as benevolent and compassionate rulers, Khufu was a cruel despot. His kinsman and vizier, Hemiunu, was the architect of the Great Pyramid. Khufu's senior wife was named Merityotes, Meritites, king's wife, and king's daughter. She and his other 2 wives were each buried in one of the 3 smaller subsidiary pyramids that lie just south of the mortuary temple of the main pyramid. Khufu brought the country into all kinds of misery, closing temples, forbidding his subjects to offer sacrifices, and compelling them without exception to labor upon his works. He even sent one of his daughters into a brothel so that she could raise revenue to build the pyramid, also asking each client for a block of stone so she could build her own pyramid. Of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, Khufu's Great Pyramid is the first, and only survivor, though its top has lost 30 feet. The exterior casing was shining white limestone, laid from the top downwards. Khufu's pyramid was not a true pyramid. In terms of its size, the technical accomplishments of its construction, the great concern for cardinality and the organization required for its construction, This pyramid represents a phenomenal effort. The pyramid is estimated to have 2,300,000 stone blocks that weigh from 2 to 30 tons each, and there are some blocks that weigh 50 tons. The finished pyramid, which included a superstructure and substructure, was surrounded by an enclosure wall of fine Tura limestone, which enclosed a court paved in limestone. There was a valley temple, a causeway from it leading to a mortuary temple that was situated against the pyramid. There was also a cult pyramid, as well as 3 pyramids for the burial of queens, a number of boat pit and other structures. Other pyramids are almost as large, and many pyramids are more enigmatic. Abu Hal, the living image of terror. And a lioness came, with her 2 whelps, male and female, and the 3 crouched before Noah, and the 2 whelps rose up against the lioness and smote her, and made her flee from her place, and she went away, and they returned to their places, and crouched upon the earth before Noah. And the lioness ran away, and stood in the place of the lions. Book of Jashur, 6:5, 6. Unlike the pyramids of before, and after, the pyramids of the Egyptian Old Kingdom, at Giza, were wonderfully made, enduring the passage of thousands of years. Is it just a coincidence that the speed of light equals the coordinates of the Great Pyramid at Giza? The speed of light in a vacuum being 299,792,458 m/s, and the geographic coordinates of the Great Pyramid at Giza is 29.979245 degrees north. Khufu built the Great Pyramid, and it was sometime thereafter that Khafra altered the Sphinx, a massive, sophisticated work built before 10,000 BCE by a highly advanced civilization, about when the last of the Neanderthals were cannibalized by worshippers of fire on high at Jericho, a community of cave dwellers, which was then the oldest continually inhabited place in the world. The Great Sphinx, Egypt's first truly colossal royal sculpture, carved directly out of the natural rock, sits in a depression to the south of Khafra's pyramid at Giza, near Cairo. The word sphinx, strangler, was first given by the Greeks to the fabulous creature, which had the head of a woman, the body of a lion and the wings of a bird. There are numerous sphinxes with the head of a king, wearing his headdress and the body of a lion, and other sphinxes, with ram heads, that are associated with the god Amun. The Great Sphinx is believed to be the most immense stone sculpture in the round ever made by man. The Sphinx faces the rising sun, with a temple to the front which resembles the sun temples later built by the pharaohs of the 5th dynasty. The lion was a solar symbol in more than one ancient Near Eastern culture. The royal human head on a lion's body symbolized power and might, controlled by the intelligence of the pharaoh, guarantor of the cosmic order, or Ma'at. The overall form of his face is broad, almost square, with a broad chin. The headdress, known as the Nemes headcloth, with its fold over the top of the head and its triangular planes behind the ears, the presence of the royal uraeus cobra on the brow and a hole in the top of the head, now filled in, for a crown of plumes on the top of the head. Below the neck, the Great Sphinx has the body of a lion, with paws, claws and tail, curled round the right haunch, sitting on the bedrock of the rocky enclosure out of which the monument has been carved. The enclosure has taller walls to the west and south of the monument. There are 3 passages into or under the Sphinx, 2 of them of obscure origin. The figure was buried for most of its life in the sand. It was Thutmose IV, who placed a stela between the front paws of the figure, describing a dream wherein the Sphinx spoke and told him to clear away the sand. The Sphinx told him that if he did this, he would be rewarded with the kingship of Egypt. Thutmose carried out this request, of course, over time, the great statue, once again buried beneath the sand. There was also another major ancient restoration of the Sphinx, probably in the 26th dynasty. Erosion below the neck does not look like scouring by wind-blown sand, it was deteriorating since the day it was carved out of the stone, and needed repairs on more than one occasion in antiquity. It continues to erode, spalls of limestone falling off the body during the heat of the day. The Bronze Age reached Canaan, and Troy too was settled on the site of the mound of Hierosolyma, In northwestern Turkey, when Alexander crossed the Hellespont, setting foot in Asia for the first time, he paused briefly at what he believed to be the site of the Homeric Ilion, the hill we know today as Hissarlik. The legendary founder of the city was Ilus, the son of Tros, from whom the name Troy was derived. The son and successor of Ilus was Laomedon, who was slain by the hero Hercules, when Hercules captured the city. The Trojan War occurred during the reign of Laomedon's son Priam, which resulted in the capture and destruction of the city. The first years of the Iron Age were also a time of poverty. The Hittites reported several cities and states to the west of their empire: Assawa, Phrygia, Arzawalawa, Lydia and possibly Caria, and Ahiwa, Mycenaean Greece. Anatolia, located in northwestern, was called Wilusa by the Hittites. Another name in the Hittite texts, Tarusa, stood for Troy itself. Muwatallies too was allied with a client king Manapatarhunta to defend Wilusa from an enemy named Piamaratu. A treaty signed between Muwatallies and the king of Wilusa, Alaksandu mentions Apollonius, an Anatolian forerunner to the Greek god Apollo, as a witness in the treaty. The Tawagalawas letter, from Hattusilus III to the king of Ahiwa, requested the extradition of Piamaratu to the Hittites, and mentioned a former conflict between the Hittites and Ahiawans over Wilusa. Then, in the Milawata letter, Tut-Kalias IV informed an unidentified king that he has conquered Milawata, classical era Miletus, and he wants a former king of Wilusa named Walmu sent to him so he can be restored on his former throne. Finally, another letter from Tut-Kalias IV mentions a king named Parayamuwa in Wilusa, whom lasted through the short reigns of Arnuwandus III and Suppiluliumus II. Walmu was Laomedon, and Parayamuwa was Laomedon's son Priam, the aged king of Troy at the time of the Trojan War. Baal. Baal was depicted as a powerful warrior with a curved, Syrian-style, beard. He wore a horned helmet and carried a sword, and a cedar club, or a thunderbolt. Introduced into the Hittite pantheon, from Mesopotamia by way of the Hurrians, a people who lived in the mountainous regions south of the Caspian Sea, the mighty sky god and, cupbearer to Allahua, the king of heaven, deposed him and, according to the Hittites, fled into the otherworld. He was dethroned by the Hurrian god Qumurbi, who was in turn overthrown by Teshub, a tempestuous storm god and the son of both gods. Dagon, a corn god with the head and hands of a man and the body of a fish, was the patron of the Akkadian dynasty, and father of Baal, lord of the north, the chief god of the Philistines, whom, wielding a thunderbolt, kills the worm Yam, of the Great Green Sea, representing the hostile aspects of the seas and rivers which constantly threatened to flood, and thus made the earth fertile, and, battling the slide back into primal formlessness, in a truly creative act, Baal also slew the seven-headed dragon, Latin, called Leviathan. When Baal challenged Mot, death, he died, and, the ferocious daughter of the sun, Anat, the bloody whore, his warrior goddess sister-wife, wearing a tall crown surmounted by two ostrich plumes, armed with a spear and an axe and carrying a shield, descended naked into the underworld to avenge and resurrect him. Cleaving Mot with her sword, Anat threw his body into a fire, grinding his bones and feeding the remains to the birds and animals of the fields. Baal and Anat mated while in the guise of a bull and a cow. Yam was compensated, though, for his defeat, and given a start of the sea, Lady of the Dark Heaven, adorned with silver, gold, jewels and precious stones, and bearing weapons, she'd ride her horse naked along the seashore, from which she was born. Sargon of Agade. The Akkadians migrated north, coming into increasing conflict with the Sumerian city-states. Sargon conquered Sumer and built an Akkadian empire stretching over most of the Sumerian city-states and extending as far away as Lebanon. Cuneiform inscriptions were being written in the Old, or Early Akkadian Kingdom. Lugal-Sagazi had taken over the city kingdoms of Kish and Lagash, and, all of Sumeria was under the control of Akkadian domination, becoming predominantly Semitic. When Sargon based his empire in the city of Agade, this great capital, the largest empire humans had ever seen, later became the city of Babylon, the commercial and cultural center of the Middle East for almost 2,000 years. When Sargon of Akkad defeated Lugal-Sagazi, he gained control of Kish, and conquering the independent city-state of Sumer, ended hostilities among the warring city-states. Uniting all of Mesopotamia, Sargon's rule introduced a new level of political organization that was characterized by an even more clear-cut separation between religious authority and secular authority. He instituted a central government, a Semitic empire that reached to the Mediterranean, Sumer, in the south, and Akkad, in the north, and established a cultural exchange with the Indus Valley region, claiming divinity over the whole world. It was a turning point in history. Sargon was the world's first empire builder, sending his troops as far as Egypt and Ethiopia. To ensure his supremacy, Sargon created the first conscripted army, a development related to the need to mobilize large numbers of laborers for irrigation and flood control works. Akkadian strength was boosted by the invention of the composite bow, a new weapon made of strips of wood and horn. Despite their military prowess, Akkadian hegemony over southern Mesopotamia lasted only 200 years. Sargon's great-grandson was then overthrown by the Gudi. After the final end of Sumerian power and civilization, the area came under the exclusive control of Semitic peoples for centuries. Nubia. The Nubians are believed to be the first human race on Earth, and most of their customs and traditions were adopted by the ancient Egyptians. To the Greeks, they were known as Ethiopians and Nubia as the land of Punt. Egypt dominated parts of Nubia, building forts and trading posts, and Egyptian-style temples were built, the Nubian elite adopting the worship of Egyptian gods and their hieroglyphic writing system. The land of ancient Nubia was bounded on the north by the first cataract of the Nile River, located just south of Elephantine, and on the far south by the sixth cataract, located north of modern Khartoum. Nubia bordered ancient Egypt on the south, and through much of its history politically was dominated by the Egyptian state, yet whenever Egypt was unable to maintain presence in Nubia, the various Nubian ethnic tribal cultures flourished and enjoyed political and economic independence, often formulating kingdoms of great dynamism that were competitive with the Egyptian state. Lower Nubia, in the northern region, extends from the first cataract to Semneh and the second cataract, in an area of narrow gorges and rocky outcroppings, known in Arabic as the Belly of Stones, Batun el-Hayar. Later in the New Kingdom, Egypt extended the southern border up to the fourth cataract, although exercising military authority further upriver, today corresponding to the area of southern Egypt and the northern Sudan. Upper Nubia extends upriver along the Nile to the sixth cataract and Khartoum, corresponding to what is today the central Sudan. The Nile River, flowing through this region, is often called the Middle Nile. The names Irtje, Zaju, and Kayal were used for particular people and areas of the country in Upper Nubia. The land of Yam was located around the fifth or sixth cataracts. The land of Punt was located east of Upper Nubia from the highlands to the Red Sea. Since the Old Kingdom, the Egyptians enjoyed a productive relationship with a Nubian tribal people from the land of Medja, named the Medjay, the Pangrave people, fierce warriors. They were incorporated into the Egyptian army as mercenaries, early as the 6th dynasty. Later in the New Kingdom, they were employed as the police force in Egypt, and the word Medjay became the ancient Egyptian term for policeman. Nubia's most important resource for Egypt was precious metal, including gold and electrum. The gold mines of Nubia were located in certain valleys and mountains on either side of the Nile River, although the most important mining center was located in the Wadi Alaki. That valley extended eastward into the mountains near Kaban, south of Elephantine. Nubia was also an important source of valuable hard stone and copper, green gold, both of which were necessary for Egypt's monumental building projects. Nubia also contributed ebony and ivory to the material wealth of Egypt, and many famed treasures of the Egyptian kings were made of products from Nubia. Especially important for Egypt was the fact that Nubia was a corridor to Central Africa and a point for the transshipment of exotic goods from that region, including frankincense, myrrh, and other exotic woods, precious oils, resins and gums, panther and leopard skins, monkeys, dogs, giraffes, ostrich feathers and eggs, as well as pygmies, who were becoming important to Egyptian religious rituals. In the Old Kingdom, the Egyptians regularly penetrated as far as the Second Cataract to barter for these products which were coming down through the Upper Nile Valley, viz., the expeditions of Harkuf, Hyksoid, Myriammu, and Sabna. Elephantine. Harkuf, governor of Elephantine, responsible for royal affairs in Nubia, made 4 successive expeditions to Upper Nubia and Yam during the reigns of Merenra and Pepi II, to discover routes through the country and establish trade with its leaders. While his earlier trips saw him traveling through Irkjay and Zaju along the river, in his later journeys, these territories had turned hostile to Egypt, forcing him to travel on desert tracks and through the western oases. On his return to Egypt, laden with goods, Harkuf could only travel through Irkjay, Zaju, and Verwat with the added protection of forces of the friendly ruler of Yam. A new people were gradually settling Upper and Lower Nubia at the time. The Upper Nubian chiefdoms of Irkjay and Zaju, as well as Verwat in Lower Nubia, united together under a single ruler to resist Egyptian colonization. Led by Hyksoid, governor of Elephantine, the Egyptians launched a military campaign, splitting Verwat from the Confederacy and helping to stabilize Egyptian control of the region. However, the Egyptians were not able to pacify Nubia entirely, despite several military campaigns in the 6th dynasty. Nubia remained resistive for the remainder of the Old Kingdom. Sabna, governor of Elephantine, had to journey quickly to Verwat with an army to recover the body of his father, the previous governor, who had been killed on a trading mission. In Egypt, Teti founded the 6th dynasty. He married to 2 queens, Iput, the daughter of King Wenis, Unas, the last king of the 5th dynasty, and Kut. Almost all his major court officials remained in power during Teti's reign. Queen Ipwet's and Kut's pyramids are located about 90 meters north of Teti's. Wenis included 5 different Nubian peoples when he assembled the great army of King Pepi I for the military campaign to Canaan. He also led a major quarrying expedition to Abhat southeast of the Second Cataract, and built giant barges in Verwat, for which the humiliated rulers of Verwat, Irkjay, Yam, and Medja dragged wood. Later he cut a series of channels through the First Cataract, after which King Merenra traveled to Elephantine in order to receive the homage of the Nubian leaders. Motivated by resentment at the eclipse of priestly authority, Teti was assassinated by his bodyguard, his son, King Pepi I, succeeding him. Pepi I married 2 sisters, the daughters of the mayor of Abydos. A first recorded case of an Egyptian god-king marrying a commoner. High sand mounds on the south side of Pepi I's pyramid began covering their small pyramids. Under Pepi I, the 3rd king of the Old Kingdom's 6th dynasty, Egypt reached a pinnacle in art and culture. Wini, a courtier, recounts that Pepi I appointed him to investigate a conspiracy on the part of Queen Imtis, but does not say what she plotted against the king, or what kind of punishment she suffered. Near the end of the 6th dynasty, the annual floods of the Nile, which would water the ground and bring rich soil, fell off precipitously, causing widespread hunger. As the people starved, the once united kingdom fell into disarray and chaos, splintering apart into dozens of chiefdoms and falling completely into darkness. Each of these chiefs declared themselves king of all Egypt. Meanwhile, at Cytherea, which had begun to attract foreigners as early as the Pyramid Age, who were erecting a temple to the fertile goddess of the heavens, Aphrodite, goddess of the intimate affection of sexual love sustaining the social condition, containing, both, Egyptian hieroglyphics and Mesopotamian cuneiform inscriptions. Her greatest love was for Adonis, lord of Phoenician Byblos, a god of vegetation, dying and descending into the underworld and rising reborn, like Osiris, from the roots of a myrrh tree. Isis breathed new life into Osiris and conceived their son, Horus. In the pre-dawn sky of February 1953 BCE, the conjunction of the 5 visible planets, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, were thought to be the ministers of Shangdi, the Lord on high, and conferral of his right to rule the Xia dynasty, China's first prehistoric dynasty, while, at Gora, In Assyria, which had already ceased to exist, a prehistoric seal bearing the figures of a man, a woman, a tree, and a serpent, became a buried treasure unto our present era. And in Crete, the cradle of the Minoan civilization, incredible frescoes were being painted, indoor plumbing was in use, and the first writing system of Europe was being developed. Theranossus, the Minoan capital, was shattered by a succession of earthquakes that preceded or accompanied the most powerful eruption in the past 10,000 years. Great waves resulting from it damaged settlements along the northern coast of Crete, the flow of water generating tidal waves to the north and southwest. The eruption caused significant climatic changes in the eastern Mediterranean region, Aegean Sea, and much of the northern hemisphere, crop failures in China, and heavy rains contributing to turmoil in Egypt, influencing biblical Exodus stories and Greek myth, a basis of the story of Atlantis. The period following the proto-historic eruption of the Stringili volcano on Thera, now Santorini, in the Aegean, which caused more than half of the island to sink into the sea, was one of disruption all around the Mediterranean, strongly influencing trade throughout the Aegean, Crete, and Cyprus, but also within the sphere of Hyksos influence. Foreign kings with foreign gods and a foothold in and around coastal Syria, Lebanon, and Canaan, living in Hazor and Kadesh, as well as at Gaza, Acre, Joppa, Sidon, Tyre, Byblos, and Ugarit, interacted closely with Semitic Cainites, running into a Hurrian presence in and around coastal Syria, an influx of Hittite traders coming down the coast from Kanesh in Anatolia, all involved in selling each other copper, tin, bronze and small pieces of iron as finished goods. In addition, there was a significant demand in Egypt for lapis lazuli from Afghanistan and carnelian from India, frankincense and myrrh from Punt and Ophir, all paid for with gold from Egypt and Dilmun shekels. Egyptian artifacts being found as far as Babylon, Knossos, and Hatti. The other event to contribute to the fall of the Minoan civilization was the rise of the Mycenaean civilization on the island of Crete, taking into account the linear B syllabary, used for writing Mycenaean, as the earliest attested form of Greek. These Proto-Greek Mycenaeans were the first historical people to arrive in the area now referred to as the Hellenes. According to Thucydides, the name of Hellas spread from Thessaly to all Greek-speaking peoples, and was later called Greece by the Romans. But, archaeology shows a collapse of civilization in the eastern Mediterranean world during this period. The great palaces and cities of the Mycenaeans were destroyed or abandoned, the Hittite civilization collapsed, as well, its cities from Troy to Gaza destroyed. The Greek language largely ceased to be written, a dark age of fewer and smaller settlements, famine, and depopulation, and amongst its pottery, simple geometric designs lacking the figurative decoration of Mycenaean ware, foreign goods have not been found at archaeological sites, suggesting minimal international trade. Contact was also lost between foreign powers during this period, yielding little cultural progress or growth of any sort. Undermined by the recent ecological catastrophe, the hilltop fortress, horse-based society depicted in Homer and Hesiod was supplanted by a trading culture connected more closely to the sea. The ecological deterioration, a loss of forests through human exploitation, made the prior economic structure unsustainable, and the collapse which resulted was not due primarily to the beginning of a Dorian invasion, but rather to environmental damage in the first, contributing instance. The Proto-Canaanite, or Proto-Sino-consonantal alphabet, the first of its kind, was of Egyptian origin. The coffin texts. Addressing common fears of the living, a new theme recorded in the coffin texts, alludes to the use of a balance, the pivotal moment of judgment in the later Book of the Dead, in contrast to the focus on the celestial realm in the pyramid texts. The coffin texts emphasize the subterranean elements of the afterlife ruled by Osiris, a place called Duat, filled with threatening beings, traps, and snares, with which the deceased must contend. The spells in the coffin texts allow the deceased to protect themselves against these dangers and of dying a second death. Reserved for royal use only, the coffin texts contain substantial new material related to everyday desires that they were now in use by the common people. And, because ordinary Egyptians who could afford to have a coffin, now had access to these funerary spells. The pharaoh no longer had exclusive rights to the afterlife. Found on Middle Kingdom coffins, and sometimes inscribed on tomb walls, stelae, canopic chests, papyri, and even mummy masks, and because of the limited writing surfaces of some of these objects, the collection was often abbreviated, giving rise to long and short versions of some of the spells, a number of which were later copied in the Book of the Dead. Saqqara from the first mastaba tomb of King Menes, Aha, legendary founder of Memphis. Within Saqqara lie tombs and burials spanning the ages of ancient Egyptian history. Mastabas of high officials and members of the royal family run along the eastern edge of the plateau almost continuously. At least 14 royal pyramids, beginning with that of Djoser, are known from Saqqara, and the largest conglomeration of non-royal tombs of the Old Kingdom occupies the area north of Djoser's Step Pyramid. The original capital at Memphis was replaced as building was done further south, east of Teti's Pyramid. Pepi's Pyramid and town, Menepher, and this new palace settlement, were linked with the settlements around the temple of the god to further east from then on. The long line of kings from First Dynasty, who had ruled from Memphis, ended after the 8th dynasty. Now power was held by a succession of rulers who came from Heracleopolis Magna, near the entrance to the Fayum, though their control never got as far as southern Upper Egypt. The first royal mortuary complex built during the 11th dynasty, belonging to Montuhotep, represents a departure from the complexes of the Old Kingdom in its emphasis on venerating the newly important state god of Thebes, Amun-Re. Now, the king's legitimacy is provided through his or her association with that deity. Hence, the complex of Montuhotep focuses on the Theban triad, consisting of Amun, Mut, and Khonsu, but integrates a cult statue for the king. Early in the 12th dynasty Amenemhet I moved his residence to At-Jata'i. The site of Memphis was unsuitable for establishing a new large settlement by then. Imhotep and Mentuhotep re-established order in the region of Luxor and reinstituted the institution of the Egyptian king. They began the 11th dynasty, marking the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. Under these kings, trade with foreign countries began again, irrigation projects were repaired, and the writing of texts started up from scratch. The power of the king, however, never really returned. Local cities and villages had become accustomed to their independence and local governors operated independently. Now mark this. As the kings of Egypt slowly regained the authority of the old monarchy, the two lands again grew in wealth and population. A large part of this population was made up of non-Egyptians who had migrated to the Nile Valley in order to enjoy prosperity. And, as the non-naturalization of foreigners increased, these settling in increasingly larger communities, and their leaders became kings in their own rights. The power of these foreigners grew as rapidly as their numbers until the power of the Egyptian monarch fell into oblivion. Montuhotep. Mentuhotep II ruled Egypt from Thebes, which until then, had not been as prominent. His principal wife was Tem, but he had a number of lesser consorts. A second wife was Neferu, who mothered his heir to the throne, and a wife named Henhennet died in childbirth. After the first intermediate period, he was set alongside Menes as being the second founder of the Egyptian state, reuniting Egypt. At first, his reign was peaceful, but later became a bloody one, with a highly militaristic focus. A mass tomb with the bodies of 60 of his soldiers were laid. In the tomb of a local prince general named Mesidi models of marching Egyptian soldiers were found, and in the tombs of common people, there was an increase in the inclusion of weapons among grave goods. In the 14th year of his rule, a revolt took place in the Abydos area by the Heracleopolitan forces, which he quickly crushed. Afterwards, his armies slowly drove the Heracleopolitan forces north, leading to his overall rule of Egypt, but by year 13 of his rule, when the country was under his control, he continued initiating other military policing actions in Lower Nubia. One such expedition was led by Khedi, his chancellor. His reign lasted half a century, and peace did finally return to Egypt, along with prosperity, with the initiation of a number of building projects. Montu, meaning nomad, the Theban hawk god of war, was a manifestation of the scorching effect of the sun. As Thebes gained prominence, and its patron god Amun became more significant, changing his wife to Mut, Montu was chosen as the necessary child to satisfy her strong maternal desire to adopt, since he represented strength, virility, and victory. In the story of Sinai, Montu is praised after defeating the strong man of Rajanu. Depicted as a man with the head of a falcon surmounted by a solar disk, he wears the double uraeus behind which two tall plumes extend vertically, wielding various weapons, including scimitars, bows, and arrows, and knives. Later, he was associated with the bull cults, such as Bouchard at Armont, and is depicted with the head of a bull wearing a plumed, solar headdress. Associated with raging bulls for strength and in war, Montu manifested himself as a white bull with a black face, referred to as the Baka. Egypt's greatest general kings called themselves mighty bulls, the sons of Montu. At the Battle of Kadesh, the great pharaoh Ramesses II was said to have seen the enemy and raged at them like Menthu, lord of Thebes. In the form of Montu Are, he was paired with the solar Adam, of Lower Egypt, and often depicted escorting the king into the presence of Amun, acting as a divine aggressor balancing Set's chaotic attributes. Montu achieved the rank of state god, a protector of the happy home. Montuhotep I had reunited Upper and Lower Egypt after the chaos of the First Intermediate Period, but, by the 12th dynasty, Montu subordinated to Amun, another deity originating in Upper Egypt, later being known as the King of the Godlings. It was during this period that Montu's role in Egyptian religion took on the true attributes of a war god. Of Montu's consorts, three are known, consisting of Tijananit, Iyunit, and Retae. Retae, the female counterpart of Ra, is depicted, like Hathor, as a cow with a sun disk surmounting her head. Through Retae, Montu is connected with Horus, for their son was Harpocrates, Horus the child. Montu's worship survived for many years, and he was eventually considered by the Greeks to be a form of their war god, Ares. The Gudi. Not classed among people, not reckoned as part of the land, Gushan people who know no inhibitions, with human instinct but canine intelligence and monkey features. The advent of the age of Ares was marked by an upsurge of Amun worship in Egypt, Amun being a ram-headed god with curled horns. While the Gudi, a mountain people of ancient Mesopotamia who lived primarily around Hamadan in the central Zagros range, a strong political force throughout the 3rd and 2nd millennia BCE, swept down into Babylonia, less than 40 years after the death of Naram-Sin, Sargon's grandson, overthrowing the Akkadian Empire which, lapsed into Neo-Sumerian domination. It was a period of political turmoil and cultural stagnation. The dynasty of Gudi traditionally ended about 100 years later, when Utu-Kagel of Uruk defeated Tiragan, the last king of the Gudi. Although the Gudi, from their home in the Zagros, continued to menace the subsequent dynasties and kingdoms, they were never again able to take control of southern Mesopotamia. The Amorites had weakened Sumerian power, and as its last dynasty fell, sacked by the king of Elam, Mesopotamia drifted into conflict and chaos lasting for almost a century. After the collapse of the Ur dynasty, though, Ur of the Chaldees, a prominent northern colony in the Sumerian Empire, continued in its commercial way of life under its new masters, a group of Semites called the Amorites had managed to gain control of most of the Mesopotamian region. Like the Akkadians, the Amorites centralized the government over the individual city-states and based their capital in the city of Babylon. Now, although the city had been rebuilt, the center of power was moved north to Harran in the kingdom of Mari. And, the family of the Hebrew patriarch, Abram, its long-standing heritage of prominence and renown come abruptly to an end, was forced to move out of Mesopotamia, and into Canaan. Abram was a fighting prince, whose family customs and laws paralleled the old Babylonian and Hierosolymitic laws of the early and middle 2nd millennium BCE. The Sumerian monarchy had underwent significant changes. In order to justify the enormous power the monarch enjoyed, the old Babylonians invented new ways to administer the state and its resources, taxation and involuntary military service. Above all, the greatest innovation was centralization. While the Sumerian civilization consisted of independent and autonomous city-states, the old Babylonian state was a behemoth of dozens of cities. In order to make this system work, power and autonomy was taken from the individual cities and invested in the monarch. As a result, an entirely new set of laws were invented by the old Babylonians, laws which dealt with crimes against the state. It is in the realm of law that the Sumerian state was most dramatically changed by the Amorites. While law among the Sumerians was administered jointly by individuals and the state, the old Babylonians allowed the state to more actively pursue and punish criminals. The punishments became dramatically draconian as the death penalty was applied to many more crimes. Sesostris, the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, was just recovering from a period of feudalism, in which both the economy and military power declined. Senusret I became second ruler of the 12th dynasty, after his father Amenemhet I was assassinated, by eunuchs, in a harem conspiracy while away from Memphis, the capital, implied in the story of Sinhu, protecting the Delta region and the western desert oases from Libyan invasion by means of a series of military campaigns, establishing control over oases in the Libyan desert. He succeeded, after a 10-year CO regency, mainly dealing with foreign matters, to bring Egypt to a peak of prosperity. Amenemhet I had rebuilt the bureaucracy, educated a staff of scribes and administrators, and the important Theban god Amun, the Hidden One, was given prominence over other deities. His son, Senusret I, built fortresses throughout Nubia and established trade with foreign lands, sending governors to Palestine and Syria, and campaigning against the Libyans in the west. While there had been fortifications built in Nubia, Amenemhet II and Senusret II, Sesostris' predecessors, had not been extremely active in Nubia, and some Nubian groups, a new occupying race, had gradually moved north past the Third Cataract to gain a foothold in Lower Nubia, but they were not Negroes, Nihasiu, the generic term for the population of Nubia. The Nihasiu were a troublesome lot. Sesostris, Senusret III, initiated a series of devastating campaigns in Nubia very early in his reign, securing the southern borders, protecting trading routes and mineral resources. No Nubians were allowed to take their herds or boats to the north of the specified border. He killed their men, enslaved their women and children, burnt their crops and poisoned their wells, expanding Egypt's borders further south than any ruler before him. In order to further secure the area, Sesostris built, enlarged, and rededicated more fortresses than any of the other Middle Kingdom rulers. Some specialized in trade and others were used as supply depots for campaigns into upper, southern, Nubia. The plunder from the Nubian and Syrian campaigns was mostly directed towards the temples in Egypt, and their renewal. Sesostris had his pyramid built at Dashur, a mostly Middle Kingdom necropolis. It was the largest of the 12th dynasty pyramids, but like the others with mud brick cores, after the casing was removed it deteriorated badly. He also had an elaborate tomb and complex built in South Abydos. A huge complex stretching over a kilometer, between the edge of the Nile floodplain and the foot of the high desert cliffs which form the western boundary of the valley, this complex consists of an underground tomb once considered to be the largest in Egypt. A massive, brutal invasion by foreign kings from the east, establishing Avarus, a city in the Nile Delta, where they founded a dynasty which ruled Egypt with great cruelty for 100 years. Rather than by lightning military campaigns, Egypt was conquered by a slow and gradual process of immigration from Canaan. Evidence of this lies in a gradual increase of Cainite influence on the styles of pottery, architecture, and tombs. Egypt entered another period of disorder called the Second Intermediate Period. Egyptians, ashamed and angered at the loss of their state, called these kings Hyksos, or rulers of the foreign lands, Greek, Hyksos. Kush. The Nubian kingdom of Kush had established sizable cities with a class society of workers, farmers, priests, soldiers, bureaucrats, aristocracy with technological and cultural skills on a level with other advancing civilizations. Sesostris dug a canal at the first cataract of the Nile, formed a standing army, which he used in his campaign against the Nubians, established new forts on the southern frontier, large temple complexes were erected at Karnak, and the administration was divided into three powerful geographic units, each controlled by an official under the vizier, no longer recognizing provincial nobles. A vigorous renaissance of culture took place under the Theban kings. Architecture, art, and jewelry of the period reveal an extraordinary delicacy of design, and the time was considered the golden age of Egyptian literature. Egypt's influence reached into Lower Nubia, and trade routes developed, leading to the Red Sea, Sinai, Somaliland, Crete, and Byblos in Lebanon. Kerma, which lies just below the third cataract of the Nile River, in Upper Egypt, was ruled by chiefs, or kings, who the Egyptians viewed as a threat, establishing a series of fortresses, in northern Nubia, to protect Egypt's borders. From the Middle Kingdom onward, the name Kush was used to refer to the powerful independent kingdom, based first at Kerma, until that was destroyed by the Egyptians in the 16th century BCE, thereafter at Napata, then Meroe. In the early 18th dynasty, the Egyptians also used the name Kenet-Hennefer to refer to Kush, especially during the military campaigns of Ahmose and Thutmose I. The name Irem was applied to the people who apparently lived in the southern reach of the Dongola Bend, the old territory of Yam. Later in the dynasty, the name Karoi was applied to the vicinity of Napata. Noamun, opposite of Ma'at, evil comes from mankind's own misdeeds. By the Middle Kingdom, Ra had evolved, now creating the earth solely for a mankind made in his own image. In life it was the king who controlled humans, rewarding the obedient and destroying the disobedient and evil. In death, it was Ra, the human god of Thebes. He was viewed, along with his consort Amonet, as a primordial creation deity. Noamun was of no more than local importance, but as soon as Thebes had conquered their rival claimants to the rule of Egypt, and had succeeded in making their city a new capital of the country, their god became prominent in Upper Egypt. Amun, connected with the root mn, meaning to abide, to be permanent, was eternal, a hidden and unseen god. His name was unknown. He was called the vizier of the poor, and he protected the weak from the strong, an upholder of justice, although those who requested his favors were required to demonstrate their worthiness and confess their sins first. Mut, the mother goddess, replaced Amonet, becoming Noamun's wife, mother of the local god of the moon, Khonsu. She goddess is portrayed as a woman standing upright, wearing the double crown. Her arms are stretched out at 90-degree angles to her body and have large wings attached to them. In her hands she holds the papyrus scepter and the emblem of life, Ankh. The feather of Ma'at is at her feet. She has a phallus, a pair of wings and the claws of a lion. Khonsu was a very old god of primitive times, associated with the moon and considered a form of Thoth. He was portrayed as a man, a child with the side lock of youth, with the head of a hawk and wearing the lunar disk. Khonsu caused the crescent moon to shine, women to conceive, and cattle became fertile, and all nostrils and every throat were filled with fresh air. As Noamun grew in popularity, his priests grew increasingly powerful in influence and wealth. During the New Kingdom, regional power shifted to Thebes, as the center of religious activity, where the state god, Amun-Ra, rose to acclaim. Ra, most prominent in the north, combined with the creator god of southern Egypt, becoming Amun-Ra's reverence was at its peak. The tombs of kings, such as those in the Valley of the Kings, contained complex decorative themes depicting the various books of the underworld describing the sun's nightly journey. Ra is depicted with the body of a human and the head of a ram. These books record the sun god's nocturnal voyage hour by hour. In the fifth hour, Ra suffers death and is united with his corpse, Osiris. Yet at the same time, new life springs forth. In the 12th hour, when the sun rises once more, Ra is newly born as a scarab. Another text, called the Litany of Ra, describes how the king is identified with some 75 different underworld figures of Ra. Ra as an elderly and tired deity, organizing the world so that he is no longer required to intervene in human affairs, transferring his powers to Horus, Pharaoh, thus concedes the throne to his physical son. In the Book of Two Ways, the journey of the deceased through the underworld, Duat, is first mapped, land and water routes, separated by a lake of fire, leading to Rasta, and the abode of Osiris. Amun-Re. In Inabhij, Memphis, Tu was the creator god; in Wayzet, Thebes, it was Amun; in On, Heliopolis, it was Re. It was in later eras that Osiris rose in popularity and became the prominent deity in Wayzet, though he was never considered to be the creator. No Amun rose in prominence as king of the gods under the name Amun-Re, a man wearing a crown surmounted by two tall, parallel plumes, holding the crux ansata, the sign of life. Government affairs were determined by the oracle of Amun-Re, and a large part of the spoils of war found its way into the treasuries of Amun-Re, and, even though the estate and revenue of Amun-Re were second only to Pharaoh, his hereditary priests exercised even more power, a shadow government, as makers of war and peace, and civil documents thus became divine decrees. Amun-Re became an all-encompassing, universal god, who maintained life for the sky, the earth, and the immortal godlings and the mortal humans. So, as the will to power of the priests of the cult of Amun-Re threatened the kingship, intruders from Palestine cast their shadow over the delta, and even into the valley. Theban princes, who after quelling internal dissension, now endeavor to expel the foreigner, and usher in a new epoch of immense power and prosperity. Part 2. Abram unto David the shepherd. Abram and Sarai Terah took for a wife, Amphilo, the daughter of Cornebo, and the wife of Terah conceived and bare him a son in those days. And Terah was 70 years old when he begot Abram. Abram, the father of a multitude, of all those having faith, was born 352 years after the deluge, through Shem, the 10th generation from Noah. He apparently received his understanding of Jehovah by personal association with Shem, their lifetimes overlapping by about 150 years. He is listed as first among Terah's 3 sons due to his faithfulness and prominence in the scriptures, a practice that is followed in the case of Shem and Isaac. Abram was a native of the Chaldean metropolis of Ur Kaśdim, in the land of Shinar, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, southeast of Nimrod's royal city of Babel, notorious for its unfinished towers. Now, about 170 years later, the city of Ur Kaśdim was still steeped in prehistoric Sumer Babylonian idolatry and the worship of its patron moon god Sin. Sin, a wise old man with a blue beard, was called the shining boat of heaven, and he was the enemy of the wicked, for his light revealed their wicked ways. He was conceived when Enlil found the beautiful grain goddess Ninlil, called Ninhursag, the lady of the great stony mountain, at the edge of the Arabian desert, whom was bathing in a canal near Nippur, and he raped her. She nourished earthly kings with her milk, making them divine. Sin was born in the underworld. His consort was Ningal, the great lady. He was the father of Shamash, Inanna, the planet Venus, and Nusku, the god of fire. Shamash, whose light uncovered every misdeed and enabled him to see into the future, was the just god of the sun. Each morning the scorpion men opened a gate in the vast mountain of Mashu, and riding his chariot, Shamash made his way out, crossing the sky. His consort was Aya, who gave birth to Ketu, justice, and Miseru, law and righteousness. Queen of heaven and earth, Inanna, called Ishtar the lady of battles, was a fearsome, often violent goddess of love and fertility, seized by Ereshkigal, her sister, the grim ruler of the underworld, and eventually, after her descent into the underworld, she was reborn. Dying and rising godlings are associated with vegetation and the harvest, and the fresh green shoots pushing up through the soil, each spring, clearly identifying the eternal youth of these deities rising from the underworld. Ishtar's holy city, called Uruk or Erech, one of the 4 cities established by Nimrod, was called the town of the sacred courtesans, for prostitution formed part of her cult and she protected harlots. And Jehovah, the Most High God, producer of heaven and earth, appeared to Abram and directed him to leave Ur Kaśdim, the city of the flame, birthplace of his brother Harran, and likely of Abram himself, and to move out to a strange land leaving behind friends and relatives. Harran died in Ur of the Chaldees. And, accordingly, before a festival to idols, Abram went to his people's temple and cut off the limbs and heads of the idols, then set the sword he had used by the side of the largest idol. When the destruction was discovered, Abram accused the largest idol of the act, primordial man in universal surrender to divine reality and abolishing idolatry. Nimrod, a mighty manhunter. A mighty manhunter, Nimrod, the son of Cush, built 4 cities, and twin towers, in the land of Shinar. And he called the first Babel, thereby, the slave languages of the whole earth were confused and confounded, and the name of the second he called Erech, because from there they were dispersed, or sacrist, to the prehistoric moon goddess of the triple flame. The third, where there was a great battle, he called Esht, and the fourth he called Calna, because his princes and mighty men were consumed there, and they vexed rebellious, and transgressed against him. Nimrod reigned securely in Babel, and the subjects and princes of Nimrod called his name Amraphel, and he continued in wickedness and teaching wickedness to the sons of men, and Mardon, his son, was worse than his father, and continued to add to the abominations of his father. At that time there was war between the families of the children of Ham, and Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, going to the 5 cities of the plain, fought against them and subdued them under his control. And they served him 12 years, giving him a yearly tax. 2. Terah was in those days, a captain of the host of Nimrod, followed 12 strange gods of wood and stone, great images, and many other lesser idols. But they had no voice, no hearing, no motion, and not one of them could stretch forth his hand to eat. And Abram mocked them, taking a hatchet in his hand, he went into the chamber of the gods and broke all his father's gods. And when he had done breaking the images, he placed the hatchet in the hand of the great god which was there before them, and he went out, and Terah, his father, had heard the sound of the striking of the hatchet, and he met Abram going out from them to sit before his mother. Terah entered the room and found all the idols fallen down, broken, and the hatchet in the hand of the largest, which was not broken, and his anger was greatly kindled. Abram hastened from before his father, and took the hatchet from his father's largest idol and ran away. Terah went and stood before Nimrod and bowed down, and the king sent 3 men of his servants to bring Abram before the king. Nimrod and all his princes and servants were that day sitting before him, and Terah sat also before them, when the king ordered Abram to be put into prison, and Abram was 10 days in prison. And at the end of those days the king ordered that all the kings, princes, and governors of different provinces and the sages should come before him, and they sat before him, and Abram was still in the house of confinement. And they all answered unto the king, saying, The man who revileth the king should be hanged upon a tree, but having despised our gods, he must therefore be burned to death, for this is the law in this matter. Nimrod commanded his servants should prepare a fire, for 3 days and 3 nights, in the king's furnace, that is in Ur Kaśdim, and the king ordered them to take Abram from prison and bring him out to be burned. All the women and little ones crowded upon the roofs and towers, and they all stood together at a distance, and there was not a man left that did not come on that day to behold the scene. And when Abram was come, the conjurers of the king and the sages saw Abram, and they cried out to the king, saying, Surely this is the man whom we know to have been the child at whose birth the great star swallowed the 4 stars, which we declared to the king now 50 years since. Behold, now his father has also transgressed thy commands, and mocked thee by bringing thee another child, Harran Ishmael, which thou didst kill. Compare, the sacrifice of Isaac on Mount Moriah. And the king said, Terah, how couldst thou transgress my orders and give me a child that thou didst not beget? And to take value for him. Terah answered the king, Because my tender feelings were excited for my son, at that time, and I took a son of my handmaid, and I brought him to the king. It was Harran my eldest son who advised me to this. Harran was in those days that Abram was born, 32 years old. And the king said to Terah, Harran thy son who advised thee to this shall die through fire with Abram, for the sentence of death is upon him for having rebelled against the king's desire. And they brought both, Abram and Harran his brother, to cast them into the fire, and all the inhabitants of the land and the king's servants and princes and all the women and little ones were there, standing that day over them. They stripped the two brothers of all their clothes, excepting their lower garments which were upon them, and they bound their hands and feet with linen cords, and the servants of the king lifted them up and cast them both into the furnace. But all the cords with which they bound Abram were burned, though he remained in the midst of the fire 3 days and 3 nights, walking about in the flames. And Harran died when they had cast him into the fire, and he was burned to ashes, for his heart was not perfect, and those men who cast him into the fire, the flame of the fire spread over them, and they were burned, and 12 men of them died. Harran was 82 years old when he died in the fire of Ur Kaśdim. And Nimrod, the king, all the princes, and the inhabitants of the land, on seeing that he was delivered from the fire, came and bowed down to Abram. And Abram went forth from the king in peace, and about 300 men of the king's servants joined him. Semiramis, Shumarim. Content missing. King Nimrod's dream and its interpretation. And at the expiration of 2 years from Abram's going out of the fire, in the 52nd year of his life, Nimrod sat in Babel upon the throne, and fell asleep and dreamed that he was standing with his troops and hosts in a valley opposite the king's furnace. And he lifted up his eyes and saw a man in the likeness of Abram coming forth from the furnace, and that he came and sprang to the king with his drawn sword, and Nimrod fled, for he was afraid, and while he was running, the man threw an egg upon his head, and the egg became a great river. And the king dreamed that all his troops sank in that river and died, and the king took flight with 3 men who were before him, escaping. But, while they were running, the river again turned to an egg, and there came forth from the egg a young bird which flew at his head and plucked out his eye. And the king was grieved and awoke out of his sleep, his spirit agitated with a great terror. And in the morning the king rose from his couch in fear, ordering all the wise men and magicians to come before him, and related his dream to them. And Anuki, a wise servant, answered the king, saying, This is nothing else but the evil of Abram and his seed which will spring up against you in the latter days, and smite all your hosts and troops. And as to what thou hast said concerning the 3 men which thou didst see like unto thyself, which did escape, this means that only thou wilt escape with 3 kings from the kings of the earth who will be with thee in battle. And that which thou sawest of the river which turned to an egg as at first, and the young bird plucking out thine eye, this means nothing else but the seed of Abram which will slay the king in latter days. Nimrod hearkened to the voice of Anuki, and sent servants in secret to go and seize Abram, and bring him before the king to suffer death. And Eliezer, Abram's servant whom the king had given him, was at that time in the presence of the king, and he heard what Anuki had advised the king, and what the king had said to cause Abram's death. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Eliezer, hastening for safety to the house of Noah and his son Shem, and he concealed himself there and found a place of safety, and the king's servants came to Abram's house to seek him, but they could not find him, and they searched throughout the country and he was not to be found, and they went and searched in every direction and he was not to be met with. Abram was concealed in Noah's house for 1 month, until the king had forgotten this matter, but he was still afraid of the king, and Terah, very great in the eyes of the king, came to see his son secretly. And Abram said to his father, Hearken to my voice, and let us arise and go to the land of Canaan, out of the reach of injury from Nimrod, and cast away all vain things. And Terah hearkened to the voice of his son Abram, doing all that he said, that the king should not cause Abram's death. Terah, now around 200 years old and still the family's patriarchal head, making notable material sacrifices, took his son, Abram, and Sarai, a daughter who was younger by 10 years, whose mother was of the Hatti, the sister-wife of Abram. And together with Lot, his grandson, Terah's caravan left behind Ur Kasdim's prominent ziggurat, its royal tombs, whitewashed, plastered brick houses and paved courtyards, and they removed themselves northward, along the caravan route to the land of Egypt, following the Euphrates River to Harran in the land of Mitanni, where Terah took his dwelling, until he died, where lived Laban the Syrian, the son of Bethuel the Syrian, the son of Nahor and of his wife, Milcah, Lot's sister, the daughter of Nahor's brother Harran. By her Nahor fathered 8 sons, and by his concubine Reumah, 4 sons, some of whom became tribal heads. Through his sons, Uz and Buz, Nahor may also have been a forefather of Job and Elihu. Lot had been adopted by Abram's childless brother Harran, his wife having conceived only 2 daughters, Milcah and Iscah. Often, childless couples would adopt a son who would then care for them in their old age and arrange for their burial at death, thereupon inheriting property. It was stipulated, however, that in the event a son was born after the adoption, he would become the principal heir. Map showing the Babylonian territory upon Hammurabi's ascension c. 1792 BCE and upon his death c. 1750 BCE. Hammurabi. Amorites lived in close contact with the Sumerians for a long time preceding their ascendancy over the region. Now, combined attacks of the Amorites, a Semitic people from the west, and the Elamites, a Caucasian people from the east, had destroyed the third dynasty of Ur. The invaders nevertheless carried on the Sumer-Akkadian cultural legacy. The Amorites established cities on the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers and made Babylon their capital. During the time of their 6th ruler, King Hammurabi, Babylonian rule encompassed a huge area, covering most of the Tigris-Euphrates River Valley from Sumer and the Persian Gulf in the south to Assyria in the north. The Amorites took over Babylon, the gate of God, and making it their capital, entered into a 1500-year period of greatness. Developing a code of laws in the first year of his reign, Hammurabi fulfilled a promise to the Babylonian god Marduk and established an extensive law system which encompassed nearly every area of ancient life. Like the Sumerians, the Amorites did not believe that life after death held any promise or threat, so like the Sumerians, Amorite religion ruthlessly focused on this world. The Babylonians attributed their cultural achievements to the gods, who had revealed their own life styles to their mythical ancestors, such as in the Epic of Gilgamesh, or the much older creation myth, the Enuma Elish. Thus, Babylon itself was supposed to be an image of heaven. When Anu the Sublime, king of the Anunnaki, and Bel, the lord of heaven and earth, who decreed the fate of the land, assigned to Marduk, the overruling son of Ea, god of righteousness, dominion over earthly man, and made him great among the Agigi, they called Babylon by his illustrious name, made it great on earth, and founded an everlasting kingdom in it, whose foundations are laid so solidly as those of heaven and earth. Then Anu and Bel called by name me, Hammurabi, the exalted prince, who feared God, to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak, so that I should rule over the black-headed people like Shamash, and enlighten the land, to further the well-being of mankind. Hammurabi, the prince, called of Bel. Hammurabi's code was a law of exact revenge, lex talionis, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life, the law, lex, of equal and direct retaliation, retributive violence embodied in law and administered by the state, or by individuals whom cannot be victims of mutual and reciprocal revenge. During the Middle Bronze Age, Palestine became a part of the Egyptian Empire. Amorites, a tall, fair, northwestern race of Indo-Aryan nomadic desert tribes coming from Asia Minor, were the first important Semitic settlers in the area of Damascus, and in the north and east parts of Palestine. Then, after destroying most of the cities, settling as hill tribes in the southwest, Egypt, as well, was invaded, by the intolerable, sand-rambling shepherd kings, or Hyksos, and the Hittites living in the land of pretty horses, around what is now Cappadocia, were mingling blood with the already settled Hatti. The Hittites. Hittite invasion spelled the end of the old Babylonian Empire in Mesopotamia, and like so many others before them, the invaders adopted the ways of the conquered. After the conquest of Mesopotamia, the Hittites adopted the laws, religion, and the literature of the old Babylonians, thus continuing the Sumerian culture. The Hittites ruled a great empire that stretched from Mesopotamia to Syria and Palestine. And, because their empire was so large, and because their primary activity was commerce, trading with all the civilizations and peoples of the Mediterranean, the Hittites were the people primarily responsible for transmitting Mesopotamian thought, law, political structure, economic structure, and ideas around the Mediterranean, from Egypt to Greece. So the Hittites are the great traders in the culture built by the Sumerians and adopted and modified by later peoples. Less concerned about maintaining a rigid, despotic central authority, the Hittites greatly modified the system of law they inherited from the old Babylonians. And, they also modified the role of the monarch, giving the king ownership of all the land under his control. Previously, under the Sumerians and Amorites, private property was allowed and the monarch only owned his own private property. Individuals were allowed control over land, which belonged to the king, only by serving in the king's army. So the bulk of the population became tenant farmers. The Hittites adopted many of the Sumerians and Old Babylonian godlings, recognizing that all were legitimate, and whenever they conquered a people, they also adopted those conquered godlings into their religious system. The Cainites in one of the most chaotic periods in the Middle East, Indo-European peoples began vast and chaotic migrations out of Europe towards Persia and India. This migration was powered by a stunning new technology, the military use of horses and chariots. These invasions displaced many peoples who began to migrate in many directions, and some headed towards Mesopotamia and Palestine. These were Asian people who had adopted Indo-European authority and military structures, and many of them were invaders who set up miniature kingdoms dotting the landscape of the Middle East and Asia Minor. The Hittites were the most successful of these new invaders for several hundred years, but the savage, barbarian Cainites would dominate the center of Mesopotamia both militarily and commercially. After storming Babylon, they renamed it Karanduniash, and made their capital, Dur-Kuragalzu, a new city which they built. The Assyrians, angered by incessant troubles of Indo-European war and invasion, would return the area to Semitic control. Under the Assyrian king, Ashur-dan, the last Kassite king was driven from the Babylonian throne in the 12th century BCE. The Epiro came into existence as a nation in Egypt, a great commercial and military power, ruthlessly controlling and subduing the foreign peoples. Their land, given to them by El, the one God, had a special purpose in history, and the various tribes would fight difficult and often losing battles of occupation. The land bridge that carried all the commercial goods between Mesopotamia and Egypt, Palestine, was a harsh environment, composed of 4 geographically self-contained longitudinal strips, in constant turmoil, and under constant threat. The richest agricultural areas, along the Mediterranean coast, were dominated first by Cainites and then Philistines. Because they could not dislodge these people, the Epiro settled in the dry and rocky central hill country, a backbone of mountains running from north to south between the coastal areas and the Jordan River Valley, Galilee, Samaria, Megiddo, Shechem, Judah, Jerusalem, Hebron, and Beersheba. To the west of the hills is the Jordan River Valley. The descender, the Jordan River, begins at Mount Hermon in the north, at about 200 feet above sea level, and literally plummets to the sea, actually a lake, of Galilee 10 miles south, at 700 feet below sea level, and from there another 200 miles to the Dead or Salt Sea, at 1,300 feet below sea level, the lowest piece of land on earth and an inhospitable place to live. Along this valley and around the Sea of Galilee, rich farmlands yield grains and fruit as well as wealthy fishing in the river and the Sea of Galilee. To the west of the Jordan River Valley are the Transjordan Highlands, about 1,500 feet above sea level. The climate can be harsh, but several rivers allow for agriculture. This area was largely occupied by non-Hebrews. In the Transjordan Highlands were the kingdoms of Edom, Moab, and Ammon. For most of its history, these lands were out of Hebrew control. The Epiro were nomads, wandering tribal groups principally organized around a rigid kinship hierarchy. The relationship with El is also a kinship relationship, Anybody who isn't a descendant of Abraham is not included in the special relationship with God. Genesis associates civilization with Cain and his descendants. A king is in disobedience to God. Morat. Having determined to possess the land between of promise, Abram designed to pile up stones, building altars to the jealous mountain god, Jehovah, southwards throughout the land of Samaria, beginning at Shechem, a strong and important ancient city, commanding roads traversing central Palestine, situated at the east end of the beautiful narrow vale of Shechem, running between Mount Gerizim and Mount Ebal, now the site of Nablus. From Mount Ebal one can see the snowy peak of Mount Hermon to the east of the fertile valley of the Jordan. Only the lower slopes of Mount Ebal contain vegetation, vines, and olive trees, the higher elevation being barren and rocky. The heights in the vicinity of Jerusalem can be seen in the south, and the plain of Sharon and the Mediterranean in the west. To the east, it was possible to see across the Jordan. Abram camped near the big trees of Moreh, Meonim, an especially prominent grove of trees between the two mountains. Compare the two lands, the Red Land and the Black Land, and Land of the Two Rivers. Jehovah was a God of righteousness and ultimately merciful. No physical likeness was attributed to him. The Hyksos. After conquering Sinai, for its turquoise mines and trade routes, the Egyptians tightened their control over the flow of immigrants from Canaan, establishing a system of forts along the delta's eastern border, manned with garrison troops and administrators. An aggressive Egyptian family from Thebes waged a fierce set of wars against the shepherd kings, Apepii, Osir, tried unsuccessfully to counter the threat posed by Tautu, Sekenenra, by entering into an alliance with the Cushites who had conquered Nubia, but had to retreat northward before Kamos, Wad Jacopera, to the vicinity of Avaris in the delta. In the end the Thebans forced Kamudi, Apepi II, the last king of the 15th, Hyksos, dynasty, to negotiate the withdrawal of the Hyksos army from Avaris and most of the delta. The Theban kings of the 18th dynasty continued raiding the small Canaanite cities on the coastal plains of Palestine and Syria, still under the rule of the Semitic Hyksos, until after a century and a half of foreign rule, the son of Abana, Amos, after a decisive victory at Tanis, sailed north to attack the enemy, sacking the Hyksos fortress Avaris, and driving their remnants out of the land, then, following them across the Sinai Peninsula to Sharuhan, their main citadel in southern Canaan. Near Gaza, he stormed it, too, after another siege, lasting no less than 3 years, thusly annexing Canaan, hoping it would serve as a buffer against future invasions. Then, after founding a temple at Jerusalem, with his wife Nefertari, formed a new kingdom, a liberated Egypt ruling over Asiatics as well as Egyptians. Royal ladies were important parts of the power structure, the mistresses of many slaves. The king's first wife was the administrator of his main palace, and his secondary wives managed more distant palaces. Mesopotamian kings also married their daughters to their important vassals, as much to keep the vassals in line as to reward them. After Amos drove out the dynasty of Cain and the Apophis kings, establishing the 18th dynasty, the Egyptian warrior kings dedicated themselves to preventing the disaster of a shameful foreign domination from ever happening again. These great generals did not stand apart from their people in divine aloofness. They were active administrators who built up fortifications all along the Egyptian border, actively seizing territories outside of Egypt, such as Palestine and Syria, subjugating foreign lands and exacting high taxes, making Egypt wealthy and powerful again. They were intolerant of foreigners, who were treated relatively badly. Among those foreigners, or sojourners, were the Epiru, Habaru, whose national identity was formed in their epic migration from Egypt during the collapse of the dynasty. The Hittite Empire stretched from Mesopotamia to Syria and Palestine, and there was intermarriage between the Hittites and the Epiru. The original Salmites were a hybrid people, their father an Amorite, and their mother a Hittite. Sarai, of the Hatti, was Abram's half-sister. The lords of the West. The Theban saviors of Egypt were matriarchal, the women were the recognized transmitters of sovereignty. Attaining even greater celebrity than her mother, Teti Sheri, Queen Ahab, the wife of Seqenenred Taotu, mothered Amos. After his death, his queen, Amos Noferteroi, was ever more closely associated with her son Amon-Ophis. The names Amos and Ahab were common at this period, not only for royals but also for private persons, and mean the moon is born and the moon is content respectively. A moon cult existed in the locality from where these first rulers of the 18th dynasty originated. At Karnak, the third member of the Theban triad was a moon god named Chons, but the name Thutmose, borne by several pharaohs of the next generations, shows that the lunar connections of their ancestors were with Thoth rather than with Chons. At the death of Amon-Ophis, Thebes was paramount among the cities of Egypt, and Amun-Re, the principal deity at Karnak, vindicated his right to the title King of the Gods. Given the rare honor of being declared a titular god upon his death by the priests, Amenhotep I was regarded as the patron god of the Theban necropolis, alongside his mother, Amos Noferteroi, whose posthumous renown exceeded that of her son, her name appearing in the litany of his own cult. The two were depicted with black or blue skin, the colors of resurrection. These cults remained strong throughout the New Kingdom. Amenhotep I's son died in infancy and he died childless, and his military commander, Thutmose, who was married to his sister, the Princess Amos, assumed the throne upon Amenhotep's death. A heliacal rising of Sirius was seen during his reign. The new empire was on its course, and there followed more than a century and a half of unbroken prosperity. Rikaon. In those days, when Abram was 75 years old, he arose and took his wife Sarai and all belonging to him, and all that were born to him in his house, and the souls which they had made in Harran, and came out to go back into the land of Canaan. And he pitched his tent and he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, and with him was Lot his brother's son, and all belonging to him. And Abraham built an altar there, in the plains of Mamre. In those days there was in the land of Shinar a wise man who had understanding in all wisdom, but was poor and indigent. His name was Rikaon, and he was of a beautiful appearance. Though hard set to support himself, he resolved to go to Osiris the son of Anam king of Egypt, to show the king his wisdom, for perhaps he might find grace in his sight, to raise him up and give him maintenance, and Rikaon did so. But when Rikaon asked the inhabitants of Egypt concerning the king, they told him the custom of the king of Egypt is to go out from his royal palace, passing judgment in the land, only one day in the year, and after that the king would return to his palace to remain there. Every one having a suit came before the king that day to obtain his request. And in the evening Rikaon went out and found a house in ruins, formerly a bakehouse in Egypt, and he abode there all night in bitterness of soul, pinched with hunger, sleep removed from his eyes. Rikaon considered within himself what he should do in the town until the king made his appearance, and how he might maintain himself there. In the morning, he rose and walked about, and met in his way those who sold vegetables, slaves for cannibalistic orgies, and various sorts of seed, slaves for breeding. And he went and obtained vegetables, warmongering, slave trading, and blasphemously fornicating before graven images of foreign idols, to sell them for his support, and the rabble assembled about him and ridiculed him, and took his vegetables from him and left him nothing. And he rose up from there in bitterness, and went sighing to the bakehouse in which he had remained all the night before, and he slept there the second night, and he devised a scheme how to act. And he rose up in the morning and acted ingeniously, and went and hired 30 strong men of the rabble, carrying their war instruments in their hands, and he led them to the top of the Egyptian sepulchre, pyramid, and he placed them there, commanding them, saying, Thus saith the king, strengthen yourselves and be valiant men, and let no man be buried here until 200 pieces of silver be given, and then he may be buried. And those men did according to the order of Rikaon to the people of Egypt the whole of that year. In 8 months' time Rikaon, and his men, gathered great riches of silver and gold, and a great quantity of horses and other animals, and he hired more men, and he gave them horses and they remained with him. And when the year came round, at the time the king went forth into the town, all the inhabitants of Egypt assembled together to speak to him concerning the work of Rikaon, and his men, saying, We know it to be the custom of kings to take a yearly tax from the living, but thou dost not only do this, but from the dead also thou exactest a tax day by day. When the king heard all that they had spoken, he was very wroth, and his anger burned within him at this affair, for he had known nothing of it. And he ordered Rachaon, and his men, to be brought before him. And Rachaon took about 1,000 children, sons, and daughters, and clothed them in silk and embroidery, and he set them upon horses and sent them to the king by means of his men, and he also took a great quantity of silver and gold and precious stones, and a strong and beautiful horse, as a present for the king, with which he came before the king and bowed down to the earth before him, and the king, his servants, and all the inhabitants of Egypt wondered at the work of Rachaon, and they saw his riches and the present that he had brought to the king. The king heard the words of Rachaon, and his wisdom, and Rachaon found grace in his sight. Grace was met with kindness, from all the servants of the king and from all the inhabitants of Egypt, on account of his wisdom and excellent speeches, and from that time they loved Rachaon exceedingly, for his wisdom. And the king said to Rachaon, Thy name shall no more be called Rachaon, but Pharaoh shall be thy name, since thou didst exact a tax from the dead, and he called his name Pharaoh. Compare, Joseph, Senamit, Zephinath-Paneah. And Rachaon Pharaoh under Osiris king of Egypt, governed over Egypt, daily administering justice to the whole city, but Osiris the king would judge the people of the land one day in the year, when he went out to make his appearance. And Rachaon Pharaoh cunningly usurped the government of Egypt, and he exacted a death tax from all the inhabitants of Egypt. And all the inhabitants of Egypt greatly loved Rachaon Pharaoh, decreeing to call every shepherd, king that should reign over them and their seed in Egypt, Pharaoh. In that year there was a heavy famine throughout the land of Canaan, and the inhabitants of the land could not remain on account of the famine, for it was very grievous. Abimelech, Taoi, and Sarai. That part of the Mediterranean along the coast of Philistia, sand dunes penetrating kilometers inland, from Joppa in the north to Gaza in the south, was, at this time, known as the Sea of the Philistines, a superstitious, polytheistic people who worshipped Baal-zebul, the exalted lord of the flies, at Ekron. Christian Greek scripture refers to Baal-zebub, dung lord of demons. The Aryan Philistines had migrated to the coast of Canaan from the island of Crete, Captor, near the Aegean Sea, carrying their idols before them, and establishing cities, Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath, a coalition ruled by Axis overlords, who consulted oracles, collaborating with priests, the priests of Dagon. Abram and all belonging to him rose and went down to Egypt on account of the famine, and when they were at the brook Mitzrayim they remained there some time to rest from the fatigue of the road. And Abram and Sarai were walking at the border of the brook Mitzrayim, and he said to his wife Sarai, Since God has created thee with such a beautiful countenance, I am afraid of the Egyptians lest they should slay me and take thee away. Say thou art my sister to all that may ask thee, in order that it may be well with me, and that we may live and not be put to death. And Abram commanded the same to all those that came with him to Egypt on account of the famine, also his nephew Lot. Yet, Abram did not put confidence in them, but took Sarai and placed her in a chest and concealed it amongst their vessels, for he was greatly concerned about Sarai on account of the wickedness of the Egyptians, who were commissioned to seize attractive women and kill her husband. And Abram and all belonging to him rose up from the brook Mitzrayim and came to Egypt, near Gaza, in the torrent valley of Gerar, and they had scarcely entered the gates of the city when the guards stood up to them saying, Give tithe to the king from what you have, and then you may come into the town, and Abram and those that were with him did so. The Egyptians saw the chest in which Sarai was concealed, and the king's servants approached Abram, saying, What hast thou here in this chest which we have not seen? Now open thou the chest and give us the tenth thereof, tithe to the king of all that it contains. Opening the chest with force, behold, they saw a beautiful woman. And when the officers of the king beheld Sarai they were struck with admiration at her beauty, and they praised Sarai to Philcol, the chief commander of Pharaoh's army, and Pharaoh ordered her to be brought, and the woman was then brought to Pharaoh's house. Abram grieved on account of his wife, and he prayed to deliver her from the hands of Pharaoh. Abimelech Pharaoh proposed a covenant of peace and mutual confidence with Abram, under the belief that Sarah was his sister, to have her for a wife, and this was the time of her conception of Isaac, compensating Abram with livestock, both male and female slaves and shekels of silver. Sarai also prayed at that time. Abram then planted a tamarisk tree, naming the place where the two took the oath Beersheba. 2. Abimelech Pharaoh came and sat before Sarai, and behold, an angel was standing over them. The angel said to Sarai, "Do not fear, for the Lord has heard thy prayer." And he approached to speak to Sarai, and reached out his hand to touch her, and when the angel smote him heavily, he was terrified, and refrained from reaching out to her. The angel smote him to the ground, and acted thus to him the whole night, and he was terrified. On that night, the angel smote, heavily, all his servants, and his whole household, on account of Sarai, and there was a great lamentation that night amongst the people of Pharaoh's house. And Pharaoh, seeing the evil that befell him, said, "Surely on account of this woman has this thing happened to me," and he removed himself at some distance from her and spoke pleasing words to her, and he kept away from Sarai. Thus the plagues of the angel ceased from him and his household. Abimelech Pharaoh knew that he was smitten on account of Sarai, and Phicol, the king, was greatly astonished at this. In the morning Abimelech Pharaoh called for Abram and said to him, "What is this thou hast done to me? Why didst thou say, She is my sister, owing to which I took her unto me for a wife, and this heavy plague has therefore come upon me and my household? Now therefore here is thy wife, take her and go from our land lest we all die on her account." Pharaoh took more cattle, men servants, and maid servants, and silver and gold, to give to Abram, and he returned unto him Sarai his wife. And Abimelech took Hagar, a maiden whom he begot by his concubines, and gave her to Sarai for a handmaid, saying to his daughter, "It is better for thee my daughter to be a handmaid in this man's house than to be mistress in my house, after we have beheld the evil that befell us on account of this woman." 3. It was requested that they leave the land, and safe conduct was provided for Abram's household of temporary, migratory residents, who lived in tents. Now, because their accumulated possessions had become so much, when they returned to Canaan the land was unable to sustain them together. Quarreling arose between their herdsmen, and Abram, not wishing to see this continue, suggested that they separate, and gave his nephew choice of land. Abram arose, and he and all belonging to him went away from Egypt. Abimelech Pharaoh ordered some of his men to accompany him and all that went with him, and Abram returned to the land of Canaan, to the place where he had made the altar, where he at first had pitched his tent. Chedorlaomer. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, he, his wife, and all belonging to him, and all those that accompanied him, together with those that joined him from the people of the land. But Nahor, Abram's brother, and Terah his father, and Lot the son of Harran and all belonging to them dwelt in Harran. Lot the son of Harran had a heavy stock of cattle, flocks and herds and tents on account of Abram. Now, when Abram was dwelling in the land, the herdsmen of Lot quarreled with the shepherds of Abram, for their property was too great for them to remain together in the land, and the land could not bear them both, and quarreled. And Abram said unto Lot, "I pray thee separate from me, go and choose a place where thou mayest dwell with thy cattle and all belonging to thee, but keep thyself at a distance from me, thou and thy household. And be not afraid in going from me, for if any one do an injury to thee, let me know and I will avenge thy cause from him, only remove from me." Lot arose and lifted up his eyes toward a well-watered pasture for his cattle, the whole district of lower plain of Jordan, wheat, barley, dates, and vines, growing abundantly. He moved east, near to Sodom, where his righteous soul was constantly tormented by the Sodomites' lawless deeds and immorality. Abram traveled the length and breadth of the land, coming to dwell among the large oak trees of Mamre, in Hebron, southwest of Jerusalem, and, here, he entertained angels. And Lot went from Abram to that place, and he there pitched his tent, and he dwelt in Sodom, and Abram dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and he pitched his tent there, and Abram remained in that place many years. At the end of 3 years of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, Noah died, which was in the 58th year of the life of Abram, and all the days that Noah lived were 950 years. And in the 5th year of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the cities of the plain, revolted, in the 13th year of their tribute, from the power of Chedorlaomer, king of Elam. At that time, Chedorlaomer king of Elam sent to all the neighboring kings, to Nimrod, king of Shinar who was then under his power, and to Tidal, king of Goyim, and to Arioch, king of Elasar, with whom he made a covenant, saying, Come up to me and assist me, that we may smite all the towns of Sodom and its inhabitants, for they have rebelled against me these 13 years. In the 10th year of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, there was war between Nimrod king of Shinar and Chedorlaomer king of Elam, and Nimrod came with pride and anger to fight with Chedorlaomer and to subdue him. For Chedorlaomer was at that time one of the princes of the hosts of Nimrod, and when all the people at the tower were dispersed and those that remained were also scattered upon the face of the earth, Chedorlaomer went to the land of Elam and reigned over it and rebelled against his lord. And Nimrod and his people were smitten before the people of Chedorlaomer, and there fell from Nimrod's men about 600,000, and Mardon, the king's son, fell amongst them. Nimrod fled and returned in shame and disgrace to his land, and he was under subjection to Chedorlaomer for a long time. On the giants the Emim, a tribe of frightful people, described as being great and numerous, and like the sons of Anak, giant-like in stature, and fierce, were a branch of the Rephaim, and some time after the Emim were defeated by Chedorlaomer in Shaveh-Kiriathaim, they were finally dispossessed of all their territory east of the Dead Sea, by the Ammonites, who took possession of the territory previously held by these Rephaim, a towering people called Zamzummim. This land lay east of the southern end of the Jordan River and, at one time, the territory of the Ammonites joined with that of the Moabites in the plateau region on the eastern side of the Dead Sea. However, in the time when Chedorlaomer led the coalition of Mesopotamian kings, raiding to the south of Canaan, some of the Amorites, a tribe descending from the Hamitic race, who were dwelling near Hazazontamar, southwest of the Dead Sea, were defeated. 3 of the Amorites living near Hebron, then allies of Abram, mustered armed servants to aid him in pursuing invading kings, and rescue Lot. As Abraham was returning from this great victory, Adonizedek, a priest of the Most High God, who was also the king of the Salem cult, came out and blessed him. Everybody in his domain was charged a flat tax of 10%. Abraham's descendants would one day return to Canaan from an alien land and take possession of the Amorites' land. Some time prior, however, the Amorite king, Sihon, dispossessed the Ammonites of some of their land, pushing them north and east, and thereby driving a wedge between them and the Moabites, who also suffered the loss of considerable territory, having the desert region of Moab, across the Jordan from Jericho, annexed by Sihon. Thereafter the land of the sons of Ammon extended from the upper reaches of the curving Jabbok River eastward towards the desert, with their capital located at Rabbah, modern Ammon, by the Jabbok headwaters. Thus Moab came to be bounded by Amorite territory on the north and Edomite territory on the south. The language of both people was similar, a dialect or variant of Hebrew. Hagar the Egyptian. Since Sarai continued to be barren, Eliezer of Damascus, a faithful steward whom Abram considered a son of his household, would receive Abram's inheritance. Sarai therefore proposed to substitute her Egyptian handmaid Hagar, that she might have a child by her, but when Hagar became pregnant, she began to despise her mistress, so Sarai humiliated her, and she ran away. Jehovah's angel found Hagar at the fountain on the way to Shur, Bir Lahai-Roi, which is in front of Egypt to the east, in the northwest portion of the Sinai Peninsula, where in ancient times Egypt first established defense walls and fortifications along its eastern frontier. Seen from the Egyptian side of the Gulf of the Suez, the white cliffs of the long range of mountains have the appearance of a wall, or barrier. It was after the crossing of the Red Sea of Reeds, that Moses led the Exodus into the wilderness of Shur. Hagar, born the daughter of Pharaoh of one of his concubines, so humbled, was returned to Sarai, and Ishmael was born. Abram was 86 years of age. Soon after, 3 angels, compare the friends of Job, materialized, whom Abram received hospitably in the name of Jehovah. Sarai, now 90 and called Sarah, herself conceived, and a year later Isaac was born. The daughters of Tubal. In those days, in the 91st year of the life of Abram, the children of Chittim made war with the children of Tubal, embodied themselves in the plain of Canopia, and built themselves cities there, to dwell by the river Tibru. And the children of Tubal dwelt in Tuscanah, and their boundaries reached the river Tibru. The children of Tubal also built a city in Tuscanan, and they called the name Sabanah, after the name of Sabanah son of Tubal their father, and they dwelt there. It was at that time the children of Chittim made war with the children of Tubal, and the children of Tubal were smitten before the children of Chittim, and the children of Chittim caused 370 men to fall from the children of Tubal. And at that time the children of Tubal swore to the children of Chittim, saying, You shall not intermarry amongst us, and no man shall give his daughter to any of the sons of Chittim. For no women were then found in the whole earth so fair as the daughters of Tubal. These sons of men, God, kings and princes, who greatly delighted in the beauty of women, took wives in those days from the daughters of Tubal, men. And when, in the days of harvest, the children of Tubal went into their fields, and the young men of Chittim assembled, going into the city of Sabanah, each man taking a young woman from the daughters of Tubal to their cities. The children of Tubal heard of it, and they went to make war with them, and they could not prevail over them, for the mountain was exceedingly high from them. They could not prevail over them, and they returned to their land. And at the revolution of the year, the children of Tubal went, and hired about 10,000 men from those cities that were near them, and they went to war with the children of Chittim. The children of Tubal went to war with the children of Chittim, to destroy their land and to distress them. And the daughters of men, presenting the children born to them in Sabanah to their fathers, said, Have you come to make war with your own sons and daughters? And, unto the sons of God, their husbands, they said, Have we not been considered your flesh and bones from that time till now? When the children of Tubal heard this, they ceased and returned to their cities. The children of Chittim, at that time, assembled and built 2 cities by the sea, and they called one Pertu and the other Ariza. And Abram the son of Terah was then 99 years old. Hedad. In those days all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah were exceedingly wicked and sinful. And they had in their land a very extensive valley, about half a day's walk, and in it there were fountains of water, and a great deal of herbage surrounding the water. All the people of Sodom and Gomorrah went there 4 times in the year, with their wives and children and all belonging to them, and they rejoiced there with timbrels and dances. In the time of rejoicing they would all rise and covetously lay hold of their neighbors' wives, and some, the virgin daughters of their neighbors, and they enjoyed them. Each man saw his wife and daughter in the hands of his neighbor and did not say a word. And they did so from morning to night, afterward returning each man to his house and each woman to her tent. So they always did 4 times in the year. Also, when a stranger came into their cities, bringing goods to dispose of there, in trade, the people of these cities would assemble, men, women and children, young and old, and go to the man and take his goods by force, giving a little to each until there was an end to all the goods of the owner which he had brought into the land. And if the owner of the goods quarreled with them, they would all arise in sorrow and bitterness and go after him, and drive him out of the city with great noise and tumult. 2. Now there was a man from the country of Elam, Abram, who was leisurely going on the road from Hebron, seated upon his ass, which carried a fine mantle of diverse colors, compare Joseph sold into bondage, or Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem, and the mantle was bound with a cord, compare Judas going into Timnah upon the ass. And the man was on his journey, back into Elam, passing through the street of Sodom when the sun set in the evening, and he remained there in order to abide during the night, but no one would let him into his house. And at that time there was in Sodom a wicked and mischievous man, one skillful to do evil, and his name was Hadad. Hadad, lifting up his eyes, saw the traveler in the street of the city, and brought him to his house, saying, All that thou shalt want shall be supplied by me, but in the street thou shalt not abide all night. Taking the mantle from the ass with the cord, Hadad brought them to his house, and he gave the ass straw and provender whilst the traveler ate and drank in his house, and he abode there that night. When the traveler rose up early to continue his journey, Hadad said to him, Wait, comfort thy heart with a morsel of bread and then go, and the man did so, and they both ate and drank together during the day. And he remained and ate with him also the second day. Then the man rose up to continue his journey. But whilst he was saddling his ass, the wife of Hadad said to her husband, Behold, this man has remained with us for 2 days eating and drinking, and he has given us nothing, and now shall he go away from us without giving anything. Hadad said to her, Be silent. Compare Dinah the wife of Job, who told her husband to curse God and die. And the man saddled his ass to go, and he asked Hadad to give him the cord and mantle to tie it upon the ass. And Hadad said, This is the interpretation of thy dream. The cord which thou didst see, means that thy life will be lengthened out like a cord, and having seen the mantle colored with all sorts of colors, means that thou shalt have a vineyard in which thou wilt plant trees of all fruits. The traveler answered, saying, Not so, my lord, for I was awake when I gave thee the cord and also a mantle woven with different colors, which thou didst take off the ass to put them by for me. And Hadad replied, Surely I have told thee the interpretation of thy dream, and it is a good dream, and this is the interpretation thereof. Now the sons of men give me 4 pieces of silver, which is my charge for interpreting dreams, and of thee only I require 3 pieces of silver. The man was bitterly provoked at the words of Hadad, and laid his cause before Sirach, the judge of Sodom. And the judge said to the traveler, This man Hadad telleth thee truth, for he is famed in the cities for the accurate interpretation of dreams. And the man cried at the word of the judge, and he said, Not so, for it was in the day that I gave him the cord and mantle which was upon the ass, in order to put them by in his house. And they both disputed before the judge. And Hadad said to the man, Give me 4 pieces of silver that I charge for my interpretations of dreams, I will not make any allowance, and give me the expense of the 4 meals that thou didst eat in my house. The man replied, Truly I will pay thee for what I ate in thy house, only give me the cord and mantle which thou didst conceal in thy house. And Hadad replied before the judge and said to the man, Did I not tell thee the interpretation of thy dream? The cord means that thy days shall be prolonged like a cord, and the mantle, that thou wilt have a vineyard in which thou wilt plant all kinds of fruit trees. This is the proper interpretation of thy dream. Now give me 4 pieces of silver as compensation, for I will make thee no allowance. And the man cried at the words of Hadad, and they both quarreled before the judge, and the judge gave orders to his servants, who drove them rashly from the house. And they went away quarreling from the judge, when the people of Sodom heard them, and gathered about them exclaiming against the stranger, and they drove him rashly from the city. And the man continued his journey upon his ass with bitterness of soul, lamenting and weeping at what had happened to him in the corrupt city of Sodom. Eliezer of Damascus. And the cities of Sodom had 4 judges to 4 cities, and these were their names, Sirach, Shakra, in the city of Sodom, Shirkad, Shukrura, in Gomorrah, Zabnak, Kazobim, in Admah, and Manon, Mazlodan, in Zeboim. And by desire of their 4 judges the people of Sodom and Gomorrah had beds, tombs, erected in the streets of the cities, and if a man came to these places they laid hold of him and brought him to one of their beds, and by force made him to lie in them. As he lay down, 3 men would stand at his head and 3 at his feet, and measure him by the length of the bed, and if the man was less than the bed these 6 men would stretch him at each end, and when he cried out to them they would not answer him. And if he was longer than the bed they would draw together the 2 sides of the bed at each end, until the man had reached the gates of death. If he continued to cry out to them, they would answer him, saying, Thus shall it be done to a man that cometh into our land. And when a poor man came to their land, they would give him silver and gold in trade for foodstuffs, for the famine was still felt in the land. A proclamation was caused, not to give the stranger, even a morsel of bread to eat, and if the stranger should remain there some days, and die from hunger, then at his death all those that could recognize the silver or gold which they had given him should take it back. At his death, they also stripped him of his garments, and they would fight about them. Compare the Roman soldiers gambling with dice for the garments of Jesus at the foot of the cross. And he that prevailed over his neighbor took them. Then, they would carry the stranger and bury him under some of the shrubs in the desert. Compare Abram planting a tamarisk tree in the desert. So they did all the days to any one that came to them and died in their land. 2. In the course of time Sarah sent Eliezer to Sodom, to see Lot and inquire after his welfare. He met a man of Sodom fighting with a stranger, and the man of Sodom stripped the poor man of all his clothes and went away. And this poor man cried to Eliezer, who supplicated his favor, and Eliezer strove with the man of Sodom on account of the poor man. When Eliezer approached to recover the poor man's clothes from the man of Sodom, he hastened and with a stone smote Eliezer in the forehead. And the blood flowed copiously from Eliezer's forehead. And when the man of Sodom saw the blood, he caught hold of Eliezer, saying, Give me my hire for having rid thee of this bad blood that was in thy forehead, for such is the custom and the law in our land. Eliezer answered, Thou hast wounded me and requirest me to pay thee thy hire, and Eliezer would not hearken to the words of the man of Sodom. So the man of Sodom laid hold of Eliezer and brought him to Shakra, the judge of Sodom, for judgment, saying, I beseech thee, my lord, thus has this man done, for I smote him with a stone that the blood flowed from his forehead, and he is unwilling to give me my hire. And the judge said to Eliezer, This man speaketh truth to thee, give him his hire, for this is the custom in our land. And Eliezer heard the words of the judge, and he lifted up a stone and smote the judge, and the stone struck on his forehead, and the blood flowed copiously from the forehead of the judge. And Eliezer said, If this then is the custom in your land, give thou unto this man what I should have given him, for this has been thy decision, thou didst decree it. And Eliezer left the man of Sodom with the judge and went away. Paldith, a daughter of Lot, and the woman of Admah. At that time Iscah, the wife of Lot, bare him a daughter, and he called her name Paldith, and one of the men of Sodom took her for a wife. And a poor man came into the city to seek sustenance, and he remained in the city some days, and all the people of Sodom caused a proclamation of their custom not to give this man a morsel of bread to eat, until he dropped dead upon the earth, and they did so. And Paldith saw this man lying in the street starved with hunger, and he was just upon the point of death. And she pitied the stranger, secretly feeding him for many days, and all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah wondered how this man could bear starvation for so many days. Paldith went forth to secretly feed the man, having hid bread, semen, in her water pitcher, womb, and 3 men were concealed, watching. Compare Susanna. And they seized Paldith when she put the bread into his hand, i.e., when she gave birth, bringing her before the judges, for having transgressed the law. And all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah assembled and kindled a fire in the street of the city, and they took Paldith and cast her into the fire, and she was burned to ashes. And in the city of Admah, another young woman, which had given a thirsty traveler a drink of water, was given death sentence in return. When the judgment of death was passed on her, the assembled people anointed her with honey from head to foot, and placed her before a swarm of bees which were then in their hive, and the bees flew upon her, and she was stung so that her whole body swelled. And the young woman cried out on account of the bees, but no one took notice of her or pitied her, and her cries ascended to heaven unheard on earth. The 4 kings. And the outcry against the inhabitants of Sodom had grown loud before Jehovah. It was at that time, when the king of Elam, Chedorlaomer, the servant of Lagomar, extended his power westward, and led his confederates, Amraphel of Shinar, Arioch from Elasa and Tidal of Goyim, against 5 rebellious kingdoms near the southern end of the Dead Sea. And these 4 kings went up with all their camps, about 800,000 men, and smote every man they found in their road, beginning in the north and sweeping south along the trade routes of the Jordan, and south of the Dead Sea, in the territory later occupied by the Amalekites. And the 5 kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, Shinab king of Admah, Shem-Eber king of Zeboim, Bera king of Sodom, Bersha king of Gomorrah, and Bela king of Zor, went out to meet them, and they all joined together in the valley of Siddim. The valley of Siddim was full of lime pits, and the kings of Elam pursued the kings of Sodom with their camps into the lime pits, and all that remained went to the mountain for safety. And the 5 kings of Elam came after them and pursued them to the gates of Sodom, and all were completely annihilated, including Sodom. From a point near Mamre, Abram was able to see all the way down to Sodom, and behold, thick smoke billowing, the result of fiery destruction, which is how the 5 kings of the low plain of Siddim came to be covered by the salt sea. Among Chedorlaomer's captives were Lot, with all of his household and all his property. 2 angelic messengers, Arioch from Elasa and Tidal of Goyim, had been sent to Lot, in Sodom, hasting his prompt departure, by taking his wife, and their 2 daughters, and fleeing with them to the nearby city of Zor, which was once at the edge of a fertile plain, called Bela, Lot's wife, Iscah, the daughter of Harran, though, longing for the things she left behind, turned back, and in doing so, was turned to a pillar of salt, oxen licking up the salt from the extremities of their feet. Eunuch, Eliezer, Abram's servant, who was in the battle, saw this, and told Abram all that the kings had plundered the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and that Lot was taken captive by them. Abram heard this, and rose up with about 318 men that were with him, and he that night pursued these kings until near Hobah, north of Damascus, and smote them. They all fell before Abram and his men, and there was none remaining but the 4 kings who fled, and they went each his own road. Abram recovered all the property of Sodom, and he also recovered Lot and his property, his wives, and little ones, and all belonging to him, so that Lot lacked nothing. When Abram returned from smiting kings, shearing sheep, he and his men passed the valley of Siddim where the kings had made war together. And Bera king of Sodom, and the rest of his men that were with him, went out from the lime pits into which they had fallen, to meet Abram and his men. Adonizedek priest king of the Salem cult went out with his men to meet Abram and his people, with bread and wine, and they remained together in the valley of Melech. And Adonizedek blessed Abram, and Abram gave him a tenth from all that he had brought from the spoil of his enemies. And all the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, who were there, with their servants, approached Abram, and begged of him to return them their servants whom he had made captive, and to take unto himself all the property. But he answered them, saying, I will not take from you a living soul, excepting the expense of the food of those who went out with me to battle, as also the portions of the men who went with me, Anar, Ashkel, and Mamre, they and their men shall take their portion of the spoil. Abram sent away the kings of Sodom and the remainder of their men, and Lot returned to his home, also to Sodom. Abram and his people returned to their home, as well, to the plains of Mamre, Hebron. 2. Lot later removed himself from Zor, and taking his daughters, began dwelling in the cave of Adullam in a mountainous region east of the Dead Sea. Lot's incestuous daughters, though, caused their father unwittingly to have sexual relations with them while he was under the influence of wine, from who descended Moab, the son of Lot by his older daughter, and the younger of his 2 daughters also bare him a son, calling him Benami, the father of all the children of Ammon unto this day. After this, Lot and his 2 daughters went away and dwelt on the other side of the Jordan, with their sons, and the sons of Lot grew up, taking wives for themselves from the land of Canaan, begetting children, and multiplying fruitful. The Kaaba. The Kaaba, originally founded by Adam, after the destruction of the flood was rebuilt by Seth, and again by Abram and his son Ishmael. The days increased and reached 26 years, and Abraham, with his servants and all belonging to him removed to a great distance from the land of the Philistines, near to Hebron, and remained there, and the servants of Abraham dug wells of water, and Abraham dwelt by the water. The servants of Abimelech king of the Philistines heard the report that Abraham's servants had dug wells of water in the borders of the land, and they came and quarreled with the servants of Abraham, robbing them of the great well which they had dug. Abimelech king of the Philistines heard of this affair, and he with Phicol the captain of his host and 20 of his men came to Abraham, and Abimelech spoke to Abraham concerning his servants, and Abraham rebuked Abimelech concerning the well of which his servants had robbed him. But Abimelech had not heard of the act which his servants until that day. Abraham took 7 ewe lambs, virgins, and gave them to Abimelech, saying, Take these, that it may be a testimony for me that I dug this well. Abimelech took the 7 ewe lambs which Abraham had given to him, for he had also given him cattle and herds in abundance, and Abimelech swore to Abraham concerning the well, Beersheba, for there they both swore a covenant concerning it. Abimelech rose up with Phicol the captain of his host and all his men, and they returned to the land of the Philistines, and Abraham and all belonging to him dwelt in Beersheba, and he was in that land a long time. And Abraham planted a large grove in Beersheba, and he made to it 4 gates facing the 4 sides of the earth, and he planted a vineyard in it, so that if a traveler came to Abraham he entered any gate which was in his road, and remained there and ate and drank and satisfied himself and then departed. For the house of Abraham was always open to the sons of men that passed and repassed, who came daily to eat and drink in the house of Abraham. And any man who had hunger and came to Abraham's house, Abraham would give him bread that he might eat and drink and be satisfied, and any one that came naked to his house he would clothe with garments as he might choose, and give him silver and gold and make known to him the Lord who had created him in the earth. This did Abraham all his life. Abraham and his children and all belonging to him dwelt in Beersheba, and he pitched his tent as far as Hebron. And Abraham's brother Nahor and his father and all belonging to them dwelt in Harran, for they did not come with Abraham to the land of Canaan. 2. The Kaaba, built without a roof but with doors at ground level on the east and west sides, a large cubic stone structure, a megalithic dolmen covered with a black cloth, wherein is enshrined, in the southeast corner, a stone, black with reddish tones and yellow particles, of ovoid shape, about 28 centimeters, 11 inches, wide and 38 centimeters, 15 inches, high. The black stone, an eternal substance, the rock of ages which Adam hid in the Meccan mountain of Abu Qubayas, which was brought to Abram by the angel Gabriel, its essential lackluster spiritual virtue of poverty symbolic of an emptiness for God, a vacare Deo, the necessary extinction of the ego that must precede access to the center which is the heart. Neither the black stone nor the Kaaba are objects of worship, but they represent a sanctuary consecrated to the one true God. It was towards the Kaaba that Muslims orientated themselves in prayer before Mecca replaced it. In the 2nd year of the Hijra, the Prophet Muhammad emigrated, with 70 helpers, from Mecca to Yathrib, later called Medina, where he was free from persecution. Thus, the Kaaba is a spiritual center for the concentration of consciousness upon the divine presence. By AD 500, more than 360 idols were contained in the Kaaba, around which religious rituals were performed. Aram. The families of the children of Nahor, that were born to them in Harran, and Aram the son of Kemuel and Rekob his brother went away from Harran, and they found a valley in the land by the river Euphrates. They built a city there, calling it the name of Pether the son of Aram, that is Aram Naharaim unto this day. And the children of Kest also went to dwell where they could find a place, and they found a valley opposite to the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there, building a city, called Kest after the name of their father, that is the land Kasdim unto this day. And the Kasdim dwelt in that land and they were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly. Terah, father of Nahor and Abraham, went and took another wife in his old age, and her name was Pelilah, and she conceived and mothered him a son, called Zobah. Terah lived 25 years after he begot Zobah, dying in that year, that is in the 35th year of the birth of Isaac son of Abraham. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and he was buried in Harran. And Zoba the son of Terah lived 30 years and begot 3 sons. And Aram son of Zoba, son of Terah, had 3 wives and he begot 12 sons and 3 daughters, riches and possessions, an abundance of cattle, flocks and herds, and the men increased greatly. Aram the son of Zoba and his brother and all his household journeyed from Harran, and they went to dwell where they should find a place, for their property was too great to remain in Harran, for they could not stop in Harran together with their brethren the children of Nahor. Aram the son of Zoba went with his brethren and found a valley at a distance toward the eastern country and they dwelt there, also building a city, calling the name thereof Aram, after the name of their eldest brother, that is Aram Zoba to this day. Be not afraid. When he was 99, Abram commanded, at a feast celebrating Isaac's weaning, at age 5, that all males of his household be circumcised. Changing his name to Abraham. Shem and Eber and all the great people of the land, and Abimelech king of the Philistines, and his servants, and Phicol, the captain of his host, had come to eat and drink and rejoice at the feast. Also Terah, the father of Abraham, and Nahor his brother, came from Harran, they and all belonging to them, for they greatly rejoiced on hearing that a son had been born to Sarai, now called Sarah. And they remained with him many days in the land of the Philistines. Going to and fro throughout the land, Satan the accuser, in the shape of a very aged man, a government spy who sought out problems, throughout the empire, finding none, creating them, humble and of contrite spirit, also came with the sons of God, saying, I have seen all the children of the earth who serve thee and remember thee when they require anything from thee. And when thou givest them the thing which they require from thee, they sit at their ease, and forsake thee and they remember thee no more. Hast thou thus considered Abraham? For there is none like him upon earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that feareth God and avoideth evil. As I live, were I to say unto him, Bring up Isaac thy son before me, he would not withhold him from me, much more if I told him to bring up a burnt offering before me from his flock or herds. 2. The Egyptian half-blood, Ishmael, then 13, was caught laughing at his half-brother, Isaac, calling him a Hittite half-blood, sired by the Philistine, Abimelech Pharaoh. This symbolic drama began 400 years of Israel's affliction, which ended with deliverance from Egyptian bondage, exodus, and possession of the land between of promise. Ishmael's scornful demonstration of reproving laughter toward Isaac, a ram with its horns caught in a bush, on the mountain of sacrifice, led to the dismissal of him and his mother from Abraham's household. Early that next morning, Abraham took bread and a goatskin water bottle and gave it to Hagar, abandoning her in the desert. Hagar presently lost her way wandering in the wilderness of Beersheba, the southern extremity of the kingdom of Judah, below the mountains on the edge of the desert. The water given her in the goatskin was exhausted. But, between 2 small hills, Saphah and Marwah, rock and stone, Ishmael found a well, calling it Zamzam, which had been filled up with stones, and which was fed by several springs. The land having an excellent water supply, as compared with the surrounding regions, both farming and grazing of herds and flocks were possible. Many roads, too, converged thereat, especially the way of the wells, an ancient route to Egypt. Camel caravans traveled another road from the spice kingdoms of the Arabian Peninsula. There were other roads, as well. One at Gaza in the Philistine plain ran northeast up the plateau into the mountains of Judah to Jerusalem. It was at Beersheba, under a tamarisk bush that had turned into a mighty tree which Abram had planted, that Ishmael settled. Hagar settled nearby, within Bouchard, at Gerar, on the boundaries of Canaanite territories. And God's angel, calling to Hagar, said, Be not afraid. The wives of Ishmael. In time, Ishmael, whose hand was against every man, and whom every man set his hand against, became an accomplished archer and took to restless wandering, roaming the great and fear-inspiring wilderness of Paran, which abounded in caves, a vast wilderness bordering and blending with wilderness upon wilderness, a rough, mountainous, region of limestone, sparse of rain and vegetation, and with few springs. And afterward, his mother, Hagar went into the land of Egypt and dwelt there, producing a Hamitic wife for her son from the land of Egypt, Meribah, a Caribah. 2. Abraham rode upon one of his camels into the wilderness seeking Ishmael, for he heard that his son was dwelling in a tent in the wilderness with all belonging to him, and he reached the tent of Ishmael about noon, and asked after his son. Now, Ishmael's Egyptian wife Meribah, was sitting in the tent with her children, and Ishmael her husband and his mother were not with them. And Abraham asked the wife of Ishmael, saying, Where has Ishmael gone? And she said, He has gone to the field to hunt. Abraham was still mounted upon the camel, for he would not get off to the ground as he had sworn to his wife Sarah that he would not get off from the camel. Abraham said to Ishmael's wife, My daughter, give me a little water that I may drink, for I am fatigued from the journey. Meribah, Ribah, answered and said, We have neither water nor bread, compare Paltit the daughter of Lot, and she continued sitting in the tent and did not notice Abraham, neither did she ask him who he was. But she was beating her children in the tent, and she was cursing them, and she also cursed her husband Ishmael and reproached him, and Abraham heard her words to her children, he was very angry and displeased. Abraham called to the woman, and the woman came and stood opposite to Abraham, for Abraham was still mounted upon the camel. And Abraham said to her, When thy husband Ishmael returneth home, say these words to him, A very old man from the land of the Philistines came hither to seek thee, and thus was his appearance and figure, I did not ask him who he was, and seeing thou wast not here he spoke unto me and said, When Ishmael thy husband returneth tell him thus did this man say, When thou comest home put away this nail of the tent, Meribah, which thou hast placed here, and place another nail, a second wife, in its stead. And Abraham finished his instructions to the woman, turned, and went off on the camel homeward. After that Ishmael, and his mother, came from the chase, returning to the tent, and his wife spoke these words to him, A very old man from the land of the Philistines came to seek thee, and thus was his appearance and figure, I did not ask him who he was, and seeing thou wast not at home he said to me, When thy husband cometh home tell him, Thus saith the old man, Put away the nail of the tent which thou hast placed here and place another nail in its stead. And Ishmael heard the words of his wife, and he knew that it was his father, and that his wife did not honor him. And Ishmael understood his father's words that he had spoken to his wife, and Ishmael hearkened to the voice of his father, and Ishmael cast off that woman who cursed Abraham went away. And the wife of Ishmael conceived and bare forth 4 sons and 2 daughters, before returning to the wilderness. 3. And Ishmael took a second wife from the land of Canaan, named Malchuth, and she mothered unto him 8 other sons, so that Ishmael had fathered 12 sons, chieftains, and family heads of a great nation, and a daughter, Mahalath, ofttimes called Basemath, whom Esau took among his Canaanite wives, a daughter of Elon the Hittite, also called Basemath, was another wife of Esau, and a source of bitterness to Isaac and Rebekah. The Ishmaelites, a fierce, warlike, nomadic people, tent-dwelling Bedouins who built few cities, ranged over the Sinai Peninsula, in front of Egypt, across North Arabia as far as Assyria. At the end of 3 years Abraham said, I will go again and see Ishmael my son, for I have not seen him for a long time. And he rode upon his camel and went to the wilderness, reaching the tent of Ishmael about noon, asking after Ishmael. And Ishmael's wife, Malchuth, came out of the tent and she said, He is not here my lord, for he has gone to hunt in the fields, and to feed the camels. Turn in my lord into the tent, and eat a morsel of bread, for thy soul must be wearied on account of the journey. And Abraham said to her, I will not stop for I am in haste to continue my journey, but give me a little water to drink, for I have thirst. Christ thirsted. 2. The woman hastened and ran into the tent, and she brought out water and bread to Abraham, which she placed before him and urged him to eat. He ate and drank and his heart was comforted and he blessed his son Ishmael. Finishing his meal, he blessed the Lord, and to Ishmael's wife said, When Ishmael cometh home say these words to him, a very old man from the land of the Philistines came hither and asked after thee, and thou wast not here, and I brought him out bread and water, and he ate and drank, and his heart was comforted. And he spoke these words to me, When Ishmael thy husband cometh home, say unto him, The nail of the tent which thou hast is very good, do not put it away from the tent. Abraham finished commanding the woman, riding off to his home in the land of the Philistines, and when Ishmael came to his tent, his wife went forth to meet him with joy and a cheerful heart. And she said to him, An old man came here from the land of the Philistines, and thus was his appearance, and he asked after thee, and thou wast not here, so I brought out bread and water, and he ate and drank, and his heart was comforted. And he spoke these words to me, When Ishmael thy husband cometh home, say to him, The nail of the tent which thou hast is very good, do not put it away from the tent. And Ishmael knew that it was his father, and that his wife had honored him, and the Lord blessed Ishmael. 4. Ishmael then rose up and took his wife and his children and his cattle and all belonging to him, and he journeyed from there and went to his father in the land of the Philistines. And Abraham related to Ishmael his son the transaction with the first wife that Ishmael took, according to what she did. Ishmael and his children dwelt with Abraham many days in that land, and Abraham dwelt in the land of the Philistines a long time. Mount Moriah. Men, having forsaken the precepts of natural worship, estranging themselves concerning the truth, worshipping in groves and on mountain tops, had gone astray and so bewildered themselves that they could not return to their primitive way of life. The patriarch Abraham, a psychopathic schizophrenic, heard a voice as from heaven commanding him to slay his son Isaac. He was in the field alone. Abraham traveled some 80 kilometers, 50 miles, from the vicinity of Beersheba at the Negev, and on the third day he saw the rocky eminence of Mount Moriah from a distance, directly north of Salem, upon which the mosque known as the Dome of the Rock, the Dome of Omar, is situated. Isaac, bearing wood for a sacrifice, followed his torch-bearing father up the mountain. Although Abraham carried a slaughtering knife, no offering was brought. Isaac would willingly have to lay down his human life as the Lamb of God for mankind's salvation. Bound hand and foot, Abraham placed his son atop the wood altar, and raised his knife, prepared to offer Isaac. Jehovah's angel, though, stayed his hand. And there, its horns caught in a mountain thicket, a ram Ishmael, for a burnt offering, substituting for Isaac, the firstborn son. Thus was Isaac resurrected from the dead in the land of Moriah, and he was 25 years of age at the time. Sarah, the mother of Spirit-appointed Christians, God's symbolic woman, was never enslaved, her children born free, emancipated from sin by the Son of God. She died in the vicinity of Hebron, and when they found that she was dead, Abraham and Isaac lifted up their voices and wept bitterly over her. Isaac fell upon his mother's face and cried, O my mother, how hast thou left me, and where hast thou gone? O how hast thou left me? And all their servants wept with them on account of Sarah, mourning over her a great and heavy lamentation. The cave of Machpelah. Being temporary residents and owning no land, Abraham had to purchase a burial ground. He bought a field from Ephron the Hittite, of the sons of Het, a double cave at Machpelah, east of Mamre, in the district of Hebron, wherein are buried Sarah and Abraham, Isaac and Rebekah, Leah and Jacob. It is generally accepted that the burial place is located in modern Hebron beneath the Muslim mosque, Haram el-Khalil, a sacred precinct. Abraham went and spoke to the children of Het, the inhabitants of the land, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you in your land. Give me a possession of a burial place in your land, that I may bury my dead from before me. And the children of Het answered unto Abraham, Behold, the land is before thee, in the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead, for no man shall withhold thee from burying thy dead. And Abraham replied, saying, If you are agreeable to this, go and entreat for me to Ephron, the son of Zachar, requesting that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which is in the end of his field, and I will purchase it of him for whatever he desire for it. Now, Ephron dwelt among the children of Het, and they went and called for him, and he came, saying unto Abraham, Behold, all thou requirest thy servant will do. And Abraham said, No, but I will buy the cave and the field which thou hast for value, in order that it may be for a possession of a burial place forever. Ephron answered, Behold, the field and the cave are before thee, give whatever thou desirest. And Abraham said, Only at full value will I buy it from thy hand, and from the hands of those that go in at the gate of thy city, and from the hand of thy seed forever. And Ephron and all his brethren heard this, and Abraham weighed 400 shekels of silver into the hands of Ephron, and in the hands of all his brethren, and wrote this transaction, testifying it with 4 witnesses, Amigal son of Abishna the Hittite, Adikoram son of Ashunach the Hivite, Abdon son of Achiram the Gomrite, Bakdil the son of Abidish the Zidonite. And Abraham took the book of the purchase, which he wrote, and placed it in his treasures, and these are the words that Abraham wrote in the book, namely, that the cave and the field Abraham bought from Ephron the Hittite, and from his seed, and from those that go out of his city, and from their seed forever, are to be a purchase to Abraham and to his seed and to those that go forth from his loins, for a possession of a burial place forever, and he put a signet to it and testified it with witnesses. 2. The field and the cave are before Mamre, in Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan, and that place and all its boundary became to Abraham and unto his seed for a possession of a burial place. And Abraham buried Sarah with pomp as observed at the interment of kings, and she was buried in very fine and beautiful garments. At her bier were Shem and his sons, and all the grandees of the land followed her bier. And the days of Sarah were 127 years, and she died. Abraham performed the rites of mourning for 7 days, and all the inhabitants of the land comforted Abraham and Isaac his son on account of Sarah. And when the days of their mourning passed by, Abraham sent away his son Isaac, and he went to the house of Shem and Eber, and remained there 3 years. At that time Abraham rose up with all his servants and returned homeward, remaining in Beersheba. At the revolution of the year, Abimelech king of the Philistines also died. He was 193 years old at his death, and Abraham went with his people to the land of the Philistines, and they comforted the whole household and all his servants, and then returned home. And it was after the death of Abimelech that the people of Gerar took Ben-Malech his son, and he was only 12 years old, and they made him lay in the place of his father, calling his name Abimelech, Pharaoh, after the name of his father, for thus was it their custom to do in Gerar. And Abimelech Pharaoh reigned upon his father's throne. Lot the son of Harran also died in those days, in the 39th year of the life of Isaac, and all the days that Lot lived were 140 years, and he died. And the 2 sons of Lot went and took themselves wives from the land of Canaan, and they bare children to them, and all the families of the children of Lot went to dwell wherever they should light upon, for they were fruitful and increased abundantly, building cities in the land, and calling the names of the cities which they built after their own names. Nahor the son of Terah, brother to Abraham, died as well, in the 40th year of the life of Isaac, and all the days of Nahor were 172 years. He was buried in Harran. And when Abraham heard that his brother was dead, he grieved sadly, mourning over his brother many days. Rebekah. Abraham had determined that his son, Isaac, should not marry a pagan Canaanite. And so, Eliezer of Damascus, Abraham's oldest servant and household manager, was sent to Nahor's household in the upper Mesopotamia valley to bring back a wife for Isaac, now 40 years old. Eliezer, too, looked to Jehovah for guidance, and so Abraham trusted him to pick a wife of Semitic origin who also worshipped Jehovah. He came to the city of Nahor, and was praying at the well, when a young, attractive woman came to the well with a water jar. Rebekah was Isaac's cousin, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian, Aramean, son of Nahor. She proved to be kind, hospitable, modest in her manners and industrious. Having bestowed costly golden gifts unto her, a nose ring and 2 beautiful bracelets, Eliezer was extended the hospitality of her mother and brother, Laban the Syrian, a Shemite dwelling in the vicinity of the flatlands of Paddan Aram, and was welcomed, along with his attendants, into their home. Laban subsequently negotiated the marriage of Rebekah to Isaac, the approval coming from Bethuel, their father. According to custom, there was a feast, with precious articles of gold and silver and exquisite garments given in exchange for Rebekah, the transaction constituting an honorable marriage contract between the parents. Therewith Rebekah was betrothed to Isaac. The caravan left in the morning for the parched Negev, the semi-arid area south of the mountains of Judah, haunt of lions, leopards, and snakes. In the northern portion of the Negev, occasional springs, wells, and pools are found. The tamarisk tree is one of the few that survive there, and to the southwest of Beersheba lay sand dunes, with rugged ridges to the south and east. Much of the Negev is a plateau between 1,500 and 2,000 feet above sea level. Now, Isaac was coming from the way that goes to Beer Lahai Roi, when he caught sight of the caravan bringing Rebekah, his wife, and her nurse, Deborah, a daughter of Uz, and other lady attendants, none of whom ever returned to their homeland. And, upon reaching their destination, Eliezer related an account of all the events of his mission for Abraham. Rebekah, having put on a headcloth at the approach of her bridegroom, was brought into his mother's tent, and Isaac found comfort after the loss of his mother. Sarah had died 3 years earlier. Like Sarah, Rebekah for a long time remained barren, 19 long years. Abimelech, Tao2, and Rebekah. There was at this time a heavy famine raging in the land of Canaan. Isaac rose up to go down to Gerar, and remained there a full year. And when Isaac came to Gerar, the people of the land saw that Rebekah his wife was of a beautiful appearance, and asked Isaac concerning his wife. Isaac said, "She is my sister," for he was afraid to say she was his wife lest the people of the land should slay him on account of her. And the princes of Abimelech went and praised the woman to the king, but he answered them not, neither did he attend to their words. But hearing that Isaac declared her to be his sister, Pharaoh reserved this within himself. And when Isaac had remained 3 months in the land, Abimelech looked out at the window, and he saw, and behold Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife, for Isaac dwelt in the outer house belonging to the king, so that the house of Isaac was opposite the house of the king. Pharaoh said unto Isaac, "What is this thou hast done to us in saying of thy wife, she is my sister? How easily might one of the great men of the people have lain with her, and thou wouldst then have brought guilt upon us." And Isaac said unto Abimelech, "Because I was afraid lest I die on account of my wife, therefore I said, she is my sister." At that time Abimelech gave orders to all his princes and great men, and they took Isaac and Rebekah his wife and brought them before the king. And the king commanded that they should dress them in princely garments, and make them ride through the streets of the city, and proclaim before them throughout the land, saying, "This is the man and this is his wife, whoever toucheth this man or his wife shall surely die." Isaac returned with his wife to Pharaoh's house, to find favor in the sight of Abimelech, and in the sight of all his subjects. And Abimelech Pharaoh acted well with Isaac, for he remembered the oath and the covenant that existed between his father and Abraham. And he said unto Isaac, "Behold, the whole earth is before thee, dwell wherever it may seem good in thy sight until thou shalt return to thy land." And Abimelech gave Isaac fields and vineyards and the best part of the land of Gerar, to sow and reap and eat the fruits of the ground until the days of the famine should have passed by. Isaac sowed in that land, and received 100-fold in the same year, waxed great, having possession of flocks and possession of herds and great store of servants. When the days of the famine had passed away, Isaac rose up, returning to Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all belonging to him. Esau. Due to a famine, Isaac moved his family to good pasturage in the foothills of the Judean mountains southeast of modern Gaza, in the Philistine territory. Isaac became a source of envy to the hostile Philistines, making it necessary for him to move, first to the torrent valley of Gerar, and then to Beersheba, on the edge of the arid Negev region. About the time Isaac's men struck water, at a place they called Sheba, Abimelech and Phicol came seeking an oath of obligation from him, a treaty of peace. Like his father before him, Isaac disguised Rebekah as a sister. She was beautiful and in danger of being killed if it was known he was her husband. Finally, when Isaac was 60 years old, Jehovah's intervening power established a double blessing unto Rebekah, Esau and Jacob, twins which struggled inside of her. Her pregnancy was distressing, the two struggled within her womb, the beginnings of two opposing nations. Accordingly, at their birth, the second-born Jacob was holding the heel of his unusually hairy brother, Esau, called Edom, the Red. His father's favorite son, Esau, a wild, restless, wandering man, became a skilled and adventurous hunter, fleshy-minded and materialistic, unlike his brother Jacob, who led a blameless pastoral life dwelling in tents, dependable and domestic, and especially loved by his mother, and bloodthirsty men hate anyone with integrity. Abraham, a wealthy man with great flocks and herds, and a very large household numbering many servants, and slaves, was a powerful chieftain in constant communion with Jehovah by means of vision and dreams, even entertaining angelic messengers, building altars and offering sacrifices in the name of and to the praise and glory of Jehovah, allowing no idolatry, and submitting to Jehovah's law of circumcision. Prior to his death, Abraham gave gifts to the sons of his concubines, sending them away to the land of the east. Keturah the perfumed one, a secondary wife, mothered him 6 sons, ancestors of various North Arabian peoples dwelling in the south and the east of Palestine. Thus, before he died, Abraham fathered of 2 bastards, a crowd of nations. Abraham died at the age of 175 years, and was buried in the cave at Machpelah. 2. Abraham's grandsons were 15 years old, and Jacob learned directly from the lips of his grandfather, of Jehovah's oath-bound covenant, and what a privilege it was to participate in the fulfillment of divine promise. But, even before the death of his father, Esau directed his attentions away from the fertile soil around Hebron, and began to live by the sword, with the 400 men under his command. The death of Nimrod, Amraphel, king of Babel. Esau, after the death of Abraham, frequently went in the field to hunt, to wage war. Nimrod, Amraphel, king of Babel, too, frequently went with his mighty men to hunt in the field, and to walk about with his men in the cool of the day, to do battle. And Nimrod was observing Esau all the days, for a jealousy was formed in the heart of Nimrod against Esau all the days. On a certain day Esau went in the field to hunt, and he found Nimrod walking in the wilderness with his 2 men. And all his mighty men and his people were with him in the wilderness, but they removed at a distance, going from him in different directions, to hunt, and Esau concealed himself for Nimrod, lurking in the wilderness. Nimrod and his men that were with him frequently walked about at the cool of the day hunting in the field. And Nimrod and 2 of his men that were with him came to the Esau's lurking place, and he drew his sword and ran to Nimrod, and cut off his head. And Esau fought a desperate fight with the 2 men that were with Nimrod, and he smote them to death with his sword, as well. And all the mighty men of Nimrod found their king and the 2 men that were with him lying dead in the wilderness. When Esau saw the mighty men of Nimrod coming at a distance, he fled, and thereby escaped, taking the valuable garments of Nimrod, which Nimrod's father had bequeathed to him, and running into the city on account of Nimrod's men, he came unto his father's house wearied and exhausted from fight, and flight. He was ready to die through grief when he approached his brother Jacob and sat before him. And he said unto his brother Jacob, Behold, I shall die this day, and wherefore then do I want the birthright? And Jacob acted wisely with Esau in this matter, robbing Esau of his birthright, his portion in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham had bought from the children of Heth for the possession of a burial ground. Jacob wrote the whole of this in a book, testified the same with witnesses, and sealed it the book. When Nimrod the son of Cush died, his men lifted him up and brought him in consternation, and buried him in his city, and all the days that Nimrod lived were 215 years. And the days that Nimrod reigned upon the people of the land were 185 years, and Nimrod died by the sword of Esau in shame and contempt, and the seed of Abraham caused his death as he had seen in his dream. At the death of Nimrod his kingdom became divided into many divisions, and all those parts that Nimrod reigned over were restored to the respective kings of the land, who recovered them after the death of Nimrod, and all the people of the house of Nimrod were for a long time enslaved to all the other kings of the land. Seir the Horite. Esau, a polygamist, established interests in Seir, the mountainous region south of the Dead Sea and north of the Gulf of Aqaba, which came to be called Edom, then ruled by Seir the Horite, who had 7 sons, all of them sheikhs, heads of tribes, independent of their father and ranking on equality. And Esau chose wives for himself from among the pagan women of Canaan, Judith, Jehudith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite the son of Epher of the family of Heth the son of Canaan. She was also called Oholibamah, Alibamah, the daughter of Anna that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of his father, Zibio the Horite, Hivite, a cave dweller descended from the Hurrians, which were Hamites, akin to the mixed-blood Jebusites, which established the city of Jebus, where at was founded the Salem cult of the one true God before the time of Abraham. The Horites of Seir were commonly users of asses or donkeys, as were both the Egyptians and the Babylonians at that early date. Herds of wild horses were wandering into northern Arabia from the north and east, and were beginning to become numerous in Arabia at this time. These wild horses mingled with wild asses, and crossbreeding had occurred. The Hittites and the Horites, or Huri, and the Manda from the land of Mitanni by the river Euphrates north of Carchemish, all closely related or intermingled peoples and noted for early use of the horse, and that while the Hyksos peoples had many Horites in their composition, the Edomites rather than Hittites were the leading faction who developed the use of the horse, and, by its use of trained and beloved horses, the new Edomite Hyksos power expanded and grew. Anna found a Yemim in the wilderness. There was a day that he brought the asses of Zibeon his father to one of the deserts on the seashore, opposite the wilderness of the people, and whilst he was feeding them, a very heavy storm came from the other side of the sea and rested upon the asses that were feeding there, and they all stood still. Afterwards, about 120 great and terrible animals, chariots, came out from the wilderness at the other side of the sea, and they all came to the place where the asses were. Those animals, from their middle downward, were in the shape of the children of men, and from their middle upward, some had the likeness of bears, and some the likeness of the Kephas, with tails behind them from between their shoulders reaching down to the earth, like the tails of the Dutch sheephood, and these animals came and mounted and rode upon these asses, and led them away, and they went away unto this day. One of these animals approached Anna and smote him with his tail. Anna was exceedingly afraid of his life, so he fled and escaped to the city. And he related to his sons and brothers all that had happened to him, and many men went to seek the asses but could not find them, and Anna and his brothers went no more to that place from that day following, for they were greatly afraid of their lives. Thus, Esau and his children dwelt in the land of Seir the Horite, the inhabitant of the land, and they had possessions in it and were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly, and Jacob and his children and all belonging to them, dwelt with their father Isaac in the land of Canaan. 2. Isaac had always been fond of Esau, because he was a hunter and a man of the field. Having premonitions of death, he called his sons unto him, that he might bestow his patriarchal blessings upon them, their inheritance. Now, Rebekah, knowing that Isaac's eyesight was failing, sent Esau away to hunt, desired game. Then, dressing Jacob in Esau's garments that were scented with the smell of the field, his hands and neck disguised with the skins of kids to resemble his hairy brother, he was sent to his father bearing a savory dish. And Isaac did not recognize him, thus did Jacob dishonestly procure Esau's blessing. And when Esau saw that Jacob had cunningly escaped and fled him, then he also rose up and took his wife and went away from his father and his mother, going into the land of Seir. And he saw a woman amongst the daughters of Heth whose name was Adah, called Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and he took her for a wife, and she bore him 6 sons, including Eliphaz, whose concubine Timnah, the daughter of Lotan, bore him sons. And when Adah conceived and bare Eliphaz, Esau was 65 years old. Ishmael the son of Abraham died in those days, in the 64th year of the life of Jacob, and all the days that Ishmael lived were 137 years, and he died. And when Isaac heard that Ishmael was dead, he mourned for him, lamenting many days. And so was it that Esau, like Cain, harbored animosity toward his brother, waiting for an opportunity to put him to death. Rebekah, on discerning this, urged Jacob to flee north to her brother Laban the Syrian at Harran. Thus she again deceived her husband, persuading Isaac to send Jacob north, that he would not obtain a wife of the daughters of Heth, and, so gaining Isaac's consent, Jacob fled to Paddan Aram and was thus protected from Canaanite influence. The twins were 77 years old. 3. And Esau, a designing and deceitful man, was continually in the fields hunting after the hearts of men, inveigling them, to bring home what he could get. A valiant man in the field, Esau came as far as the field of Seir, the same is Edom, and he remained in the land of Seir hunting in the field a year and 4 months. Esau dwelt in the land of Seir 6 months, and seeing Judith, Jehudith, the daughter of Beri, son of Ephor, from the families of Heth the son of Canaan, he took her for a wife. 40 years old was Esau when he brought her to Hebron, the land of his father's dwelling place, and he dwelt there. And the wives of Esau vexed and provoked Isaac and Rebekah with their works, for they served their father's gods of wood and stone as their father had taught them. Even more wicked, they went according to the evil desires of their hearts, sacrificing humans and burning incense, those sacrificed to the Baalim. A constant source of bitterness to Isaac and Rebekah, Judith bore Esau 3 sons, all sheiks of Edom, whom annihilated the Horite cave dwellers before them and took their dwelling place. And these are the names of her daughters which she bare to Esau. The name of the elder was Marzith, and the name of the younger was Puith. And Esau gave his elder daughter Marzith to Anna, the son of Zibeon, his wife's brother, and Puith he gave to Azar, the son of Bilhan the Horite. And Esau dwelt in the mountains with his sons, and they were fruitful and multiplied. Eliphaz, the son of Esau. When Jacob went to Harran, Esau called unto his son Eliphaz and secretly spoke unto him, saying, Now hasten, take thy sword in thy hand and pursue Jacob and pass before him in the road, and lurk for him, and slay him in one of the mountains, and take all belonging to him and come back. Eliphaz the son of Esau was an active man and expert with the bow as his father had taught him, and he was a noted hunter in the field and a valiant man, and Eliphaz did as his father had commanded him. Eliphaz was at that time 13 years old. Eliphaz rose up, and with 10 of his mother's brothers, pursued Jacob, closely following him as he lurked for the border of the land of Canaan opposite to the city of Shechem. And Jacob saw Eliphaz and his men pursuing him, and stood, and Eliphaz drew his sword advancing, he and his men, toward Jacob. And Jacob said unto them, What is to do with you that you have come hither, and what meaneth it that you pursue with your swords? And Eliphaz came near to Jacob, answering, Thus did my father command me, and now therefore I will not deviate from the orders which my father gave me. And when Jacob saw that Esau had spoken to Eliphaz to employ force, Jacob then approached and supplicated Eliphaz and his men, saying to him, Behold all that I have and which my father and mother gave unto me, that take unto thee and go from me, and do not slay me, and may this thing be accounted unto thee a righteousness. Thus, Eliphaz the son of Esau, and his men, hearkened not to the voice of Jacob, and they did not put him to death. Eliphaz and his men took all belonging to Jacob together with the silver and gold that he had brought with him from Beersheba, they left him nothing. And they went away, returning unto Esau to Beersheba, and they told all that occurred. And Esau was indignant at Eliphaz his son, and at his men that were with him, because they had not put Jacob to death. And they answered and said unto Esau, Because Jacob supplicated us in this matter not to slay him, our pity was excited toward him, and we took all belonging to him and brought it unto thee. And Esau took all the silver and gold which Eliphaz had taken from Jacob, and he put them by in his house. Paddan Aram. To escape the vengeance of his brother, Jacob traveled to the home of his uncle Laban the Syrian at Harran, where he'd spend the next 20 years of his life. During which time, his mother, Rebekah, died and was buried in the family cave of Machpelah. It came to pass in the 110th year of the life of Isaac, that is in the 50th year of the life of Jacob, Shem the son of Noah, who was 600 years old, died. And when Shem died, Jacob returned to his father to Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan. And Adnah, the wife of Laban the Syrian, conceived twin daughters, and Laban called the name of the elder, Leah the wild cow, and the name of the younger, Rachel the ewe, a shepherdess. While Jacob was in Paddan Aram, Esau also took a third wife from amongst the daughters of the Cainites, Mahalath, Machlath, also called Basemath, the daughter of Ishmael, and sister of Nebaioth, who bore him a son, who fathered 4 Edomite sheiks. The flatland region around Harran, in northern Mesopotamia, called Paddan Aram, the field of Syria, Aram, was a part of Aram Naharaim, or Aram of the 2 rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, from the Lebanon and Taurus Mountains, south, beyond Damascus. Aramaic, the language of the Aramaeans, Semitic descendants of Aram, youngest of Seth's 5 sons, which was closely related to Hebrew, became an international language in both trade and diplomacy throughout the regions of the Fertile Crescent, until about 500 CE. Aramaic, Hebrew, and Phoenician, comprising the northern division of the Semitic family of languages, and seemingly the only ones written with an alphabet, influenced legal and financial transcription in its political contacts with other languages, Akkadian and Persian. Jacob stopped for a night at Luz, a place in the Judean hills where Abraham had once previously camped, and using a stone for a pillow headstone, there in his dreams, he saw a ladder, a flight of stairs reaching into the heavens, upon which angels were ascending and descending. At the top, Jehovah was envisioned, an old man in the clouds, whose long white hair and beard are the clouds, confirming the divine covenant of his forefather. The Leophale, or stone of destiny, was later taken to Egypt, and thereafter carried on a pole before the mixed multitude into the land between of promise, whence the Israelites came out of Egypt conquering, instituting acts of genocide and ethically cleansing the nations. This headstone was predestined to become Christ's throne on earth. Note, the structure of DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, resembles a ladder, the spiral staircase of human DNA, the building blocks of humans themselves. Strands are made up of sugar and phosphate and at intervals are twisted together to form a helix, spiral, dot. Setting up a pillar and anointing it, Jacob repossessed the land, renaming Luz, and calling it Bethel, and, then Jacob vowed to tax every 1/10. Bethel, a region of dense population, having a greater concentration of towns than any other area of Palestine, was in a position of great strategic importance, situated on the north-south watershed line, running from Shechem southward through Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Hebron, and down to Beer-sheba. Another route connected it with Joppa on the Mediterranean, in the west, and Jericho, near the Jordan, in the east. The sovereign celestial gods were worshipped in the sun, moon, and stars, wherein they were thought to dwell, but the petty deities, the demons, were first adored in plain and simple columns, in which, after solemn dedication, they were supposed to keep their residence. Pagan phallic rites involved human sacrifices and cannibalistic orgies. Not mentioned in either Greek or Mesopotamian sources, their identity lost in the mists of time, a Bronze Age people of northern Europe worshipped atop the Mittelberg, a 252-meter hill in the Ziegelrode forest, 180 kilometers southwest of Berlin in the German state of Saxony-Anhalt. The Nebra sky disk was discovered there, a bronze and gold disk mapping 32 stars, including the Pleiades, shown as they appear in reference to a local mountain on the horizon, the Broken, a fabled place where witches coven. Rachel the ewe. Traveling on in the land of the Orientals, Jacob met his cousin Rachel the ewe, beautiful in form and countenance, who served as a shepherdess for her father, Laban the Syrian, the son of Bethuel the Syrian. Jacob was received into Laban's house, and agreed to serve him for 7 years, that he might betroth Rachel the ewe, whom he was deeply in love with. The passing of years seemed like the passing of days. On the wedding night, however, the father substituted an elder sister, Leah the wild cow, citing local custom as an excuse. Thusly Jacob again covenanted with Laban, to serve him another 10 years for the desired bride, Rachel the ewe, whom showed him more love than her sister. Leah the wild cow blessed Jacob with 4 sons, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Rachel, though, continued to be barren, and grew jealous of her sister, impatiently disparaging her reproach amongst women. She angered her loving husband, offering up her slave girl Bilhah to compensate her infertility, as Sarai had done earlier with Hagar. The 2 children, Dan and Naphtali, born to Bilhah, were considered to be the sons of Rachel the ewe, as were the 2 sons, Gad and Asher, born of Zilpah, slave girl of the older sister. Again, Leah the wild cow delivered 2 more sons, Issachar and Zebulun, and also a daughter, called Dinah, who was the wife of Job, the son of Uz. Rachel the ewe at last conceived, and Joseph was born. At this time, Jacob was about 91 years old. As a consequence, in the comparatively short period of 7 years, Jacob was blessed with many children, and he was now ready to depart from Harran. But his father-in-law prevailed upon him to remain longer and continue serving him for wages. It was agreed that Jacob keep for himself all the speckled and color-patched sheep, the dark brown sheep among the rams, and any color-patched and speckled she-goats. So Jacob tended Laban the Syrian's flocks for 6 years, his own flocks increasing. And Laban's attitude toward his son-in-law changed. Jacob started off tending only sheep of normal color and goats with no markings, but, after a dream, he experimented genetically, and subsequently produced hybrid offspring by natural selection, the crossbreeding affecting hereditary factors carried in the reproductive cells of future generations of Laban's flock. And, Jacob prospered, increasing not only his flocks, but also the number of his camels and asses, and slaves. Laban's teraphim. Now, at a time when Laban was out shearing his flocks, Jacob secretly took his wives and children, and all that he possessed, and crossed the Euphrates heading for Canaan. The time it would take for his departure to become known, and the time it would take Laban to finish shearing and make preparations, gave Jacob enough time to drive his slow-moving flocks, 3 days, all the way down to the mountainous region of Gilead, east of the Jordan River, which extends north and south of the torrent valley of Jabbok. With abundant rainfall in the winter and heavy dews in the summer, as well as many springs, grapes thrived. This fertile region anciently supported great forests. Its rolling plateaus were ideal for raising livestock or cultivating cereals. A unique aromatic balsam of Gilead, an oily, resinous substance having a sweet fragrance and medicinal properties, containing benzoic or cinnamic acid, was bled from the balsamiferous plant, and used as a holy anointing oil, in embalming, and in manufacturing perfume. Jacob highly prized it as one of the finest products of the land when sending gifts to Egypt, ranking it with gold and precious stones among treasures. 2. This is the manner of the images, in taking a man who is the firstborn and slaying him and taking the hair off his head, and taking salt and salting the head and anointing it in oil, then taking a small tablet of copper or a tablet of gold and writing the name upon it, and placing the tablet under his tongue, and taking the head with the tablet under the tongue and putting it in the house, and lighting up lights before it and bowing down to it. And at the time when they bow down to it, it speaks to them in all matters that they ask of it, through the power of the name which is written in it. Some make them in the figures of men, of gold and silver, and go to them in times known to receive the influence of the stars and future things. In this manner were the images which Rachel stole from her father. And Rachel stole these images which were her father's, in order that Laban might not know through them where Jacob had gone. 3. Laban and his kinsmen riding camels in hot pursuit caught up with Jacob within 7 days, and when they met, they quarreled. Laban was very concerned about retrieving his teraphim, or household idols, which Rachel, unknown to Jacob, had stolen, and kept concealed. Possession of the household idols by a woman's husband could give him the right to appear in court, and claim the estate of his deceased father-in-law. The search for the missing teraphim ended with Rachel, whom claimed to be indisposed due to her menstrual period, shrewdly concealed the teraphim from detection. Laban and Jacob concluded a solemn covenant of family peace, amicably, and Jacob ensured his father-in-law that he'd not deprive his cousins, Laban's sons, of their inheritance, and erecting a stone pillar they called the place Gilead, heaping up stones for a silent witness heap, an altar upon which the covenant meal was eaten. Penuel. Jacob sent messengers to his brother Esau toward the land of Seir, and he spoke to him words of supplication. And those messengers went to Esau, and found him on the borders of the land of Edom going toward Israel, and 400 men of the children of Seir the Horite were standing with drawn swords. Esau answered them with pride and contempt, and said unto them, Surely I have heard and truly it has been told unto me what Jacob has done to Laban, who exalted him in his house and gave him his daughters for wives, and he begot sons and daughters, and abundantly increased in wealth and riches in Laban's house through his means. When he saw that his wealth was abundant and his riches great, he fled with all belonging to him, from Laban's house, and he led Laban's daughters away from the face of their father, as captives taken by the sword without telling him of it. And not only to Laban has Jacob done thus, but also unto me has he done so, and has twice supplanted me, and shall I be silent? Now therefore I have this day come with my camps to meet him, and I will do unto him according to the desire of my heart. And Jacob distressed, greatly afraid. 2. During the night Jacob wrestled with an angel, and because of his perseverance he was called Israel, the contender. In this struggle, the angel touched the socket of Jacob's thigh joint, and he limped for the rest of his life. Jacob was 100 years old at this time. And Rachel the ewe, his wife, conceived at this time. In commemoration of this momentous event, Israel called the place Penuel, a strategic location. It controlled the entrance to the Jabbok gorge leading westward down to the Jordan. Israel's household crossed near the ford of the blue-gray Jabbok, with small fish abounding in its shallow, easily fordable waters. The river collected from several perennial streams and numerous water torrents before flowing into the Jordan, north of the Dead Sea, its semicircular course covering some 60 miles. Oleander bushes and many kinds of small trees line the deep, fertile valley through which the Jabbok flows. This valley, its steep sides, serving as a natural boundary, constituting a frontier between the Ammonites and the Amorites, and later dividing the realms of the Amorite king Sihon and Og. Israel was now, understandably, anxious to make peace also with his brother Esau, for he'd soon be in Canaan. Having fled with practically nothing, he was now returning home a wealthy man. And, having received word from messengers he'd sent on ahead, that Esau along with 400 men was on his way to meet him, Israel divided up the people that were with him, with the flocks and cattle, into 2 camps, and he gave the half to the care of Dame Sech, the son of Eliezer, Abraham's servant, for a camp, with his children, and the other half he gave to the care of his brother Elianas the son of Eliezer, to be for a camp with his children, wives, and concubines, placing his most beloved Rachel the ewe, and her son Joseph, at the safest place in the rear of his caravan. And he commanded them, saying, Keep yourselves at a distance with your camps, and do not come too near each other, and if Esau come to one camp and slay it, the other camp at a distance from it will escape him. Israel tarried there that night, and during the whole night he gave his servants instructions concerning the forces and his children. Then, he sent ahead magnificent and costly gifts, 550 head of livestock, goats and sheep, camels, cattle, and asses, to soften any lingering hatred his brother might still harbor. But Esau, a mighty chieftain and quite materially prosperous, refused the gift, until further urged by his brother to accept the gift. At their meeting, Israel, in humility, bowed low down to the earth 7 times, inching nearer each time to his brother. Esau, though, ran and embraced his brother, kissing him, as they both wept tears of joy. At their parting, Esau placed some of his men at his brother's disposal, then returned south into Seir, with the gifts Jacob had given him. Israel recrossed the Jabbok and went north, a few miles east of the Jordan River and just a little north of the Jabbok River where it issues forth from the hills, settling the low plain of Succos, where he built permanent structures, houses in which to live and covered stalls for livestock. After the conclusion of the amiable meeting of the twins, now about 99 years old, each went his separate way, not to meet again until they jointly buried their father, Isaac, some 33 years later. Shechem and Dinah. Some time after Israel went away from the borders of the land, he came to the land of Shalem, that is the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, and he rested in front of the city. Israel purchased a tract of land, for 5 shekels, from the sons of Hamor the Hivite, where he pitched his tent, and he made booths for his cattle, and later set up an altar, calling the name of that place Succos. And he remained in Succos a year and 6 months. At that time some of the women of the inhabitants of the land went to the city of Shechem to dance and rejoice with the daughters of the people of the city, and when they went forth, then Rachel the ewe and Leah the wild cow, the wives of Jacob, with their families, also, went to behold the rejoicing of the daughters of the city. And Dinah the daughter of Jacob also went along with them and saw the daughters of the city, and they remained there before these daughters whilst all the people of the city were standing by them to behold their rejoicings, and all the great people of the city were there. Shechem the son of Hamor, the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, most honorable of the whole Hamitic house of Hamor, a descendant of Canaan, was also standing there to see them, and when he looked at Dinah his soul became fixed upon her. And he sent and had her taken by force, and Dinah came to the house of Shechem, and he seized her forcibly and lay with her and humbled her, and he loved her exceedingly and placed her in his house. When Israel heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter Dinah, his sons were feeding his cattle in the field, so he sent 12 of his servants to fetch her from the house of Shechem, and they went and came to the house of Shechem to take away Dinah from there. And when they came, Shechem went out to them with his men and drove them from his house, sitting with Dinah, kissing and embracing her before their eyes. 2. Before his sons came home, Jacob sent 2 maidens from his servants' daughters to take care of Dinah in the house of Shechem, and to remain with her, and Shechem sent 3 of his friends to his father Hamor the son of Chiddechem, the son of Perd, saying, Get me this damsel for a wife. And Hamor the Hivite came to the house of Shechem his son, and he sat before him, saying, Shechem, is there then no woman amongst the daughters of thy people that thou wilt take an wandering shepherdess who is not of thy people? And Shechem said to him, Her only must thou get for me, for she is delightful in my sight. So Hamor went forth to Israel to commune with him concerning this matter, and when he had gone from the house of his son Shechem, behold, the sons of Israel came in from the field, very much grieved concerning their sister, and they all came fired with anger, before the time of gathering in their cattle. And they came and sat before their father and spoke unto him kindled with wrath, saying, Surely death is due to this man and to his household, because Shechem has both ravaged and committed fornication with our sister, and not one of all the people of the city spoke a word to him. Surely thou knowest and understandest that the judgment of death is due to Shechem, and to his father, and to the whole city on account of the thing which he has done. And whilst they were speaking, Hamor the father of Shechem came to speak to Israel concerning Dinah, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter, I pray you give her unto him for a wife and intermarry with us, give us your daughters and we will give you our daughters, and you shall dwell with us in our land and we will be as one people in the land. Our land is very extensive, so dwell ye and trade therein and get possessions in it, and do therein as you desire, and no one shall prevent you by saying a word to you. Hamor ceased speaking, and behold, Shechem his son had come after him, and he sat before them, saying, May I find favor in your sight that you will give me Dinah, your daughter, and whatever you say unto me that will I do for her. Ask me for abundance of dowry and gift, and I will give it, and whatever you shall say unto me that will I do, and whoever he be that will rebel against your orders, he shall die, only give me the damsel for a wife. And Simeon and Levi answered Hamor and Shechem his son deceitfully, saying, All you have spoken unto us we will do for you. To give our daughters to uncircumcised men is a disgrace to us. But herein will we consent to you, to give you our daughters, and we will also take unto ourselves your daughters, and will dwell amongst you and be one people as you have spoken, if you will hearken to us, and consent to be like us, to circumcise every male belonging to you, as we are circumcised. And if you will not hearken unto us, to have every male circumcised as we are circumcised, then we will take our daughters from you and go away. Shechem and his father Hamor heard the words of the sons of Jacob, and hastened to do the wishes of the sons of Israel, for Shechem was very fond of Dinah and his soul was riveted to her. Shechem and his father Hamor hastened to the gate of the city, and assembled all the men of their city and called for the sons of Jacob, who circumcised every male belonging to them on that day and the next. And they circumcised Shechem and Hamor his father, and the 5 brothers of Shechem, and then every one rose up and went home. And the number of all the males that were circumcised were 645 men, and 246 children. 3. But Chiddechem, son of Perd, the father of Hamor, and his 6 brothers, did not listen unto Shechem and his father Hamor, and they would not be circumcised, for the proposal of the sons of Israel was loathsome in their sight, and their anger was greatly roused at this, that the people of the city had not hearkened to them. In the evening of the 2nd day, they found 8 small children who had not been circumcised, for their mothers had concealed them from Shechem and his father Hamor, and from the men of the city. And Shechem and his father Hamor sent to have them brought before them to be circumcised, when Chiddechem and his 6 brothers sprang at them with their swords, and sought to slay them both, and they sought to slay Dinah with them on account of this matter. Dinah hastened and sent one of her maidens, that her father had sent to take care of her in the house of Shechem, to Israel her father and to her brethren. 4. However, Israel's sons Simeon and Levi displayed a vengeful anger that was unreasonably harsh and cruel, and while Shechem and Hamor were recovering, attacked and killed both of them, as well as every male of Shechem, before plundering the city, taking women and children captive, and appropriating property and wealth. And there was a great consternation in the midst of the city, and the cry of the people of the city ascended to heaven, and all the women and children cried aloud. And whilst they were taking the spoil, 300 men stood up and threw dust at them and struck them with stones, when Simeon turned to them and he slew them all with the edge of the sword. And they took away their sheep and their oxen and their cattle, and also the remainder of the women and little ones, and they led all these away, and they opened a gate and went out and came unto their father Jacob with vigor. And the number of women whom Simeon and Levi took captives from the city of Shechem, whom they did not slay, was 85 who had not known a man. And amongst them was a young damsel of beautiful countenance and well favored, whose name was Bunah, and Simeon took her for a wife. And the number of the males which they took captive and did not slay was 47 men, the rest they slew. And all the young men and women that Simeon and Levi had taken captives from the city of Shechem were slaves to the sons of Israel and to their children after them, until the day of the sons of Israel going forth from the land of Egypt. And 20 young men who were not circumcised had concealed themselves, and fought against Simeon and Levi, and Simeon and Levi killed 18 of them, 2 fled and escaped to some lime pits that were in the city. Simeon and Levi sought for them, but could not find them. They slew Hamor, too, and Shechem his son at the edge of the sword, and they brought away Dinah from the house of Shechem and they went from there. When Israel saw all that they had done to the city, and the spoil that they took, he was very angry, and said unto them, What is this that you have done to me? I obtained rest amongst the Canaanitish inhabitants of the land, and none of them meddled with me. And now you have made me obnoxious to the inhabitants of the land, the Cainites, and the Perizzites. I am but of a small number, and they will all assemble against me and slay me when they hear of your work with their brethren, and I and my household will be destroyed. And Israel was made a stench to the inhabitants of the land, so that, after burying his treasures, he fled, ostracized. Jashub, king of Tapnach. When Simeon and Levi had gone forth from Shechem, the 2 young men that were left, who had concealed themselves in the city, and did not die amongst the people of the city, rose up, and these young men went into the city and walked about in it, and found desolation. Israel is desolation of abomination. And women weeping. And the two young men cried out and said, Behold! These arable sons of Israel, going to and fro across the whole land, did evil to this Canaanite city, and were not afraid of their lives in all the land of Canaan. The two young men went and told the inhabitants of Tapnach all that had befallen them, and all that the arable, Hebrew, had done to the city of Shechem. The information reached Jashub king of Tapnach, who sent men to see the two young men of Shechem, for the king did not believe them in this account, saying, How could two men, Simeon and Levi, lay waste such a large town as Shechem? The messengers of Jashub came back and told him the city was destroyed, saying, There is not a man there, only weeping women, neither is any flock or cattle there, for all that was in the city the sons of Israel took away. And Jashub wondered at this, saying, How could two men do this thing, to destroy so large a city, and not one man able to stand against them? For the like had not been from the days of Nimrod, and not even from the remotest time had the like taken place. Jashub king of Tapnach said to his people, Be courageous, and we will go and fight against these Hebrews and do unto them as they did unto the city. We will avenge the cause of the people of the city. And Jashub consulted with his counselors about this matter, and his advisers said unto him, Alone thou wilt not prevail over these detestable shepherd kings, for they must be powerful to do this work to the whole city. If two of them lay waste the whole city, and no one stood against them, surely if thou wilt go against them, they will all rise against us and destroy us likewise. But if thou wilt send to all the kings that surround us, and let them come together, then we will go with them and fight against the sons of Israel, then wilt thou prevail against them. And Jashub heard the words of his counselors, and their words pleased him and his people, and he did so, sending to all the kings of the Amorites around Shechem and Tapnach, saying, Go up with me and assist me, and we will smite Israel the Hebrew and all his sons, and destroy them from the earth, for thus did they to the city of Shechem, and do you not know of it? All the kings of the Amorites had heard of the evil that the sons of Jacob had done to the city of Shechem, and they were greatly astonished at them. The 7 kings of the Amorites assembled with all their armies, about 10,000 men with drawn swords, and they came to fight against the sons of Israel. Israel heard that the kings of the Amorites had assembled to fight against his sons, and he was greatly afraid, distressed. The 7 kings of the Amorites. Judah called to one of his father's servants, Go now and see where those kings, who are coming against us, are situated with their armies. And the servant went and looked far off, and went up opposite Mount Sihon, and saw all the camps of the kings standing in the fields, and he returned to Judah and said, Behold, the kings are situated in the field with all their camps, a people exceedingly numerous, like unto the sand upon the seashore. And Judah said unto Simeon and Levi, and unto all their brothers, Strengthen yourselves, brethren, and be sons of valor, do not fear them. Stand forth each man, girt with his weapons of war, his bow and his sword, and we will go and fight against these uncircumcised men. They rose up, and each girt on his weapons of war, great and small, 11 sons of Israel, and all their servants with them. And all the servants of Isaac, who were with him in Hebron, came to them equipped in all sorts of war instruments, and the sons of Israel and their servants, being 112 men, went towards these kings, and Israel also went with them. All the kings of the Amorites came and took their stand in the field to consult with their counselors what was to be done with the sons of Israel, for they were still afraid of them, saying, Behold, 2 of them slew the whole of the city of Shechem. And when the kings of the Amorites heard the words of their advisers, their hearts filled with terror, and they were afraid, and would not fight. And the 7 kings turned and refrained from the sons of Israel and durst not approach to make war, as their hearts had melted within them from their fear. The sons of Israel kept their station that day till evening opposite Mount Sihon, and seeing that these kings did not come to fight against them, they returned home. Israel the contender, a transient alien. Israel was 99 years old when he went with his sons and all the people that were with him to Bethel in Luz. Now, at Bethel, Israel built an altar to Jehovah, and confirmed the Abrahamic promise, he erected a pillar, pouring a drink offering over it, anointing it with oil. At that time died Deborah the daughter of Uz, the nurse of Rebekah, who had been with Jacob, and Jacob buried her beneath Bethel under an oak that was there, and he called the name of that place Allon-Bashioth. And Rebekah the daughter of Bethuel, the mother of Jacob, also died at that time in Hebron, the same is Kiriath-arba, and she was buried in the cave of Machpelah which Abraham had bought from the children of Het. The life of Rebekah was 133 years. Laban the Syrian died in those days, as well. Upon leaving Bethel, moving southwards, birth pains struck Rachel the ewe, and in the ordeal of hard labor, giving birth to Benjamin, her second son, she died, too. Israel buried her in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem, and he set a pillar upon her grave, which is there unto this day, and the days of Rachel were 45 years and she died. After the death of Rachel the ewe, Israel pitched his tent near the watchtower of Eder, a shelter for shepherds somewhere between Bethlehem in the Judean highlands, around the low plain of Hebron. One of the oldest still inhabited areas in the Middle East, with numerous springs and wells and miles of greenery. Sarah had died there and was buried in a cave at nearby Machpelah. Hebron, the ancient city founded by Arba of the Anakim, was originally known as Kiriath-arba. The neighboring countryside, though rocky, produces olives, grapes, pomegranates, figs, apricots, apples and nuts, and different cereals. The voice of chariots. In the 105th year of the life of Israel, that is the 9th year of his dwelling with his children in the land of Canaan, he came from Padan Aram. In those days Israel journeyed with his children from Hebron, and they returned to the city of Shechem, they and all belonging to them, and dwelt there, for the children of Israel obtained good and fat pasture land for their cattle in the city of Shechem, the city of Shechem having then been rebuilt, and there were in it about 300 men and women. And Israel and his children and all belonging to him dwelt in the part of the field which Jacob had bought from Hamor the father of Shechem, when he came from Padan Aram before Simeon and Levi had smitten the city. All the surrounding kings of the Cainites and Amorites heard that the sons of Jacob had again come to Shechem and dwelt there, and they said, Shall the sons of Israel the Hebrew again come to the city and dwell therein, after that they have smitten its inhabitants and driven them out? Shall they now return and also drive out those who are dwelling in the city or slay them? And all the kings of Canaan again assembled, coming together to make war with Israel and his sons. And Jashub king of Tapnach sent to all his neighboring kings, to Elah king of Gosh, and to Ahuri king of Shiloh, and to Parathon king of Shazar, and to Susa king of Sarton, and to Laban king of Bethkarin, and to Sheber king of Othnimmah, saying, Come and let us smite Israel the Hebrew and his sons, and all belonging to him, for they are again come to Shechem to possess it and to slay its inhabitants as before. And all these kings assembled together and came with all their camps, a people exceedingly plentiful like the sand upon the seashore, and they were all opposite to Tapnach. Jashub king of Tapnach went with all his army and encamped with the 6 kings opposite to Tapnach, and they divided into 7 divisions, being 7 camps against the sons of Jacob. And they sent a declaration to Jacob and his son, saying, Come you all forth to us that we may have an interview together in the plain, and revenge the cause of the men of Shechem whom you slew in their city. Their anger was kindled exceedingly at the words of the kings of Canaan, and 10 of the sons of Israel hastened and rose up, and each of them girt on his weapons of war, and there were 102 of their servants with them equipped in battle array. And all these men, the sons of Jacob with their servants, went toward these kings, and Jacob their father was with them, and they all stood upon the heap of Shechem. 2. The earth shook from its place, and the sun darkened, all the 7 kings were terrified, a great consternation seized them, impressing their hearts with terror and offer the voice of chariots, and the voice of mighty horses from the sons of Jacob, and the voice of a great army accompanying them. And the sons of Jacob advanced upon them, with 112 men, with a great and tremendous shouting. When the kings saw the sons of Jacob advancing toward them, they were still more panic-struck, and inclined to retreat from before the sons of Jacob as at first, and not to fight with them. but they did not retreat, saying, "It would be a disgrace to us thus twice to retreat from before the Hebrews." And the sons of Jacob came near, advancing against all these kings and their armies, a very mighty people, numerous as the sand of the sea. The sons of Israel girt on their weapons of war, taking in their hands each man his shield and his javelin, and they approached to battle. Judah ran first before his brethren, and 10 of his servants with him, and Jashub, king of Tapnach, also came forth first with his army and advanced toward Judah, who was riding upon a very strong and powerful horse. Jashub, too, was a very valiant man, covered with iron and brass from head to foot. And whilst he was upon the horse, he shot arrows with both hands from before and behind, as was his manner in all his battles, and he never missed the place to which he aimed his arrows. And when Jashub came to fight with Judah, and was darting many arrows against him, and all the arrows that he shot rebounded upon his own men. Notwithstanding, Jashub kept advancing toward Judah, to challenge him with the arrows, but the distance between them was about 30 cubits. When Judah saw Jashub darting forth his arrows against him, he ran to him with wrath-excited might, and took up a large stone from the ground, and struck him on his shield. Jashub was stunned with the blow and fell off from his horse to the ground. His shield burst asunder out of his hand. The 6 kings that came with Jashub saw at a distance the strength the son of Israel, and they were terribly afraid of Judah. Assembling near Jashub's camp, they saw his confusion, as Judah drew his sword and smote 42 men of his camp, and the whole of Jashub's camp fled before Judah. No man stood against him, and Jashub was prostrate upon the ground. Jashub, seeing that all the men of his camp had fled from him, hastened and rose up with terror against Judah, and stood upon his legs opposite Judah. And Jashub had a single combat with Judah, placing shield toward shield. And Jashub took his spear in his hand to strike Judah upon his head, but Judah had quickly placed his shield to his head against Jashub's spear, so that the shield of Judah received the blow and was split in two. When Judah saw that his shield was split, he hastily drew his sword and smote Jashub at his ankles, and cut off his feet. Jashub fell upon the ground and the spear fell from his hand, which Judah hastily picked up, and with which he severed Jashub's head, casting it next to his feet. When the sons of Israel saw what Judah had done to Jashub, they all ran into the ranks of all the other kings that were there, causing 15,000 of their men to fall, smote, and the rest fled for their lives. Judah, still standing by the body of Jashub, stripped him of his coat of mail, and the iron and brass that was about him, and behold 9 men of the captains of Jashub came along to fight against Judah. And Judah hastened and took up a stone from the ground, and with it smote one of them upon the head, and his skull was fractured, and the body also fell from the horse to the ground. The 8 captains that remained, seeing the strength of Judah, were greatly afraid and fled, Judah with his 10 men pursuing them, and overtaking them, slew them. And the sons of Israel were still smiting the armies of the kings, and they slew many of them, but those kings daringly kept their stand with their captains, and did not retreat from their places. And after having smitten the armies of the kings, the sons of Israel returned, coming before Judah, and Judah was still slaying the 8 captains of Jashub, and stripping off their garments. The conquest of Shazar. Levi saw Elon, king of Gosh, advancing toward him, with his 14 captains to smite him, but Levi did not know it for certain. And Levi, with 12 of his servants, went and slew Elon and his captains with the edge of the sword. Ahuri king of Shiloh came up to assist Elon, and he approached Israel, when Israel drew his bow and with an arrow struck Ahuri, which caused his death. And when Ahuri king of Shiloh was dead, the 4 remaining kings fled from their station with the rest of the captains, and they endeavored to retreat, and the sons of Israel pursued. Israel also came from the heap of Shechem where he was standing, and went after the kings. The kings and the captains with the rest of their armies were afraid of their lives and fled till they reached the city of Shazar. And the sons of Israel pursued them to the gate of the city, and they smote a great smiting amongst the kings and their armies, about 4,000 men, and whilst they were smiting the army of the kings, Israel, 2. Was occupied with his bow, smiting kings, and he slew them all. He slew Parathon king of Shazar at the gate of the city of Shazar, and he afterward smote Susa king of Sartan, and Laban king of Beth-chorin, and Shabur king of Machnaima, and he slew them all with arrows. And the sons of Israel, seeing that all the kings were dead, continued to carry on the battle with the broken up and retreating armies of the kings, opposite the gate of Shazar, and they smote about 400 of their men. 2. 3 men of the servants of Israel fell in that battle, and when Judah saw that 3 of his servants had died, it grieved him greatly, and his anger burned within him against the Amorites. All the men that remained of the armies of the kings were greatly afraid of their lives, and they ran and broke the gate of the walls of the city of Shazar, and they all entered the city for safety. And they concealed themselves in the midst of the city of Shazar, for the city of Shazar was very large and extensive, and when all these armies had entered the city, the sons of Israel ran after them to the city. 4 mighty men, experienced in battle, went forth from the city and stood against the entrance of the city, with drawn swords and spears in their hands, and they placed themselves opposite the sons of Israel, and would not suffer them to enter the city. Naphtali ran and came between them, and with his sword smote 2 of them, and cut off their heads at one stroke. He turned to the other 2, and they fled. He pursued, and overtook them, and slew them. The sons of Israel came to the city and saw another wall, and they sought for the gate of the wall and could not find it. Judah sprang upon the top of the wall, and Simeon and Levi followed him, and they all 3 descended from the wall into the city. And Simeon and Levi slew all the men who ran for safety into the city, also the inhabitants of the city with their wives and little ones, they slew with the edge of the sword, and the cries of the city ascended up to heaven. Dan and Naphtali sprang upon the wall to see the noise of lamentation, and they heard the inhabitants of the city weeping supplications, saying, "Take all that we possess in the city and go away, only do not put us to death." When Judah, Simeon, and Levi had ceased smiting the inhabitants of the city, they ascended the wall and called to Dan and Naphtali, upon the wall, and to the rest of their brothers, and all the sons of Jacob came to fetch the spoil. And the sons of Israel took the spoil of the city of Shazar, the flocks and herds, and the property, and they took all that could be captured, and went away that day from the city. The conquest of Sartan. On the next day, the sons of Israel went to Sartan, for they heard that the men of Sartan who had remained in the city were assembling to fight with them for having slain their king, and Sartan was a very high and fortified city, surrounded by a deep rampart. And there was no place for a man to enter the city on account of the rampart, entrance to the city was at the rear. The inhabitants of Sartan speedily took away the bridge of the road of the city, from its place, before the sons of Israel came, and they brought it into the city. And the sons of Israel came and sought the way into the city, and could not find it, and the inhabitants of the city reproached them from the top of the wall, cursing them. All the gates of the city enclosed with iron doors, the sons of Israel came near to break open the doors of the gates of the city, and the inhabitants did not let them, for from the top of the wall they were casting stones and arrows upon them. And the number of the people that were upon the wall was about 400 men, and when the sons of Israel ascended the top of the wall, Judah went up first to the east part of the city. Gad and Asher went up after him to the west corner of the city, and Simeon and Levi to the north, and Dan and Reuben to the south. And the men who were on the top of the wall, the inhabitants of the city, all fled from the wall, descended into the city, and concealed themselves in the midst of the city. And Issachar and Naphtali that remained under the wall approached and broke the gates of the city, and kindled a fire at the gates of the city that the iron melted, and all the sons of Israel came into the city, and no man stood up before them. About 200 men fled from the city and hid themselves in a certain tower in the city. Judah pursued them to the tower and broke down the tower, which fell upon the men, and they all died. And the sons of Israel saw another strong and high tower at a distance in the city, the top of it reaching to heaven, and the sons of Israel went with all their men to that tower, and found it filled with about 300 men, women, and little ones. And they smote a great smiting amongst those men in the tower, and they ran away. Simeon and Levi pursued them, when 12 mighty and valiant men came out to them from the place where they had concealed themselves, and Simeon and Levi could not prevail over them. Those valiant men broke the shields of Simeon and Levi, and one of them struck at Levi's head with his sword, when Levi hastily placed his hand to his head, for he was afraid of the sword, and the sword struck Levi's hand, and Levi seized the sword of the valiant man in his hand, and took it forcibly from the man, struck with it at the head of the powerful man, and severed his head. And 11 men approached to fight with Levi, for they saw that one of them was killed, and the sons of Israel fought, but could not prevail over them, for those men were very powerful. Seeing that they could not prevail over them, Simeon gave a loud and tremendous shriek, and the 11 powerful men were stunned at Simeon's shrieking. Judah at a distance knew the voice of Simeon's shouting, and Naphtali and Judah ran with their shields to Simeon and Levi, and found them fighting with those powerful men, unable to prevail over them as their shields were broken. Naphtali took 2 shields from his servants and brought them to Simeon and Levi. Simeon, Levi, and Judah on that day fought against the 11 mighty men until the time of sunset, but they could not prevail over them. Israel approached and drew his bow, and came nigh unto the mighty men, and slew 3 of their men with the bow, and the remaining 8 turned back. The war waged against them in the front and rear, and they were greatly afraid of their lives and they fled. And in their flight they met Dan and Asher coming toward them, and they fought with them, and were slain. All the sons of Israel returned and walked about the city searching if they could find any men, and they found about 20 young men in a cave in the city. Gad and Asher smote them all. Dan and Naphtali lighted upon the rest of the men who had fled and escaped from the second tower, and they smote them all. And all the inhabitants of the city of Sarton, too, they smote, but the women and little ones they left in the city and did not slay them. Taking all the spoil of the city, flocks and herds and property, the sons of Israel did unto Sarton and its inhabitants as they had done to Shazar and its inhabitants, turned, and went away. The conquest of Gosh. All that remained in the city of Tapnach came out to retake the booty and the spoil which had been captured from Shazar and Sarton, and the sons of Israel smote them, and they fled, pursued to the city of Arbalon. And the men of Arbalon went out with their wives to fight with the sons of Israel, for their wives were experienced in battle, about 400 men and women. All the sons of Israel ran toward the inhabitants of Arbalon with a tremendous voice, and the inhabitants of Arbalon heard the noise, like the noise of lions and like the roaring of the sea and its waves. Fear and terror possessed their hearts, they retreated and fled, pursued them to the gate of the city. And the sons of Israel fought with them in the city, and all their women were engaged in slinging, and the combat was very severe amongst them the whole of that day till evening. The sons of Israel almost perished in that battle, but gaining strength toward the evening, smote all the inhabitants of Arbalon by the edge of the sword, men, women, and little ones. Also the remainder of the people who had fled from Sarton, the sons of Israel smote in Arbalon, who did unto Arbalon and Tapnach as they had done to Shazar and Sarton, and when the women saw that all the men were dead, they went upon the roofs of the city and showered down stones like rain. And the sons of Israel seized all the women and smote them with the edge of the sword, and captured all the spoil and booty, flocks and herds and cattle. Then, doing unto Machnaimah as they had done to Tapnach, to Shazar, and to Shiloh, they went away. 2. On the 5th day the people of Gosh gathered, because their king and 14 captains had been slain in battle at the city of Gosh. And the sons of Israel girt on their weapons of war, and marched to battle against the inhabitants of Gosh. Gosh was a strong and mighty people of the Amorites, and was the strongest and best fortified city of the Amorites, having 3 walls. And when the sons of Israel came to Gosh, they found the gates of the city locked, with about 500 men standing at the top of the outermost wall, and a people numerous as the sand upon the seashore were in ambush without the city at the rear thereof. The sons of Israel approached to open the gates of the city, and whilst they were drawing nigh, those who were in ambush at the rear of the city came forth from their places and surrounded them. And the battle was both to their front and rear, all the men that were upon the wall, casting arrows and stones upon them. Judah, seeing that the men of Gaush were getting too heavy for them, gave a most piercing and tremendous shriek, and all the men of Gaush were terrified at the voice of his cry. Men fell from the wall, and all those that were from without and within the city were greatly afraid of their lives. And the sons of Israel still came nigh to break the doors of the city. But when the men of Gaush threw stones and arrows upon them from the top of the wall, they fled from the gate. The sons of Israel returned against the men of Gaush, and slew all those men who were without the city, to fight near the entrance to the city. And they came nigh to one corner to fight under the wall, and the inhabitants of Gaush threw arrows and stones upon them like showers of rain, so they fled from under the wall. The inhabitants of Gaush greatly reproached them, reviling them with their gods, and continued to cast arrows and stones upon them from the wall. And Judah and his brothers heard the words of the inhabitants of Gaush, and their anger was greatly roused. Judah was jealous in this matter, and he ran at a distance with all his might, his drawn sword in hand, and sprang from the earth by dint of his strength, mounting the wall, and his sword fell from his hand. And Judah shouted upon the wall, and all the men that were upon the wall were terrified, and some of them fell from the wall into the city and died, and those who were yet upon the wall, when they saw Judah's strength, were greatly afraid and fled for their lives into the city for safety. Though some were emboldened to fight with Judah upon the wall, and came nigh to slay him when they saw there was no sword in his hand, and 20 men of the city came up to assist them, surrounding Judah with drawn swords, and terrified, Judah cried out to his brothers from the wall. Israel and his sons drew the bow from under the wall, and smote 3 of the men that were upon the top of the wall. All the men surrounding Judah on the top of the wall were terrified. Each threw his sword from his hand and fled. And Judah took the swords which had fallen from their hands, and fought with them, slaying 20 of their men upon the wall. About 80 men and women still ascended the wall from the city, surrounding Judah, fear of Judah impressed within their hearts. Israel and all who were with him drew the bow from under the wall, and they slew 10 men upon the wall. The people upon the wall, seeing 20 of their men had fallen, still ran toward Judah with drawn swords, but could not approach him, for they were greatly terrified at his strength. One of their mighty men, whose name was Arud, approached to strike Judah upon the head with his sword, when Judah hastily put his shield to his head, and the sword hit the shield, and it was split in two. And this mighty man, after he had struck Judah, ran for his life, at the fear of Judah, and his feet slipped upon the wall, and he fell amongst the sons of Israel who were below the wall, and they slew him. Judah's head pained him from Arud's blow, and he had nearly died from it. Dan came upon the wall near unto Judah, and all the men of Gaush upon the wall fled, going to the second wall, and they threw arrows and stones upon Dan and Judah from the second wall, endeavoring to drive them from the wall. The arrows and stones struck Dan and Judah, nearly killing them upon the wall, and wherever Dan and Judah fled from the wall, they were attacked with arrows and stones from the second wall. Israel and his sons were still at the entrance of the city below the first wall, and they were not able to draw their bow against the inhabitants of the city, as they could not be seen by them, being upon the second wall. And Dan and Judah, when they could no longer bear the stones and arrows that fell upon them from the second wall, both sprang upon the second wall near the people of the city, and when the people of the city who were upon the second wall saw that Dan and Judah had come to them upon the second wall, they all cried out and descended below between the walls. Still at the entrance of the city, Israel and his sons heard the noise of the shouting from the people of the city, anxious about Dan and Judah, who were not seen by them, they being upon the second wall. And Naphtali went up with his wrath-excited might, and sprang upon the first wall to see what caused the noise of shouting which they had heard in the city, and Issachar and Zebulun drew nigh to break the doors of the city, opening the gates of the city. Naphtali leaped from the first wall to the second, and came to assist his brothers, and the inhabitants of Gaush who were upon the wall, seeing that Naphtali was the third who had come up to assist his brothers, they all fled and descended into the city, and Jacob and all his sons and all their young men came into the city to them. Judah and Dan and Naphtali descended from the wall into the city and pursued the inhabitants of the city. Simeon and Levi came down to their brothers from without the city. And the inhabitants of the city descended into the city, the sons of Israel coming to them in different directions, the battle waged against them from the front and the rear, and the sons of Israel slew about 20,000 of them, men and women. 3. Blood flowed plentifully in the city, like a brook of water, flowing to the outer part of the city, and reaching the desert of Beth-chorin. And the people of Beth-chorin saw at a distance the blood flowing from the city of Gosh. About 70 men from amongst them ran to see the blood, and they came to the place where the blood was, following the track of the blood to the city of Gosh, and they saw the blood issue from the city. The voice of crying from the inhabitants of Gosh ascended unto heaven, and the blood was flowing abundantly. All the sons of Israel were still engaged in slaying about 20,000 men and women. And the people of Corinth said, Surely this is the work of the Hebrews, for they are still carrying on war in all the cities of the Amorites. Each took his weapons of war. All the inhabitants of Beth-chorin girt on their weapons of war to go and fight with the sons of Israel. And when the sons of Israel had done smiting the inhabitants of Gosh, they walked about the city to strip all the slain. Coming into the innermost part of the city, and farther on, they met 3 very powerful men, and the powerful men ran away. One of them had taken Zebulun, who was a young lad and of short stature, and with his might had dashed him to the ground. But Israel ran to him, and smote him below his loins with the sword, cutting him in two, the 2 halves of his body falling upon Zebulun. The second one seized Israel, whilst Simeon and Levi ran, smiting him on the hips with the sword and felling him to the ground. And the powerful man rose up from the ground with wrath-excited might, and Judah came to him before he had gained his footing, striking him upon the head with the sword, and his head was split. And the third powerful man, seeing that his companions were killed, ran from before the sons of Israel, pursued into the city, and whilst the powerful man was fleeing he found one of the swords of the inhabitants of the city, and picking it up, turned and fought with that sword. He ran to Judah to strike him upon the head with the sword, and there was no shield in the hand of Judah, and whilst he was aiming to strike him, Naphtali hastily took his shield and put it to Judah's head, and Judah escaped the sword. Simeon and Levi ran upon the powerful man and struck at him forcibly with their swords. The 2 swords entered his body, dividing it in 2, lengthwise, and the day was about to decline. The sons of Israel walked about Gosh and took all the spoil of the city, even the little ones and women they did not suffer to live, and they did unto Gosh as they had done to Sarton and Shiloh. The conquest of Beth-chorin. The sons of Israel led away all the spoil of Gosh by night, marching toward the castle of Beth-chorin, and the inhabitants of Beth-chorin were going to the castle to meet them. On that night they fought in the castle of Beth-chorin. All the inhabitants of Beth-chorin were mighty men, one of them would not flee from before 1,000 men, and on that night the earth quaked at their shouting. All the sons of Israel were afraid of those men, as they were not accustomed to fight in the dark, and were greatly confounded by these uncircumcised men. And the people of Beth-chorin fought amongst themselves the whole night, each man with his neighbor, in the darkness of night, and smote each other in great numbers, and their cry was heard at a distance. The whole earth shook at their voice, for they were powerful above all the people of the earth. All the inhabitants of the cities of the Cainites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Hivites, and all the kings of Canaan, and also those who were on the other side of the Jordan, heard the noise of the shouting on that night. And they said, Surely these are the battles of the Hebrews who are fighting against the 7 cities. And all the inhabitants of the cities of the Canaanites, and all those who were on the other side of the Jordan, were greatly afraid of the sons of Israel. The cries of the Cainites were very great on that night, and continued to increase as they smote each other, till morning, and numbers of them were killed. The sons of Israel rose up at daybreak and went up to the castle, and those who remained of the Cainites were all killed in the castle in a terrible manner. The 6th day appeared, and all the inhabitants of Canaan saw at a distance all the people of Beth-chorin lying dead in their castle, and strewed about as the carcasses of lambs and goats. And the sons of Israel did unto Beth-chorin as they had done to Gosh and Tapnach, and as they had done to Shazar, to Sarton and to Shiloh. And taking the spoil of Beth-chorin and all the spoil of the cities, they went home to Shechem. Japhiah, king of Hebron. The inhabitants of the land observed from afar, and were afraid of the sons of Israel, for no king from the days of old had ever done the like. And the 7 kings of the Cainites resolved to make peace with the sons of Israel. On that day, being the 7th day, Japhiah king of Hebron sent secretly to the king of Ai, and to the king of Gibeon, and to the king of Shalem, and to the king of Adullam, and to the king of Lachish, and to the king of Shazar, and to all the Canaanitish kings under their subjection. At the expiration of 40 days, all the kings of the Amorites assembled from all their places and came to Japhiah, king of Hebron. And the number of kings that came to Hebron, to make peace with the sons of Jacob, was 21 kings, and the number of captains that came with them was 69, and their men were 189, and all these kings and their men rested by Mount Hebron. Japhiah, king of Hebron went out with 3 captains and 9 men, and these kings resolved to go to the sons of Israel to make peace. 2. Behold, Japhiah king of Hebron and his 3 captains and 9 men were coming along the road against the sons of Israel, who took their stand at the place of the gate of Shechem, and did not proceed. And Japhiah king of Hebron continued to advance, he and his captains, until he came nigh to the sons of Israel, and they bowed down to the ground. And the sons of Israel heard the words of the Japhiah king of Hebron, but would not consent to his proposals, having no faith in him, imagining that he spoke deceitfully to them. Japhiah king of Hebron approached nearer to Israel, and said unto him, I beseech thee, my lord, to be assured that all these kings have come to you on peaceable terms, for they have not come with all their men, neither did they bring their weapons of war with them, for they have come to seek peace from my lord and his sons. And the sons of Israel answered the king of Hebron, saying, Send thou to all these kings, and if thou speakest truth unto us, let them each come singly before us, and if they come unto us unarmed, we shall then know that they seek peace from us. Japhiah, king of Hebron, sent one of his men to the kings, and they all came before the sons of Israel, and bowed down to them, saying, We have heard all that you did unto the kings of the Amorites with your sword and exceedingly mighty arm, so that no man could stand up before you, and we were afraid lest it should befall us as it did to them. So we have come unto you to form a treaty of peace between us. And the sons of Israel knew that they had really come to seek peace, and formed a covenant with them, and made them tributary from that day forward. After this all the captains of these kings came with their men before Israel, with presents in their hands, and they bowed down to him to the ground. And these kings then begged the return all the spoil captured from the 7 cities of the Amorites, and the sons of Israel returned all the women, the little ones, the cattle, and all the spoil which they had taken, sending them off, each to his city. The sons of Israel returned to Shechem, and there was peace from that day forward between the sons of Israel and the kings of the Canaanites, until the children of Israel came to inherit the land of Canaan. Joseph the Dreamer. The sons of Israel journeyed to the valley of Hebron, to their father Isaac, and they dwelt there, but their flocks and herds they fed daily in Shechem, in those days good and fat pasture. And it was in those days, in that year, being the 106th year of the life of Israel, in the 10th year of his coming from Padan Aram, that Leah the wild cow died. She was 51 years old when she died in Hebron. Israel and his sons buried her in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which is in Hebron, which Abraham had bought from the children of Het, for the possession of a burial place. The sons of Israel dwelt with their father in the valley of Hebron, and all the inhabitants of the land knew their strength, and their fame went throughout the land. Joseph and his brother Benjamin, the sons of Rachel the ewe, yet young in those days, did not go out with their brethren during the battles in all the cities of the Amorites. And when Joseph saw the strength of his brethren, and their greatness, he praised them and extolled them, but ranked himself greater than them, extolling himself above them, and Israel, his father, also loved him more than any of his sons, for he was a son of his old age, and through his love toward him, he made him a coat, compare Jesus, of many colors. When Joseph saw that his father loved him more than his brethren, he continued to exalt himself above his brethren, and he brought unto his father evil reports concerning them. And his brethren, seeing the whole of Joseph's conduct toward them, and that their father loved him more than any of them, hated him, and could not speak peaceably to him all the days. 2. Now 17 years old, Joseph was still magnifying himself above his brethren. And his brethren were jealous of him on account of his words and dreams, and hated him. The sons of Israel went one day to feed their father's flock in Shechem, for they were still herdsmen in those days, and whilst feeding in Shechem, they delayed, and the time of gathering in the cattle passed, and they had not arrived. Israel saw that his sons delayed in Shechem, and said within himself, Peradventure the people of Shechem have risen up to fight against them, therefore they have delayed coming this day. Calling Joseph his son and commanded him, saying, Behold, thy brethren are feeding in Shechem this day, and behold, they have not yet come back. Go now therefore and see where they are, and bring me word back concerning the welfare of thy brethren and the welfare of the flock. Joseph came for his brothers to Shechem, and could not find them, and missing his road in the wilderness, he knew not which way he should go. But he met a man who told him his brethren were at their pasturage grounds, at Dothan, a small basin-like plain north of Hebron, between the hills of Samaria and the Carmel range northeast of Samaria. And his scheming brothers, the sons of Leah the wild cow, led by Simeon, seeing him coming, set a trap and seized him, and would have killed him. Reuben, though, secretly intending to deliver Joseph safely, convinced his 9 brothers to throw him into a dry well, a pit full of serpents and scorpions, instead of killing him. Joseph cried out unto his brethren from the pit, and he said, O Judah, Simeon, and Levi, my brethren, lift me up from the place of darkness in which you have placed me, have compassion on me, ye children of my father. Are you not the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel? If they saw an orphan they had compassion over him, or one that was hungry, they gave him bread to eat, or one that was thirsty, they gave him water to drink, or one that was naked, they covered him with garments. And how then will you withhold your pity from your brother, for I am of your flesh and bones, and if I have sinned unto you, surely you will do this on account of my father. Joseph spoke these words from the pit, and his brethren would not listen, nor incline their ears to his crying and weeping in the pit. And Joseph said, O that my father knew, this day, the act which my brothers have done unto me, and the words which they have this day spoken unto me. And all his brethren removed themselves from the pit, so that they might not hear the cries of Joseph and his weeping in the pit. Joseph the dreamer, sold to the Midianites. It was after the death of Rachel the ewe, that Israel pitched his tent in the tent of her handmaid Bilhah. And because of this, Reuben was jealous for his mother, Leah the wild cow, and filled with anger, he rose up and went and entered the tent of his father's concubine, Bilhah, slave girl of Rachel the ewe, the mother of his brothers Dan and Naphtali, and he thence removed his father's bed, having immoral sexual relations with her. For this incestuous act of immorality, Reuben lost the firstborn's birthright, 2 portions of the estate inheritance and, more so, patriarchal status, which included the offering of sacrifices at the family altar, leading prayers and giving instructions, as well as status of governor of the whole family and all of the servants, livestock, slaves, and other properties. Isaac was still living. At that time, besides the portion of birthright, the kingly and priestly offices were removed from the sons of Reuben, the birthright was given unto Joseph, the kingly office to Judah, and the priesthood unto Levi. And they went and sat on the opposite side, about the distance of a bowshot, to eat bread, and whilst they were eating, they held counsel together what was to be done with him, whether to slay him or to bring him back to his father. They were holding the counsel, when they lifted up their eyes, and saw, and behold there was a company of Ishmaelites coming at a distance by the road of Gilead, going down to Egypt. And Judah said, What gain will it be to us if we slay our brother? Behold this company of Ishmaelites going down to Egypt, let us dispose of him to them, and let not our hand be upon him, they will lead him along with them, and he will be lost amongst the people of the land, and we will not put him to death with our own hands. And the proposal pleased his brethren. Whilst they were discoursing about this matter, and before the Ishmaelites had come up to them, 7 slave trading men of Midian passed by them, and as they passed they were thirsty, and they lifted up their eyes and saw the pit in which Joseph was immured, and they looked, and behold every species of bird was upon him. The Midianites ran to the pit to drink water, for they thought that it contained water, and on coming before the pit they heard the voice of Joseph crying and weeping in the pit, and they looked down into the pit, and behold, a youth of comely appearance and well-favored looked out of the pit at them. They all assisted to raise Joseph up and out of the pit, took him, and went away on their journey, passing by his brethren. These said unto them, Why do you do this, to take our servant from us and to go away? Surely we placed this youth in the pit because he rebelled against us, and you come and bring him up and lead him away. Now then give us back our servant. And the Midianites answered unto the sons of Israel, Is this your servant, or does this man attend you? Peradventure you are all his servants, for he is more comely and well-favored than any of you, and why do you all speak falsely unto us? Now therefore we will not listen to your words, nor attend to you, for we found a youth in the pit in the wilderness, and we took him, we will therefore go on. All the sons of Israel approached them and said, Give us back our servant or you will all die by the edge of the sword. And the Midianites drew their swords to fight. Simeon rose up, drew his sword, and approached the Midianites giving a terrible shout, so that his shouting was heard at a distance, and the earth shook. The Midianites were terrified and fell upon their faces. And Simeon said unto them, Verily I am Simeon, the son of Israel the Hebrew, who have, only with Levi my brother, destroyed the city of Shechem and the cities of the Amorites, so that if all the people of Midian, and also the kings of Canaan, were to come with you, they could not fight against me. Now therefore give us back the youth whom you have taken, lest I give your flesh to the birds of the skies and the beasts of the earth. And the Midianites were more afraid of Simeon, and they approached the sons of Israel with terror and fright, and with pathetic words, saying, Surely you have said that the young man is your servant, and that he rebelled against you, and therefore you placed him in the pit. What then will you do with a servant who rebels against his master? Now therefore sell him unto us, and we will give you all that you require for him, that the sons of Israel should not slay their brother. The Midianites saw that Joseph was of a comely appearance and well-favored, and desiring him in their hearts, they were urgent to purchase him from his brethren. And the sons of Israel hearkened to the Midianites, selling their brother Joseph for 20 pieces of silver. Compare Judas betrays Christ. Reuben their brother was not with them. The Midianites took Joseph and continued their journey, traveling the route connecting Gilead, east of the Jordan, along the Mediterranean seacoast, and Egypt. Joseph the dreamer, sold to the Ishmaelites. After the sons of Israel had sold their brother Joseph to the Midianites, their hearts were smitten and they repented, and they sought for him to bring him back, but could not find him. As they were going along the road, the Midianites repented of what they had done, in having purchased the young man, and one said to the other, What is this thing that we have done, in taking this youth from the Hebrews, who is of comely appearance and well-favored? Perhaps this youth is stolen from the land of the Hebrews, and why then have we done this thing? If he should be sought for and found in our hands we shall die through him. Now surely hardy and powerful men have sold him to us, perhaps they stole him from his land with their might and with their powerful arm, and have therefore sold him to us for the small value which we gave unto them. Whilst they were thus discoursing together, they looked and saw the company of Ishmaelites which the sons of Israel had seen, advancing toward them, and the Midianites said to each other, Come let us sell this youth to the company of Ishmaelites, and we will take for him the little that we gave for him, and we will be delivered from his evil. And the Midianites sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver, which they had given for him to his brethren, and went on their road to Gilead. 2. The Ishmaelites took Joseph and they let him ride upon one of the camels, leading him to Egypt. Joseph lamented and wept to be so far removed from the land of Canaan, from his father, and he wept bitterly whilst he was riding upon the camel. One of their men observed him, and made him walk on foot. Notwithstanding this, Joseph continued to cry and weep, "O my father, my father!" And one of the Ishmaelites smote Joseph upon the cheek. Still he continued to weep, and fatigued in the road, Joseph was unable to proceed on account of the bitterness of his soul, and they all smote him and afflicted him in the road, in order that he might cease from weeping. And those men, the hand of every one that smote him became withered. They knew not that this befell them on account of Joseph, and proceeded on the road, passing along the road of Ephrath where Rachel was buried. And Joseph hastened and ran to his mother's grave, falling upon the grave weeping. And he cried aloud, saying, "O my mother, O thou who didst give me birth, awake now, and rise and see thy son, how he has been sold for a slave, and no one to pity him. O rise and see thy son, weep with me on account of my troubles, and see the heart of my brethren. Arouse my mother, arouse, awake from thy sleep for me, and direct thy battles against my brethren. O how have they stripped me of my coat, and sold me already twice for a slave, and separated me from my father, and there is no one to pity me. Arouse and lay thy cause against them before God, and see whom God will justify in the judgment, and whom he will condemn. Rise, O my mother, rise, awake from thy sleep and see my father how his soul is with me this day, and comfort him and ease his heart." Joseph ceased speaking from bitterness of heart and became still as a stone upon the grave, listening to a voice speaking to him from beneath the ground, which answered him with bitterness of heart, and with a voice of weeping and praying in these words, my son Joseph, I have heard the voice of thy weeping lamentation, I have seen thy tears, I know thy troubles and it grieves me for thy sake, and abundant grief is added to my grief. Now therefore Joseph my son hope, and do not fear. Rise. Go down unto Egypt with thy masters, and do not fear. And then she was still. Joseph heard this, and he wondered greatly at this, and he continued to weep. One of the Ishmaelites observed him crying and weeping upon the grave, and his anger was kindled against him, and he drove him from there. And Joseph said unto the man, May I find grace in your sight to take me back to my father's house, and he will give you abundance of riches. And he was answered, If you had a father you would not have been twice sold as a slave, for so little value. And he continued to chastise him, and Joseph wept bitterly. Darkness enveloped the earth, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the earth shook at the voice of the thunder and of the mighty wind. And the beasts and camels stood still, and they led them, but they would not go, they smote them, and they crouched upon the ground. The Ishmaelites supplicated Joseph, pressing him to forgive them. The raging storm abated and the earth became tranquilized, and the men proceeded on their journey to go down to Egypt. And they said to each other, It was on account of his affliction that this evil befell us, now therefore why shall we bring this death upon our souls? Let us hold counsel what to do to the slave. Compare, Jonah. One answered and said, Surely he told us to bring him back to his father, now therefore come, let us take him back and we will go to the place that he will tell us, and take from his family the price that we gave for him and we will then go away. Another one said, Behold this counsel is very good, but we cannot do so for the way is very far from us, and we cannot go out of our road. One more answered, saying, This is the counsel to be adopted, we will not swerve from it, we are going to Egypt, and when we shall have come to Egypt, we will sell him there at a high price, and we will be delivered from his evil. This pleased the men and they did so, and they continued their journey to Egypt with Joseph. The coat of many colors. Reuben, meanwhile, had returned to the pit in which Joseph had been put, in order to lift him out and restore him to his father. He called out to Joseph. No one answered or uttered a word, and he thought that some serpent had caused Joseph's death. Descending into the pit, he searched for Joseph and could not find him, and he came out again. Reuben tore his garments going to his brethren, and he found them counseling together. Reuben said unto his brethren, I came to the pit and Joseph was not there. And his brethren answered him saying, Thus and thus we did, and our hearts afterward smote us on account of this act, and we now sit to seek a pretext how we shall reconcile our father to it. And Reuben sat with them, and they all rose up and swore to each other not to tell this thing unto Israel, and they all said, The man who will tell this to our father or his household, or who will report this to any of the children of the land, we will all rise up against him and slay him with the sword. And the sons of Jacob feared each other in this matter, from the youngest to the oldest, and no one spoke a word, and they concealed the thing in their hearts. Afterward, they sat down to determine and invent something to say unto their father, and Issachar said, Take the coat which belongeth to Joseph and tear it, and kill a kid of the goats and dip it in its blood. Send it to our father and he will believe that an evil beast has devoured him, and by doing this we shall be free of our father's murmurings. Issachar's advice pleased them, and they took Joseph's coat and tore it, killed a kid of the goats and dipped the coat in the blood, and then trampled it in the dust. And they sent the coat to their father by the hand of Naphtali, commanding him to say, We had gathered in the cattle and had come as far as the road to Shechem and farther, when we found this coat upon the road in the wilderness dipped in blood and in dust. And Naphtali went unto his father and he gave him the coat, and he spoke unto him all the words which his brethren had commanded him. Israel saw Joseph's coat and fell upon his face to the ground, becoming as still as a stone. Afterward, he rose up and cried out with a loud and weeping voice, and said, It is the coat of my son Joseph. Israel sent one of his servants to his sons, who went and found them coming along the road with the flock. And the sons of Israel came to their father about evening, their garments torn and dust upon their heads. And all the sons of Israel, seeing their father's trouble, repented of what they had done, and they also wept bitterly. Judah rose up and lifted his father's head from the ground, and placed it upon his lap, wiped his father's tears, and wept an exceeding great weeping, whilst his father's head was reclining upon his lap, still as a stone. And the whole household of Israel rose up and mourned a great mourning on account of Joseph, and the intelligence reached Isaac, and he and his household wept bitterly. Isaac went from the place where he dwelt in Hebron, and his men with him, and he comforted Israel his son, who refused to be comforted. After this, Israel rose up from the ground, tears running down his cheeks, and he said unto his sons, Rise up and take your swords and your bows, and go forth into the field, and seek whether you can find my son's body and bring it unto me that I may bury it. Seek also, I pray you, among the beasts and hunt them, and that which shall come the first before you seize and bring it unto me, and I will avenge the cause of my son. And his sons did as their father had commanded them. They rose up early in the morning, and each took his sword and his bow in his hand, and they went forth into the wilderness to seize the beasts, and a wolf came toward them. Seizing the wolf, they brought it unto their father, and Israel took the beast and spoke with a bitter heart unto the beast, Why didst thou devour my son Joseph? And for naught, because he committed no violence. The beast answered, I did not see thy son, neither did I tear him to pieces, but from a distant land I also came to seek my son who went from me this day, and I know not whether he be living or dead. I came this day into the field to seek my son, and your sons found me, and seized me, and have brought me before thee, and I have now spoken all my words to thee. O son of man, I am in thy hands, and do unto me this day as it may seem good in thy sight, but I did not see thy son, nor did I tear him to pieces, neither has the flesh of man entered my mouth all the days of my life. When Israel heard the words of the beast he was greatly astonished, and sent forth the beast from his hand, and it went away. And Israel mourned for his son many days. The death of his father Isaac only added to Israel's grief. Potiphera, the priest of On. The sons of Ishmael who had bought Joseph from the Midianites came near unto Egypt, and they met 4 men of the sons of Medan the son of Abraham, who had gone forth from the land of Egypt. And the Ishmaelites sold Joseph to over them for 20 shekels, and continued their journey to Egypt. The Medanim also returned to Egypt, to the house of the priest of On, Potiphera, he whom Ra gave, the son of Ahiram, a trusted Egyptian court official, a chamberlain and chief of Pharaoh's bodyguard, having command over the men of war, a man of great wealth, who purchased Joseph, putting him in charge of his whole house and field. Potiphar said unto them, Tell me what you require for this youth. They replied, 400 pieces of silver. And Potiphar said, I will give it you if you bring me the record of his sale to you, and tell me his history, for perhaps he may be stolen, for this youth is neither a slave, nor the son of a slave, but I observe in him the appearance of a goodly and handsome person. The Medanim went and brought unto him the Ishmaelites who had sold him to them, and they told him, saying, He is a slave and we sold him to them. Potiphar heard the words of the Ishmaelites in his giving the silver unto the Medanim, and the Medanim took the silver and went on their journey, and the Ishmaelites also returned home. And Potiphar took Joseph and brought him to his house that he might serve him, and Joseph found favor in the sight of Potiphar, and he placed confidence in him, and made him overseer over his house, and all that belonged to him he delivered over into his hand. And Joseph became a prosperous man. Joseph was a youth of 18, with beautiful eyes and of comely appearance, and like unto him was not in the whole land of Egypt. Zelicah. Potiphar's wife, Zelicah, a Tutmosid moon cult priestess, fixed her soul upon Joseph, who had shaved his side lock, and became grievous sick of her desire for him, repeatedly endeavoring to seduce him to lie with her. Tutmos too had died, and there were no other men in the house. She grabbed Joseph's garment, saying, Lie down with me. If thou wilt not do according to my words, I will chastise thee with the punishment of death, and put an iron yoke upon thee. Joseph slipped out of his garment and fled her, saying, Who created man loosed the fetters of prisoners, and will deliver me from thy prison and from thy judgment. Her soul being still fixed upon him, Zelicah's desire threw her into a grievous sickness. All the women of Egypt came to visit her, and they said unto her, Why art thou in this declining state? Thou that lackest nothing, surely thy husband is a great and esteemed prince in the sight of the king, shouldst thou lack anything of what thy heart desireth? Zelicah answered, This day it shall be made known to you, whence this disorder springs in which you see me. She commanded her maidservants to prepare food for all the women, and made a banquet for them, and all the women ate in the house of Zelicah. She gave them knives to peel the citrons to eat them, and commanded that they should dress Joseph in costly garments, that he should appear before them. Joseph came before their eyes, and all the women looked and could not take their eyes from off him, and they all cut their hands with the knives that they had in their hands, and all the citrons that were in their hands were filled with blood. They knew not what they had done, but continued to look at the beauty of Joseph, not turning their eyelids from him. 2. Zelicah became worse from her love to Joseph, and she continued to decline, till she had scarce strength to stand. All the women, her friends, came daily to see her, and she said unto them, This can only be through the love of Joseph. And they said unto her, Entice him, and seize him secretly. Perhaps he may hearken to thee, and put off this death from thee. On a certain day, Zelicah came secretly and suddenly upon Joseph, supplicating him with weeping, tears flowing down her cheeks, and she spoke unto him in a voice of bitterness of soul, saying, Hast thou ever heard, seen, or known of so beautiful a woman as I am, or better than myself, who speak daily unto thee, fall into a decline through love for thee, confer all this honor upon thee, and still thou wilt not hearken to my voice? And if it be through fear of thy master lest he punish thee, as the king liveth, no harm shall come to thee from thy master through this thing. Now, therefore pray listen to me, and consent for the sake of the honor which I have conferred upon thee, and put off this death from me. Why should I die for thy sake? And Joseph answered her, saying, Refrain from me, and leave this matter to my master. Behold, my master knoweth not what there is with me in the house, for all that belongeth to him he has delivered into my hand, and how shall I do these things in my master's house? He hath greatly honored me in his house, and he hath also made me overseer over his house, and he hath exalted me, and there is no one greater in this house than I am, and my master hath refrained nothing from me, excepting thee who art his wife. How then canst thou speak these words unto me, and how can I do this great evil and sin to thy husband? I will not hearken to thy words. But Zelika would not hearken to Joseph when he spoke these words unto her, and she daily enticed him to listen to her. 3. It was after this that the brook of Egypt was filled above all its sides, and all the inhabitants of Egypt went forth, and also the king and princes went forth with timbrels and dances, for a great rejoicing, at the time of the inundation of the sea Sihor. And when the Egyptians went out to the river to rejoice, as was their custom, all the people of the house of Potiphar went with them, but Zelika would not go with them, for she said, I am indisposed, and she remained alone in the house, and no other person was with her in the house. Zelika ascended to her temple in the house, and dressed herself in princely garments, placing upon her head precious stones of onyx, inlaid with silver and gold, and she beautified her face and skin with all sorts of women's purifying liquids. She perfumed the temple and the house with cassia and frankincense, spread myrrh and aloes, and she sat in the entrance of the temple, in the passage of the house, through which Joseph passed to do his work, and behold Joseph came from the field, and entered the house to do his master's work. Joseph came to the place through which he had to pass, and he saw all the work of Zelika, and he turned back. But Zelika saw Joseph turning back, and she called out to him, saying, What aileth thee, Joseph? Come to thy work. And Joseph returned. And Zelika came to him in princely garments, the scent from her clothes spreading to a distance. Catching hold of Joseph and his garments, she said unto him, As the king liveth, if thou wilt not perform my request thou shalt die this day. And she hastened and stretched forth her other hand and drew a sword from beneath her garments, placing it upon his neck, and she said, Rise and perform my request, and if not thou diest this day. Joseph fled from her, but she seized the front of his garments, and in the terror of his flight the garment which Zelika seized was torn, and Joseph left the garment in the hand of Zelika. Compare circumcision. When Zelika saw that Joseph's garment was torn, and that he had left it in her hand, and had fled, she was afraid of her life, lest the report should spread concerning her, and she rose up and acted with cunning, putting off the garments in which she was dressed for other garments. And she took Joseph's garment, laid it beside her, and called a young lad who was then in the house, ordering him to call the people of the house to her. And when she saw them she said unto them with a loud voice and lamentation, See what a Hebrew your master has brought to me in the house, for he came this day to lie with me. For when you had gone out he came to the house, and seeing that there was no person in the house, he came unto me, and caught hold of me, with intent to lie with me. And I seized his garments and tore them and called out against him with a loud voice, and when I had lifted up my voice he was afraid of his life and left his garment before me, and fled. The people of her house spoke nothing, but their wrath was very much kindled against Joseph, and they went to his master and told him the words of his wife. Potiphar came home enraged, and his wife cried out to him, saying, What is this thing that thou hast done unto me in bringing a Hebrew servant into my house, for he came unto me this day to sport with me, thus did he do unto me this day. Potiphar ordered Joseph to be punished with severe stripes, and they did so to him. And whilst they were smiting him, Joseph called out with a loud voice, and he lifted up his eyes to heaven, and he said, I am innocent of all these things, and why shall I die this day through falsehood, by the hand of these uncircumcised wicked men, whom thou knowest? And whilst Potiphar's men were beating Joseph, he continued to cry out and weep, and there was a child, Titmos too, there 11 months old, and he spake these words before Potiphar's men, who were smiting Joseph, saying, What do you want of this man, and why do you do this evil unto him? My mother, Mutneferd, speaketh falsely and uttereth lies, thus was the transaction. Potiphar was very much ashamed at the words of his son, and he commanded his men not to beat Joseph any more, and the men ceased beating Joseph. And Potiphar took Joseph and ordered him to be brought to justice before the priests, were the king's judges, and he said unto them, Decide I pray you, what judgment is due to a servant, for thus has he done. And the priests said unto Joseph, Why didst thou do this thing to thy master? Joseph answered, Not so, my lords, Thus was the matter, and all the judging priests knew that she had pressed him, and they said, The judgment of death is not due to the slave, for he has done nothing, but his judgment is, that he be placed in the prison house on account of the report, which through him has gone forth against thy wife. And Potiphar heard their words, and he placed him in the prison house, the place where the king's prisoners are confined, and Joseph was in the house of confinement 12 years. And notwithstanding this, his master's wife did not turn from him, and she did not cease from speaking to him day after day to hearken to her, and at the end of 3 months Zelicah continued going to Joseph to the house of confinement day by day, and she enticed him to hearken to her, and Zelicah said unto Joseph, How long wilt thou remain in this house? But hearken now to my voice, and I will bring thee out of this house. And Joseph answered her, saying, It is better for me to remain in this house than to hearken to thy words, to sin against God. And she said unto him, If thou wilt not perform my wish, I will pluck out thine eyes, add fetters to thy feet, and will deliver thee into the hands of them whom thou didst not know before. And Joseph answered her and said, Behold, the God of the whole earth is able to deliver me from all that thou canst do unto me, for he openeth the eyes of the blind, and looseth those that are bound, and preserveth all strangers who are unacquainted with the land. And when Zelicah was unable to persuade Joseph to hearken to her, she left off going to entice him, and Joseph was still confined in the house of confinement. And Potiphar heard his frustrated wife's barrage of false accusations, and had Joseph thrown into the prison house, and the subordinate chief officer of the prison house gave over all the other prisoners into Joseph's hands. For he was an able administrator. Thereafter, the chief of the bakers and the cupbearer were put into the same prison house. In the course of time both had dreams which Joseph interpreted. Both dreams were fulfilled according to Joseph's prophecy, when Thutmose III ascended the throne, referred to as his birthday in Scripture. 4. Pharaoh sent to Potiphar, the son of Ahiram priest of On, and took his young daughter Osnath, a Senath, and gave her to Joseph for a wife. And the damsel was very comely, a virgin, and she mothered Joseph 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And Joseph was 34 years old when he begot them. Joseph introduced the horse into Egypt under his exchange policy, and quickly developed a corps of horsemen and chariots, the Mariana, from an Indo-Iranian word indicating the highest rank of fighting men, from the towns of Syria, who were entrusted with chariots and horses of their own. And it was in the time of Joseph's going down into Egypt, also, that Reuben went to Timnah and took unto him for a wife, Eliaram, the daughter of Abi the Canaanite. And Eliaram, the wife of Reuben, bare him 4 sons. And Simeon, his brother, took his sister Dinah for a wife, and she bare him 5 sons. The baker and the cupbearer. Princess Ams, daughter of Amenhotep married a general in the army, a military genius who bore no royal blood, Thutmose, her half-brother, bastard son of Sensenab, a secondary wife, and a lady evidently of exalted parentage. All the legitimate sons of Thutmose died young, 5 from Amos, and 2 illegitimate, as well as a daughter. At his death, only 1 daughter was left, Maat-Ka-Ra, foremost of noble women. She was thus the only one to have the royal Ra blood, from her mother's side. At Amun-Ra's request, Pnum, the creator, the fashioner of bodies, created Hatshepsut and her Ka, Neferura, Amun-Ra's daughter, and the body of her Ka. Their beauty surpassed that of the godlings, the 2 forms exactly alike and more beautiful than the daughters of men. Pnum fashioned them of clay with the air of his potter's wheel, and Heket, frog-headed goddess of birth, knelt by his side holding the sign of life towards the clay, that the bodies of Hatshepsut and her Ka might be filled with the breath of life. Amun-Ra took the form of the noble king, Thutmose II, and sought the sleeping queen in her room. When the pleasant odors that proceeded from him announced his presence, she woke. He gave her his heart and showed himself in godlike splendor, announcing, Blessed art thou, foremost of noble women. Approaching her, as she wept for joy at his strength and beauty, he gave her his love. When her father died, her younger, illegitimate half-brother, son of Thutmose I from his own daughter Mutneferd, Thutmose II, ascended to the throne. Egyptian tradition of having the pharaoh marry a royal woman led Thutmose II, age 12, to marry Hatshepsut, age 15. The women in Egypt carried the royal blood, not the males. To become pharaoh, the man had to marry a female of royal blood, often a sister, half-sister, or other near relative. Usually it was the eldest daughter of the previous pharaoh. Thutmose II, who was physically and mentally disabled, died soon after becoming pharaoh, leaving the widow Hatshepsut, and Neferura, a daughter, as well as a son by Neferura, Thutmose III. A daughter, Merit-Ra Hatshepsut, married her half-brother, son of a secondary wife, Isis, who thus became legal heir to the throne under the name Thutmose III. The Thutmosid rulers, born of Thoth, were not descendant of the royal line of Amun-Ra, but from that of Thoth, the god Jehudi. In his first year he had to crush a revolt in Nubia, which brought about the demise of the kingdom of Cush at Kerma. To punish the Cushites for their rebellion, he had everyone put to death with the exception of a royal son, whom was brought back to Egypt as a hostage. When his father died, Thutmose III was still a young child and his stepmother was appointed regent. After a few years she declared herself pharaoh, something almost unheard of, despite the higher status of women in Egypt compared to women in other cultures at the time, and ruled as Pharaoh Hatshepsut for many years, sending trading expeditions to other parts of Africa and, a baker of bricks, and bread, to feed the slave laborers, she constructed many temples and palaces. Women could own land, inherit from family members, and even go to court to defend her rights. Before Hatshepsut, there were queens who had ruled Egypt, but not a female pharaoh. She ruled for about 20 years, before disappearing from history. On becoming sole ruler, Thutmose III ended peaceful policy and launched a series of military campaigns, lasting about 20 years, conquering Palestine and Syria. Under him Egypt experienced its greatest territorial expansion, from the Euphrates in Asia to the fourth cataract of the Nile. The wise old pharaoh, queen, Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut began to adopt male attributes after the oracle of Amun pronounced it Amun's will that she should be pharaoh. She gradually took on the new role, though, rather than appearing all at once as the pharaoh. She dropped her titles relating to those only a woman could hold, and took on those of the pharaoh, and slowly started the trend towards appearing like a male, wearing the shendit kilt, Neem's headdress with its uraeus, cot head cloth and false beard. She even, eventually, dropped the female ending from her name and became His Majesty, Hatshepsut. On becoming pharaoh, Hatshepsut had to give up her title of God's wife to her daughter, Arenofru, the cupbearer, grooming her as a prince, rather than a princess. But, Arenofru died young. There is a beautiful block statue of Senemet holding the child Arenofru enfolded in his arms. He was one of her strongest supporters, one of her top advisors. Senemet was a lowly-born man who rose to power with Hatshepsut. During her time, he gained over 40 titles, including chief architect. Pharaoh gave him his own signet ring, fine linen garments, and a necklace of gold, constituting him as second ruler of Egypt. Arenofru is wearing the royal false beard, and the side lock of a youth. Merit-Ra, Hatshepsut's second daughter, became the wife of Thutmose III, and married him after Thutmose II died, just before or during his coronation. Hatshepsut carried 5 royal names, 3 of which were never granted to any other queen, neither before or afterwards, the Horus name, the Golden Horus name and the 2 ladies, Upper and Lower Egypt. The name of King of Upper and Lower Egypt was used by other queens. The backing of the priesthood of Amun was very important to raise and keep Hatshepsut in power. Hapusnab was the high priest of Amun, and Hatshepsut also put him in charge of her monuments at Karnak, giving him the power of vizier. Nessi, her chancellor, is known for leading an expedition to the land of Punt. Senemet. Senemet was of undistinguished birth, his father is given no title but the worthy, while his mother is merely the lady of a house. His principal title, steward of Amun, put at his command the vast wealth of the temple of Karnak. The great favor which he enjoyed with his royal mistress is attested by his tutelage over the princess Arenofru, the next heiress to the throne through her mother's marriage with Thutmose II. No less than 6 of the 10 or more statues which we have of Senemet depict him holding the child in his arms or between his knees, but nothing more is heard of her. It was Senemet who was responsible for all the queen's many Theban buildings. As commanded by the god Amun-Re, in the summer of Hatshepsut's 8th year as pharaoh, a trading expedition was ordered. Chancellor Senemet was sent with a fleet of 5 ships which included 30 rowers each, touring the land of the two bows, administering to affairs of the state, and collecting great quantities of foodstuffs. They departed Khizr on the Red Sea, reaching the land of Punt, rich in products Egyptians desired, myrrh, frankincense, woods, and sweet-smelling resin, ivory, spices, gold, ebony, aromatic trees and fragrant unguents used for cosmetics and in religious ceremonies. However, they also bought back exotic animals and plants that had no apparent economic value. On the expedition's return, Hatshepsut held a procession to the temple of Amun-Re, where her inscription stated that the god himself, and Hathor, Lady of Punt, guided the expedition to new lands. After the appropriate sacrifices had been made, tributes, the sustenance of the land, from the land of Punt were transferred to the temple. Senemet, Joseph, was given the title of Revealer of Hidden Things, Zaphinath Pania. How the wise old pharaoh Hatshepsut met her death is unknown, but it was not long before her usurper, Thutmose III, began to expunge her name wherever it could be found. She had left many monuments behind her, but none in the north except at Sinai. Her monuments were subjected to fierce destruction by succeeding pharaohs, her name was defaced from most of her monuments, and many were smashed or obliterated. Her name was unspoken and forgotten in all kings' lists. On the wives of the brethren. And Levi and Issachar went to the land of the east to take wives unto themselves, and they took the 2 daughters of Jobab the son of Yoktan, the son of Eber, the son of Shem, and the name of the elder was Adnah, and the name of the younger was Aridah. And Levi took Adnah, and Issachar took Aridah, and they came to the land of Canaan, to their father's house, where Adamah bare unto Levi 3 sons, and Aridah bore unto Issachar 4 sons. Dan, too, went and took a wife, in the land of Moab, Aphlilith, the daughter of Camudan the Moabite. And he brought her into the land of Canaan, as well. But she was barren, and had no offspring, and she conceived a son, Cushim. And Naphtali took Merima, the elder daughter of Amuram, and Gad took Uzith, his younger daughter, and Merima mothered 4 sons of Naphtali, and Uzith mothered 7 sons of Gad. Asher also went forth and took Adon the daughter of Aphlal, the son of Hadad, the son of Ishmael, for a wife, and he brought her into the land of Canaan. And she died having no offspring, so Asher went to the other side of the river and took a second wife, Hadurah the daughter of Abimael, the son of Eber, the son of Shem. Hadurah was young and of a comely appearance, and a sensible woman. She had been the wife of Malchiel the son of Elam, the son of Shem, and had bore a daughter unto him, called Saruch, and Asher brought Hadurah, his wife, and his stepdaughter, Saruch, whom was 3 years of age, into the land of Canaan. And Saruch was of a comely appearance, and she went in the sanctified ways, and, having wisdom and understanding, she lacked for nothing. And Zebulun went into Midian, and took for a wife Marushah the daughter of Malad, the son of Abidah, the son of Midian, and brought her into Canaan. And Marushah mothered 3 sons unto Zebulun. And Israel sent to Aram, the son of Zobah, the son of Terah, and he took for his son Benjamin Mechaliah the daughter of Aram, and she came to the land of Canaan into the house of Israel, and Benjamin was 10 years of age. And Mechaliah conceived 5 sons, fathered by Benjamin. And Benjamin went, afterward, and took a wife in addition to Mechaliah, Aribath, the daughter of Shamron, the son of Abraham, and he fathered 5 more sons of her. And Benjamin was 18 years of age. Tamar. Judah went at that time to Adullam, tenting near Hira the Adullamite, and there, Judah saw Aliyah, the daughter of Shua, Sheka, a Canaanite, and married her, and by her fathering 3 sons, Onan, and Shelah. The youngest, Shelah, was born at Ixab. Later, Judah selected Tamar as a wife for his firstborn, But he was executed by Jehovah for his badness, having destroyed his seed, secretly spilling it on the ground. Human sacrifice, as practiced by Abraham. Judah then instructed his second son, Onan, to perform brother-in-law marriage. But Onan, although having relations with Tamar, also wasted his semen on the ground, so as not to give offspring to his brother. And he, too, Jehovah slew for his evil work. And Judah sent Tamar back to the house of her father to await Shelah's maturity. Yet, even after Judah reasoned Shelah, his youngest son, might also die, and did not give him in marriage to Tamar. And at the revolution of the year Aliyah, the wife of Judah, died, and Judah went away with his friend, Hira the Adullamite, up into Timnah to shear sheep. Or, to make war and take slaves, a new wife. 2. On learning that her father-in-law was going to Timnah, Tamar rose up and put off her garments of widowhood, and disguised herself as a temple prostitute, then, seated herself at the entrance of Enaim, on the road Judah would be traversing. Compare Zelicah. And not recognizing her, Judah had sexual relations with her, thus was Tamar made pregnant. And Judah, who had taken his son Shelah's place in fathering legal offspring, was demanding that Tamar be burnt. Tamar gave birth to twins, Perez and Zerah. At birth, Zerah started to emerge first but withdrew and Perez came out first, producing a rupture of Tamar. Judah. Reports reached famine-stricken Canaan that food was available in Egypt. 10 of Israel's sons, including Judah, were among those from the lands surrounding Egypt who went there to buy food from Zaphenath-Paneah, the one who provides sustenance. They bowed low before him, not recognizing their half-brother, attired royally and speaking to them through an interpreter. Upon learning of his mother's son, Benjamin, Zaphenath-Paneah accused Israel's sons of being spies, and they were taken into custody, leaving Simeon as a bound hostage. The other 9 brothers were returned unto their father, with a warning not to return without Benjamin. The eldest of the brethren, Reuben, informed his father that Simeon would be put to death should Benjamin not return into Egypt amongst the brethren. But Israel considered Reuben unreliable, for he had violated his concubine, Bilhah, and Simeon was an instrument of violence. Finally, though, because of the severity of famine, with Judah volunteering to be a surety for Benjamin, Israel consented that his youngest son should go into Egypt along with the brethren, when next they went for food. 2. Upon returning to Egypt, and being reunited with Simeon, the brethren presented Benjamin, the son of his mother Rachel the ewe, to Joseph, and prostrate themselves before Zaphenath-Paneah, Senamit, Joseph, answering his inquiries concerning their father, Jacob, now calling himself Israel. And Joseph wept. After having bought cereals in Egypt, the brethren were overtaken on their homeward-bound journey by Joseph's steward, and accused of theft. Compare Laban the Syrian, Rebekah and the household idol. A supposedly stolen item, a silver cup used in religious rituals, was found in Benjamin's possession, and the brethren were returned to Joseph's house, with their garments ripped apart. And the lowly brethren bowed before their brother, fulfilling his dreams. For the promise of surety to his father, Judah answered the charge and eloquently pleaded on Benjamin's behalf that he be constituted a slave in Benjamin's stead lest their father die of grief. Seeing Judah's sincerity, Joseph excused all others and identified himself to the brethren, pardoning his half-brothers for having sold him into slavery, and instructing them to return unto their father and bring him back into Egypt. And Joseph wept over his brothers, and kissed them. Thereafter, according to Pharaoh's orders, ships were provided to bring Israel and his entire household, with all of his possessions, back into Egypt. Pharaoh also gave them presents and provisions for the journey. 3. Later, when going into Egypt, Israel had a dream at Beersheba, the southernmost extremity of the kingdom of Judah on the edge of the desert. In a vision Israel saw Joseph laying his hands upon him, closing his eyes, and thereby, receiving divine approval of the right of the firstborn. Israel was 130 years old then. Judah, superior among the brethren, was sent ahead into Goshen with his chariots, calling himself a shepherd and settling the best of the land. From then on Israel and his entire household was dependent upon Joseph, bowing down to him as Pharaoh's vizier, as prophesied through his dreams. And, the children of Israel came into Egypt, every man and his household. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And Joseph had survived his father Israel by about 55 years, reaching the age of 110 years. Before his death, Joseph requested that his bones be taken into Canaan by the Israelites, at the time of their exodus. Compare, Osiris in Byblos. At death, Joseph's body was embalmed and placed in a coffin. Jonia. And when the year came round, being the 72nd year from the Israelites going down to Egypt, after the death of Joseph, Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, fled from Egypt. And he came to Africa, which is Dinhabah, to Anges king of Africa, and Anges received him with great honor, and he made Zepho the captain of his host. And Zepho enticed Anges king of Africa to collect all his army to go and fight with the Egyptians, and with the sons of Israel, and to avenge of them the cause of his brethren. But Anges would not listen to Zepho, for he knew the strength of the sons of Israel, and what they had done to his army in their warfare with the children of Esau, and he continually enticed him war against Egypt, but he would not. And it came to pass in those days that there was in the land of Chittim a man in the city of Puzimna, whose name was Uzu, and he became degenerately defiled by the children of Chittim. The man died, having no son, but only one exceedingly beautiful daughter, Jonia, comely and intelligent. There was none seen like unto her for beauty and wisdom throughout the land. Anges, king of Africa, and Turnus, king of Bibantu, fought a great battle in the valley of Canopia over her. Anges won the battle and took Jonia as a wife. Tutmos 3. Now, as the famine continued and the Egyptians gradually exhausted all their possessions in exchange for food, there arose a new king in Egypt who knew not Joseph. Finally, they even sold their land and even themselves, as slaves to Pharaoh. Consequently, labor masters were put over them, and the immigrant shepherds were subjected to slavery, put to work, and made to build the treasure cities, the great grain store cities of Pithom, Abaris, and Pyrameses, synonymous for the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel had settled. Thus Er and Onan had died, their lives embittered by cruel labor, in the forges, and in the brick kilns, and in every labor upon the land. Once they were again enjoying a harvest from the land, Pharaoh required a fifth of the produce for using the land. Compare, Melchizedek, whom taxed all a flat 10%. Priests, however, were exempted. The Egyptians had discovered the advantages of storing grain, and a new political situation arose. The Semitic Hyksos invaders were overthrown and expelled, and a new regime was in place. On becoming sole ruler, Tutmos III, the foreign conqueror which did not know Joseph, ended peaceful policy and launched a series of military campaigns, lasting about 20 years, conquering Palestine and Syria. Under him Egypt experienced its greatest territorial expansion, from the Euphrates in Asia to the fourth cataract of the Nile. Tutmos III took the precaution of installing great princes of his own choosing and carrying off to Egypt their brothers or children as hostages. While the fields around Megiddo were entrusted to Egyptian cultivators, particularly fruitful districts provided the troops with welcome contributions to their rations. There are references to the destruction of crops and orchards as punishment of recalcitrant chieftains. The rulers of important states which were threatened, sent gifts, the kings of Ashshur, Assyria, of Sangar, Babylonia, the biblical Shinar, and even from the great Cati, Hittites. The real stumbling block in the way of Thutmose III's expansionist plans were, however, the forces of Naran, already mentioned in connection with Thutmosis I. The crossing of the Euphrates and the defeat of the king of Mitanni were the crowning achievement. Thutmose III caused many boats to be built of cedar on the hills of the god's land in the neighborhood of the mistress of Byblos. These were placed on four-wheeled ox carts, chariots, and dragged to the great Euphrates River, in pursuit of that vile enemy over the mountains of Mitanni. The reign of Hatshepsut had been barren of any military enterprise except an unimportant raid into Nubia, with the result that the petty princes of Palestine and Syria saw an opportunity of throwing off the yoke imposed upon them by Thutmose I. At the head of the rebellion was the prince of Kadesh, a great city on the river Orontes which owed its importance to its strategic position at the northern end of the so-called El Baika, the valley, the defile lying between Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon. Towards the end of the 8th month in his 22nd year, Thutmose III marched out of his frontier fortress at Tijal, near the modern Kantara, on the Suez Canal, to overthrow that vile enemy, and extend the boundaries of Egypt in accordance with the command of his father Amun. Victory at Megiddo. That vile enemy of Koch entered into Megiddo, a strongly fortified town overlooking the plain of Esdraelon, and gathered the princes of all lands who were loyal to Egypt as far as Naran, Syrians, and Code people, their horses, soldiers and people. Carrying the image of Amun before him, Thutmose III marched at the head of his troops on the direct but more difficult road to the village of Aruna, and northwards to the mouth of the Wadi. He descried the south wing of the enemy forces at Ta'anach, on the edge of the plain, while the north wing was deployed nearer Megiddo. Setting forth on a chariot of gold, equipped with a panoply of arms like Horus the brandisher of arms and lord of action, or Mont the Theban, Thutmose III, in the middle between them, displaying great personal valor, engaged in battle, the north wing to the northwest of Megiddo and the south wing on a hill south of the Kina Brook. The army advanced to the south of Megiddo along the bank of the Kina Brook, by which time it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Pharaoh's vanguard, spread out over the valley to the south of Kina Brook, then halted until noon when the sun's shadow turned, because the auspicious festival of the new moon had to be awaited. 2 days later, the rout of the enemy was complete. Fleeing headlong to Megiddo with frightened faces, they left behind their horses and their chariots of gold and silver. Then, after the gates of the town were closed, they were hoisted up into it by their garments. While the scattered Asiatics lay prostrate like fishes in a net, the Egyptians divided up their possessions, giving thanks to Amun. The battle of the great day of Almighty God. The key political and military leaders are responsible for inciting the destruction of all living things, through the influence of Satan's demons. The ancient fortified city of Megiddo is to become the venue of humanity's apocalyptic finale. The actual battle of Armageddon is to occur at the valley of Jezreel, at Jerusalem, the gathering place for an immense army which will engage the returning Messiah, Jesus Christ, and his supernatural army in the day of the Lord, an all-out struggle for global dominion. The armies of a united Europe and its Christian allies ready themselves for battle against a union of the Islamic nations and their Eurasian allies, from the land of Nod to the east of Eden. In the aftermath of a surprise nuclear first strike by the West, a slap in the face, and a retaliatory nuclear response by the East, turning the other cheek, both sides move major military forces into the Middle East. Western leaders have concentrated their combined forces to engage Eastern forces by a land invasion, to take the rich petroleum fields. The Europeans, moving several armies into the Levant through the Haifa harbor and docks, marshalling their forces in the valley of Megiddo, a large flat plain ideal for the assembling of military equipment and personnel. Rather than proceeding east from this staging area against Islamic forces, Western forces advance southward toward Jerusalem, which they control and where the horrendous battle will take place. The Valley of Jehoshaphat, Judgment of Yahweh, also called the Valley of Decision, situated between the old city of Jerusalem and the Mount of Olives, now known as the Kidron Valley after the Kidron Brook passing through it, will be the focal point of the battle. This valley is a deep ravine having very steep sides. Here the Messiah, Jesus of Nazareth, and his supernatural force shall engage both eastern and western forces in battle just east of the old city, on the Mount of Olives. The carnage is to be so great that the blood of the casualties, flowing without the old city in the vale of Jehoshaphat, will rise as high as horses' bridles. The defeat of both eastern and western allied forces, including the capture and summary execution of the chief political leaders of Europe, leaves the European continent exposed to a successful eastern invasion. This results in a stream of refugees from Europe into the Levant. Amenophis II. The building activities of Thutmose III were continued energetically by his son, Amenophis II, born of his chief wife, Hatshepsut, at Memphis. At an early age he was engaged in supervising deliveries of wood to the great dockyard of Perunif, near Memphis, and at the same time he held the office of Sedum, the high priest in the northern capital. His muscular strength was extraordinary. By the time he was 18 years of age, he was already an expert in all the art of Mont, the god of war, an admirable horseman with contempt for his foreign enemies, the northerners, including the old woman of Arpak and the people of Taxi, a useless lot of magicians. The Asiatics who were in the town of Yukut were seeking to cast the royal garrison out, and to subvert the loyal prince. Then his majesty became cognizant of it in his heart, and surrounded everyone who defied him in this town and slew them at once. Thus he quelled this town and calmed the entire land. The king-led Egyptian army ventured on a smaller, second campaign, but not farther north than the Sea of Galilee. Amun had appeared to him in a dream, promising a victory. After an important capture of prisoners and plunder, they were surrounded by 2 ditches filled with fire, and Pharaoh kept watch over them the whole night, attended only by his personal servants. The Apiru, or Haparu, a generic term for outcasts or bandits who belong to no fixed ethnic groups, Asiatic prisoners were employed in stone quarries, and thus Er and Onan had died. The Asiatic slave population in Lower Egypt, and especially the Delta, was constituted the vast majority of the bonded workforce. A high proportion were female slaves. Good relations with Babylon existed during the reign of Thutmose III, a Mitanni peace, a treaty allowing Egypt to keep Palestine and part of the Mediterranean coast in exchange for northern Syria. Thutmose I was the first pharaoh to campaign in Syria. Furthermore, Amenhotep II asked for the hand of Artatama I, the king of Mitanni, in a diplomatic marriage. And, by the end of Amenhotep II's reign, Mitanni, who had been so recently a vile enemy of Egypt, was as a close friend. After these initial campaigns, the remainder of Amenhotep II's long reign was characterized by peace in the 2 lands, including Nubia where his father settled matters during his reign. This allowed him to somewhat aggressively pursue a building program that left his mark at nearly all the major sites where his father had worked. Building works at Giza and Karnak are particularly notable. At Giza, Thutmose III had built a temple dedicated to the god Hormakath, a sun god identified with the Great Sphinx. This sphinx and its adjoining amphitheater became the site of a cult of royal ancestors, including Amenhotep II himself and his son, Thutmosis IV, who set up the great dream stele between its paws. The cult of the Sphinx Hormakath lasted well into Roman times, and pilgrims left votive offerings in the chapel or in the enclosure wall of the amphitheater. At Karnak, after finishing his father's work of eliminating any vestiges of his hated stepmother, Hatshepsut, he set about creating his Set festival just as his father had done before him. The lack of documentary evidence of his queens and princesses was doubtless a conscious rejection of the dynastic role played by women as gods' wives of Amun. He, as well as his father, realized that queens such as Hatshepsut, who represented the dynastic family, could be dangerous if they became too powerful. Jochebed. Jochebed, a daughter born to Levi in Mitzir, on going down into Egypt, who married Amram, the son of Kohat, her brother, and mothered Miriam and Aaron, and at the end of 7 months from conception, she brought forth a son, and the whole house was filled with a great light as the light of the sun and moon at their time of shining. And when the woman saw the child that it was good and pleasing to the sight, she hid it for 3 months in an inner room. The mummification of a stillborn child, and TIAA, Pharaoh's daughter, said to Jochebed, "Take this child away and suckle it for me." And Jochebed took the child and wet nursed it for a wage of 2 bits of silver every day. And at the end of 2 years, when the child grew up, she brought him to the daughter of Pharaoh, and he was unto her as a son, and they called his name Tutmosis, having drawn him out of water. Sargon of Agade was also found in a basket by riverside rushes, and subsequently became ruler of his people. Tutmos IV. Moses, son of Amenhotep II and Tiaa, who was never called king's daughter, and thus her parentage is unknown. During the reign of her husband, the women of the royal family were much less represented than earlier during the 18H dynasty. Thutmosis' most celebrated accomplishment was the restoration of the Sphinx at Giza and subsequent commission of the dream stele. While out on a hunting trip, sleep and dream took possession of Pharaoh at the moment the sun was at zenith, in the shadow of the statue of the very great Khepri, the great Sphinx, or the shadow of the Sphinx's head, for the monument was buried in sand at the time. Then he found the majesty of this noble god speaking from his own mouth like a father speaks to his son, and saying, "Look at me, observe me, my son Tutmos. I am your father, Hormakate Khepri Araadam. I shall give to you the kingship, upon the land between of promise, before the living. Behold, my condition is like one in illness, all my limbs being ruined. The sand of the desert, upon which I used to be, now, confronts me. Do what is in my heart that I have waited." His claim on the Egyptian throne was legitimate, though his father, Amenhotep II, never recognized his son as a co-regent, nor announced any intent for Thutmose IV to succeed him. We know that Thutmose IV was married to Mutimwiya, who produced his heir to the throne, Amenhotep III, though he never acknowledged her as either a major or minor queen. She was the daughter of Artatamai, the king of Mitanni, whom was sent to the Egyptian court as part of a diplomatic exchange. Other of his wives included Meritra, who later changed her name to Tiaa, Tai, as his mother's name, and a non-royal wife, Nefertari. He also married one of his sisters, Urad. The wise old pharaoh Amenhotep III. Egypt had enjoyed great success from the time of the expulsion of the Hyksos invaders. The Egyptians had made progress in Palestine, capturing Canaanite towns such as Shechem and Jericho. Thutmosis III, the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, dominated through military action Egypt's Syrian, Nubian, and Libyan neighbors, and because of that, little or no military actions were called for during his grandson's reign. The small police actions in Nubia that did take place were directed by his son, Amenhotep III, and the viceroy of Kush, Myriammu. The ruler of Thebes, Amenhotep III, succeeded to the throne of Egypt as a child. A statue of the treasurer Sobekhetep holding a Prince Amenhotep Merkepse was executed shortly before Thutmosis IV's death, as well. A painting in the tomb of the royal nurse, Hikarnethi portrays the prince as a young boy. His mother, Mutimwiya, serving as a regent for the young king, is not prominently visible, and the priests of Amun-Re, in charge at the beginning of his reign, remained in the background. Amenhotep II's chief queen, who he married in year 2 of his reign, was not of royal blood, but came from a very substantial family. She was Tiaa, the daughter of Uya, Judah, and his wife Tuya, Tamar, who owned vast holdings in the delta. Uya was also a powerful military leader. His brother-in-law by this marriage, Anan, would during his reign also rise to great power as Chancellor of Lower Egypt, second prophet of Amun and Sem priest of Heliopolis, and divine father. Amenhotep III collected a large harem of ladies, including several from diplomatic marriages, including Gilukippa, a princess of Naharan, as well as 2 of his own daughters, Isis and Sidamun, who bore the title Great Royal Wife simultaneously with her mother. We can document at least 6 of his children, consisting of 2 sons and 4 daughters, other daughters including Henutanab and Nebishia. However, his oldest son, the bastard Thutmose V, Moses, called the dead prince, for his name was not spoken and his monuments, and memory, were effaced, who was a Sem priest, died early leaving the future heretic king, Amenhotep IV, otherwise known as Akhenaten, as the crown prince. 2. His earliest years, given much to sportsmanship with a few minor military activities, and a long period of great building works and high art, was also a period of lavish luxury at the royal court. The wealth needed to accomplish all of this did not come from conquests, but rather from foreign trade and an abundant supply of gold, mostly from the mines in the Wadi Hammamat and further south in Nubia. Amenhotep III's involvement with international diplomatic efforts led to increased foreign trade. During his reign, there was an increase in Egyptian materials found on the Greek mainland, Mycenae, Phaistos, and Knossos first appearing in Egyptian inscriptions. As well, letters written between Pharaoh and his peers in Babylon, Mitanni, and Arzawa, are preserved in cuneiform writing on clay tablets. He sent at least one expedition to Punt. Nobility prospered during the reign of Amenhotep III, and he was remembered, even 1,000 years later, as a fertility god and associated with agricultural success. 3. Amenophes III honored both himself and Amun, building a new shrine to the goddess Ma'at, the daughter of the sun god, north of Karnak. At Luxor, he also built a new temple to the same god, considered a masterpiece of elegance and design. His modern architect was Amenhotep, the son of Hapu. Along with these, and other, building projects, he developed and expanded cults at a number of other locations, including Amata, for Amun and Are-Horakti, and at Hebenu and Hermopolis, 2 colossus statues of baboons and an altar. He also built a monumental mortuary temple on the west bank, at Thebes, the single largest royal temple known from ancient Egypt. Unfortunately, it was built much too close to the floodplain and was in ruins by the 19th dynasty, when material was quarried from it for new building projects. So magnificent were his statues that many were later usurped by other kings, sometimes by them simply overwriting his cartouche with their own. Many other fine statues, paintings, and carvings were executed during his lifetime, a proliferation of private statues, as well as many fine private tombs with excellent artwork, including a number representing Amenhotep and other nobles and dignitaries. From the reign of Amenhotep III onwards, tombs of the mummified Apis bulls are known from the Serapum, at Saqqara. Sphinxes line the way from Memphis to the Serapum, where the Apis cult was closely connected with that of the god Ta, deity of Memphis. 4. Tombs of the New Kingdom period are found in 2 parts of Saqqara. In a wadi southeast of Teti's pyramid there are honeycombs of rock-cut tombs, dating from the mid-18th dynasty to the Ramesside period. The most spectacular belongs to the Vizier Apiria, from late in the reign of Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III died about the 39th year of his rule, only 45 years old. His wife, Queen Tiaa, outlived him by 12 years. She is shown, along with her youngest daughter, Bekhetaten, in a relief on an Amarna tomb that may be dated to between year 9 and 12 of Akhetaten's reign. And, from the Amarna letters, she may have lived in her son's capital for a time prior to her death. First buried at Amarna, she was then returned to Thebes, where she was again interred, along with her husband, in the Valley of the Kings. Memphis served as administrative capital with Thebes and At-Jata'i during at least part of the New Kingdom, during the late period, with Alexandria during the Ptolemaic period, and remained important politically and religiously until Emperor Theodosius I, 379–95 ACE, decreed that Christianity should be the religion of the Roman Empire. In 641 ACE the Muslim conqueror Amr ibn al-Az founded a new capital of Egypt on the east bank of the Nile, south of modern Cairo. But during the Mamluk period of Egypt, the dikes which held back the Nile floods fell into disrepair, after which Memphis was slowly covered in silt. On the priests of Amun. During the New Kingdom, Memphis took second place to Thebes as Egypt's capital. But although the administration was established at Thebes, the government officials who ruled Upper Egypt lived in Memphis and were buried at Saqqara. In the New Kingdom, and thereafter, priests shaved their entire bodies, and they cleansed with natron, which was used for everything. They also abstained from certain foods, though this did not involve ritual fasting. Priests were permitted to wear only garments of linen, and white papyrus sandals, no leather or wool. Priests married, had children, and enjoyed a family life. Priests each worked 1 month in 3, for 8 months they carried on their normal profession or business, whether political, administrative or commercial, then came into the temple. Though, before entering a temple for their service, they abstained from sexual contact, first washing at a stone pool or cistern kept on the premises for just such a purpose. The water not only rinsed away the dirt of the streets, but it was also believed to confer energy and rejuvenation, just as the first mound had risen from the waters at creation, and the sun acquired energy from the waters for another day. Priests also rinsed their mouths with a natron water mixture. It was an easy matter to become a priest. There are instances of fathers passing priestly office to sons, grandsons, or other family members, or the office, coveted for its privileges, and its prestige, was purchased. And of course, the king appointed anyone he wished to any priestly office, anywhere in Egypt. Daily temple rituals were not for the benefit of congregation, nor an act of appeasement or sacrifice performed on behalf of the people. They were to honor godlings, paying courtesy and respect, returning blessings and gifts which had been bestowed upon the land, in return receiving more blessings. Statues of godlings were housed in a shrine in the innermost temple sanctuary, considered the receptacle of the spirit of Ka of the deity, not merely an idol. It was made of stone or gilded wood or even solid gold inlaid with semi-precious stones, and was cleansed, rubbed with oil, and purified. Its old garments were removed, and incense burned to fumigate the sanctuary. Redressed in new linen garments of white, red, blue, and green colors, perfumes and cosmetics were applied to the godling's face, and it was adorned with jewels. During major festivals such as the Opet festival at Karnak, the idols were taken outside of the temple enclosure in an elaborate procession, so the people could come forth and seek advice in the form of an oracle. Priests had to learn writing and reading, and learn certain rituals. Texts, however, were often read directly from scrolls, not said by heart, since even one word out of place would negate the powerful ritual act in progress. The highest-ranking priests also attended councils of state in the royal palace, and accompanied the king during his jubilee celebrations or on his trips abroad. Karnak, Luxor, and Thebes. Wayzet, Greek, Thebe, the scepter nome, the main city of the fourth Upper Egyptian nome, was close to Nubia and the eastern desert, with their valuable mineral resources and trade routes. The site of Thebes, Wayzet, includes areas on both the eastern bank of the Nile, where the temples of Karnak and Luxor stand, and on the western bank where are the large private and royal cemeteries and funerary complexes, though, the royal residence and tombs, as well as most of the tombs of the court and government nobles were primarily built at Saqqara, near Memphis, closer to the delta. Theban rulers, of the family Inyotef, had begun writing their names in cartouches. The second of this name even called himself the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, though his power didn't extend much further than the general Theban region. Karnak, Ipatisut, the majestic place where Amun-Re made the first mound of earth to rise from none, was venerated. At Karnak, the most venerated place, the high priests recognized Pharaoh as the beloved son of Amun, king of all the gods. Kingship was believed to be ordained by the gods at the beginning of time in accordance with Ma'at, the well-ordered state, truth, justice, cosmic order. The reigning king was also the physical son of the sun god creator. Pharaoh was thus a unique entity, the living incarnation of Amun, a divinely chosen intermediary, who could act as priest for the entire nation, reciting the prayers and dedicating the sacrifices. It contains the main temple of Montu, several smaller structures, particularly the temples of Harpri and Ma'at, and a sacred lake. The Montu precinct, north of the Amun-Re temple, was built by Amenhotep III. Its masonry includes blocks belonging to discarded monuments from Amenhotep I, Hatshepsut III, Amenhotep II and Thutmose IV. The oldest remains on the site of North Karnak date back to the end of the Middle Kingdom and belong to urban settlements, with mud brick houses, granaries, and workshops. The dedicatory inscription of the main temple attributes the sanctuary to Amun-Re, lord of the thrones of the two lands, preeminent in epithet, although some epithets describe various other kings as the beloved of Montu. The southern part of Karnak contains the Temple of Mut, built by Amenhotep III, on the east bank of the Nile, south of the Temple of Amun-Re, surrounded by a crescent-shaped sacred lake, called Ishiru. During the New Kingdom, Amun, Mut, the mistress of Ishiru, and Khonsu, their son, became the preeminent divine family triad of Thebes. The earliest reference to Mut, mistress of Ishiru, occurs on a statue of the 17th dynasty. Under the co-regency of Hatshepsut and Thutmose III, the precinct consisted of the Mut temple and the sacred lake, and extended no further north than the temple's first pylon. The Mut temple was enlarged later, when the Thutmosid building was completely enclosed by new construction, built by Amenhotep III. This small building had been the last of 6 bark stations built along the road that brought Amun and his entourage from Karnak to Luxor every year during the Opet festival. This road linked Karnak, to the north, with Luxor, meaning fortifications, to the south. The Luxor temple area was called Ibt-Rsyt, the southern sanctuary, on the east side of the Nile, referring to the Holy of Holies at the temple's southern end, wherein dwelt the principal god, Amun preeminent in his sanctuary. Amun's statue was modeled on that of the men of Coptos, also having connections to both Karnak and West Thebes. Amenhotep III built the temple proper, at the south end of the site in 3 phases, the colonnade, the big second courtyard and the hypostyle hall. 2 seated double statues of Amun and Mut are on the south side. Carving of the scenes and inscriptions on the walls behind the columns had barely been started when the king died, and then the upheavals of the Amarna period hold. Work came to a stop at Luxor during the reign of Akhenaten, but afterwards Tutankhamun finished most of the interior carving. He died before the work was finished, and I completed the decorations. However, Horemheb usurped these decorations so that Tutankhamun's name shows up only intermittently under that of Horemheb. The few scenes still left in paint at the south end of the hall were finally completed in relief a few years later by Seti I. Immediately opposite, across the Nile River, lie the monuments, temples, and tombs on the West Bank necropolis, which include the Valley of the Kings and Valley of the Queens. The Valley of Kings. The Valley of the Kings stands on the west bank of the Nile, across from Thebes, within the heart of the Theban necropolis. The secluded wadi, or dry gully, consists of 2 valleys, East Valley, where the majority of the royal tombs situated, and West Valley. The Theban hills are dominated by the peak of Al-Qurn. The official name for the site in ancient times was the great and majestic necropolis of the millions of years of the pharaoh, life, health, property, in the west of Thebes, or, Ta-si-Kaith Ma'at, the Great Field. After Emos built a pyramid at Abydos, royal pyramid building by Egyptians ceased entirely. Beginning with the 18th and ending with the 20th dynasty, pharaohs abandoned the Memphis area and built their tombs in Thebes. Also abandoned were the pyramid-style tombs. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom, rather than making superstructure tombs, preferred instead to have hidden tombs, in the hills of the west bank of Thebes. Smaller pyramids were constructed in the Deir el-Medina necropolis, by private individuals, and the late-period Nubians who ruled Egypt also built small pyramids, with much steeper sides, though these were constructed in Nubia. This tradition was carried on in Nubia after these southern rulers lost control of Egypt, and eventually, more pyramids were actually built in Nubia than Egypt, though on a much smaller scale. From Thutmose I, all the pharaohs of that period, were buried in the Valley of the Kings, known as Biban el-Muluk, doorway or gateway of the kings, or, the Wadi Ain, meaning the 2 valleys. Most of the royal tombs are located in the eastern branch, only a few tombs were cut in the larger, westerly branch. The valley is hidden from sight, behind the cliffs. The most direct route into the valley is a steep climb over these cliffs. A much longer, shallower, route existed along the bottom of the valley. This was used by funeral processions, pulling funeral equipment by sledges to the rock-cut tombs within the valley. Most of the tombs were cut into the limestone following a similar pattern: 3 corridors, an antechamber, and a sunken sarcophagus chamber. These catacombs were harder to rob and were more easily concealed. Construction usually lasted 6 years, beginning with the new reign. Texts in the tombs are from the Book of the Dead, the Book of the Gates and the Book of the Underworld. Not all of the tombs belonged to the king and royal family. Some tombs belonged to privileged nobles and were usually undecorated. Not all the tombs were discovered intact, and some were never completed. The Valley of the Queens, in ancient times, was known as Ta-Set-Neferu, meaning, the place of the children of the pharaoh, because along with the queens of the 18th, 19th, and 20th dynasties, many princes and princesses were also buried with various members of the nobility. The tombs of these individuals were maintained by mortuary priests who performed daily rituals and provided offerings and prayers for the deceased nobility. God's wife. One of the highest ranks a woman could attain was the position known as God's wife. Another high temple rank for women was divine adoratrice, which in the 18th dynasty was sometimes held by women of high status at court, like the mother of the queen, or by the wife of the high priest in the Amun cult at Karnak. The title of God's wife was originally held by a king's daughter who was destined to become queen. If she died before her father, then both title and heir apparent were transferred to another daughter of the king. The title was passed from mother to daughter, and both could wear it simultaneously, as did Hatshepsut and her daughter Neferu. It was abandoned during the Amarna period, when Tiaa and Nefertiti became queens, though neither was of royal blood. The only other divine wife of Amun, during the 19th dynasty, was Tazard, the wife of King Siptah, who may have been the daughter of Seti II. By this time, the title meant that the wife of the high priest of Amun was the embodiment on earth of the god's wife. This did not preclude her from marrying and having children. After the high priest, of Karnak, became the virtual ruler of Upper Egypt, daughters of the high priest filled the role of God's wife but also took the old queenly title of Lady of the Two Lands and wrote their names inside the royal cartouche. Other women of the family served as prophetess of Mut. Amenhotep IV, the heretic. Amenhotep III was deified during his own lifetime, and his sons' worship of the sun god, Aten, a solar disk whose protective rays terminated in hands holding the Ankh hieroglyph. The Aten was accessible only to Akhenaten, thereby obviating the need for an intermediate priesthood. Amenhotep III was somewhat insistent that he be identified with the sun god during his lifetime. From the time of his first jubilee in his 30 years of reign, we find scenes where he is depicted taking the role of Ra riding in his solar boat. Of course, the king was expected to merge with the sun after his death, but in Amenhotep III's case, we find that he named his palace complex the Gleaming Aten, and used stamp seals that read, Nebmatra, one of his names, is the Gleaming Aten. Consistently identifying himself with the national deities rather than his royal predecessors, even representing himself as the substitute for major gods, during his reign, many well-known gods, including Nekhbet, Amun, Thoth, and Horus-Khenti-Kheti were solarized. Amenhotep IV had a religious conversion and rejected the pantheon of Egyptian gods. He believed that only one god existed and deserved to be worshipped, Aten. Usurping the traditional Egyptian sun gods, Horus and Ra, Amenhotep IV made Aten the sun god and created a city dedicated to the worship of that sun god, Akhetaten, the horizon of Aten. Renaming himself Akhenaten, and also renaming Nefertiti, LHP, his wife, Neferneferuaten, which is beautiful is the beauty of Aten, the heretic pharaoh moved into this new city of the sun to concentrate on his new religion. This religion is the first monotheistic religion we know of in human history. But Akhenaten devoted himself to his new religion and neglected the Hittite Empire, which was pushing against the Egyptian frontier. The neglect of Aten's king threatened the very existence of Egypt itself. Akhenaten and Nefertiti, life, health, prosperity. Akhenaten, the heretic king, though, could not banish Hapi completely as he did with the other gods. Instead, he tried to suggest that Hapi was an incarnation of the Aten. At first, building a temple to Aten immediately outside the east gate of the Temple of Amun, at Karnak, and proscribed the cult of Amun, closed the god's temples, taking over the revenues. He then sent his officials around to destroy Amun's statues and to desecrate the worship sites, actions so contrary to tradition that opposition arose against him. The estates of the great temples of Thebes, Memphis, and Heliopolis reverted to the throne. Corruption grew out of the mismanagement of such large levies. To make a complete break, the king and his queen left Thebes behind and moved to a new capital in Middle Egypt, halfway between Memphis and Thebes, Akhetaten, the horizon of the Aten. It was a virgin site, not previously dedicated to any other god or goddess. Today the site is known as El Amarna. 2. No longer did the dead call upon Osiris to guide them through the afterworld, for only through their adherence to the king and his intercession on their behalf could they hope to live beyond the grave. However, only the upper echelons of society embraced the new religion with any fervor. The old way of religion continued among the ordinary people. Throughout Egypt, the new cult had much effect in dismantling the priesthood and closing the temples. Akhenaten increasingly left government diplomats to their own devices, and civil and military authority came under two strong characters, I, who held the title Father of the God, Akhenaten's father-in-law, and the general Horemheb, also I's son-in-law since he married I's daughter Mutnaoim, sister of Nefertiti, LHP. Both men were to become pharaoh before the 18th dynasty ended. This redoubtable pair of closely related high officials no doubt kept everything under control in a discreet manner while Akhenaten pursued his own philosophical and religious interests. Tragedy seems to have struck the royal family with the death in childbirth of Nefertiti's second daughter, Mekhetaten. It is probably she who is shown in a relief in the royal tomb with her grief-stricken parents beside her supine body, and a nurse standing nearby holding a baby. The father of the infant was Moses, who buried his stillborn Egyptian daughter in the desert. 3. Akhetaten married two other daughters, Meritaten and Akhesenpaten, later to become Tutankhamun's wife. Nefertiti appears to have died soon after. She was disgraced and her name was replaced, in several instances by that of her daughter Meritaten, who succeeded her as great royal wife. The latter bore a daughter called Meritaten Tasheret, Meritaten the younger. Meritaten was to become the wife of Smenkhar, Akhenaten's brief successor. Nefertiti was buried in the royal tomb at Amarna. Her beauty was famous, she had almost as much influence as her husband, is depicted nearly twice as often in reliefs, once even shown in the conventional pose of a pharaoh smiting his enemy, her, in the age-old warlike posture of pharaoh, grasping captives by the hair and smiting them with a mace, the epitome of a peaceful queen and mother of 6 daughters. Compare, Zelophehad. Neferneferuaten Nefertiti, may she live forever and always. Like his father, Akhenaten married a lady of non-royal blood, Nefertiti, the daughter of the vizier, and later pharaoh, I, a brother of Queen Tiaa, Anan was another, and a son of Uya and Tuya. Nefertiti's mother is not known, she may have died in childbirth or shortly afterwards. I sometimes referred to himself as father of the god. Nevertheless, as heiress, Nefertiti may have also been a descendant of Amos Nefertari, though she was never described as God's wife of Amun. However, she never laid claim to the title, king's daughter, so she cannot have been an heiress in the direct line of descent. Queen Tiaa was not referred to as a royal mother of the chief wife of the king, but rather as nurse and governess of the king's chief wife. Queen Ti, the wise woman of Elam Arna, was often depicted with facial features that not only signaled old age, but life experience and wisdom calling for respect and even veneration. Femininity was crucially important to Akhenaten, which was not only basic to his personal life, but also to his thinking and his faith. In fact, it is indeed difficult to find another founder of a religion for whom women played a comparable role. Akhenaten had a number of different women about him, and they are depicted in virtually every representation of a cult ritual or state ceremony conducted by the king at his new capital honoring the sun god. Akhenaten had a great love for his chief royal wife, Nefertiti, riding with her in a chariot, kissing her in public, and with her sitting on his knee. They were inseparable. And, although Akhenaten and Nefertiti had 6 daughters, it was with another royal wife, Kia, that the king sired his successors, Smenkhare and Tutankhamun. Nefertiti also shared her husband with 2 other royal wives, Mekhitaten and Akhesenpaten, as well as, later, with Meritaten, her daughters. Aten. Atum, a most ancient god of the Heliopolitan cosmology, was originally an earth god, who became associated with Ra, the sun god, specifically, as the setting sun, later becoming associated with Ta, and eventually Osiris. In the beginning there was only the Nun. Nun was everything and nothing, all potential and no form, the waters of chaos. From Nun rose the very first mound of black, fertile earth, and upon that mound grew a lotus, its delicate petals opening to reveal a babe nestled in its center, Atum, long before he came amongst godlings and men as Ra self-created. Atum was alone with the waters of chaos. Then, with a single word, he spoke and created everything, be. According to the priests of Heliopolis, Atum was the first being to emerge from the waters of Nun at the time of creation. Originally, he was a serpent in Nun and will return to that form at the end of time. However, Atum was depicted in art as a man wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, a first living man god conceived of by the ancients. Until then all godlings were forms of animals. Following his self-creation from Nun, Atum created his children Shu and Tefnut, by masturbating. Atum was a bisexual god. He embodied both the male and female aspects of life. Therefore, his semen contained all that was necessary to create new life and deities. The Egyptians called Atum, the great he-she, and his name meant the complete one, contributing to the hypothesis that Akhenaten and Smenkhare were one and the same person. Later myths said that his children were products of his relationship with his shadow, or with the goddess Io-Set. 2. Nefertiti was active in the religious and cultural changes of her heretic husband, Akhenaten, even initiating the new religion. She also had the position of a priest and devoted worshipper of the god Aten. In the royal religion, the king and queen were viewed as a primeval first pair. It was they who worshipped the sun disk, and it was only through them that Aten was accessed. Indeed, the remainder of the population was expected to worship the royal family, as the rays of the sun fell and gave life to, it would seem, only the royal pair. As the wife of the sun god's offspring, Nefertiti took on the role of Tefnut, who was the daughter and wife of Atum. She began to wear a mortar-shaped cap, the headgear of Tefnut in her leonine aspect of a sphinx. She was then referred to as Tefnut herself. Therefore, Nefertiti played an equal role with the king, who was the image of Ra, as a god. No mortal could claim to be her mother, which may be the reason why she hid her parentage, to conceal the fact that the progenitors of this high and mighty princess were not also equally divine. Author and editor each apologize for the fragmentation of these worm-eaten scrolls. Hereafter the text is fragmented and or otherwise damaged. Moses, Aminadab. Moses was afraid of the repercussions with the Pharaoh, so he took to flight to the land of Midian. Moses married the daughter of Jethro, or Ruel as he is called in an alternative tradition. They met in a romantic encounter at a well, as in the case of Rebekah and Jacob. Jethro belonged to the tribe of Cainites, of which he was a priest. A summons to mission, a call to obedience. Moses ascends Mount Sinai, where the angel of the Lord appeared to him in the shape of a flame of fire coming from the middle of the bush. Moses looked, and there was the bush blazing, but it was not being burnt up. God, who is not aloof from human suffering and is concerned with the oppressed and the exploited. God is the Holy One, of whom the individual must obey. A fugitive group of Hebrew slaves under the leadership of Moses succeeded in making good their escape from captivity south to Sukkos and Pi-Hahiroth. They crossed the water at a point which is wrongly translated as the Red Sea. The words are actually Yam-Sup, which means Reed Sea, probably near the Suez Canal on the Gulf of Aqaba. The account mentions that a strong east wind blowing all night pushed the waters back, EX.ch 14 2124. The pursuing Egyptian chariots entered the soft marshy terrain and naturally got stuck fast in the mud. They were then engulfed by the returning waters. At this period Egypt was in fact at the height of her powers as an empire, i.e. from 1570 to 1310 BC, and she had no rival whatsoever. The escapees did not take the direct route to Canaan, as this would have been guarded by Egyptian garrisons. This was known as the Way of the Philistines. Instead they went, as ch 19 of Exodus states, by way of the wilderness. The headquarters of the whole group at this period of wandering was the oasis at Kadesh Barnea. From here they would seem to have headed south through the Sinai Peninsula. The geographical location of Mt Sinai or Horeb is disputed among scholars. The traditional site is near the tip of the Sinai Peninsula itself. This fits in well with a journey of 11 days from Kadesh. There are no convincing reasons to go for an alternative site to the east of Sinai. It is true that extinct volcanoes have been found here, but this is not necessarily demanded by the biblical story. The scene need not presuppose anything more than a violent thunderstorm. After moving on from Sinai, the Israelites made their way round and eventually entered Canaan at Transjordan. Evidence from archaeology suggests that invasions took place in that area, and as we saw already, towns such as Ai, Lachish, and Debir were destroyed. Note this part is entirely corrupted, but included nonetheless. The desert experience, or the wandering in the wilderness. A mixed multitude, number 11b 1-6. Set out to head for the holy mountain in order to sacrifice to God as had been planned in advance from the Sea of Reeds, and from there they made for the wilderness of Shur. Conditions were harsh, as we might expect them to be in the desert, and things didn't work out very well. Moses is faced with a large discontented mob lacking both food and water. They make no effort to conceal their grievances, and this the Bible interprets as a lack trust in Yahweh, manna in the desert and the appearance of quails. This sustenance was offered to them as a result of their murmuring against Moses and harking back to the fleshpots of Egypt. Re-Horactiatum. There is far less information about the Navis cult than the other two bull cults. Navis was the sacred bull of Heliopolis, and although it was associated with the sun god Re, it has been suggested that it was also identified with Min, the fertility god of Coptos. When Akhenaten, originally Amenhotep IV, raised the cult of the sun to new heights, he established a new city, now known as Tel El Amarna, and dedicated it to the worship of the god Aten. Akhenaten swore he would bury Navis bulls in this new city, but thus far archaeologists have not found any bull burials there. However, two Navis burials were found in Heliopolis, both belonging to the Ramesses dynasty. The bulls were found in individual tombs that were cut into the ground and sealed with a granite slab. Towards the end of the New Kingdom, what was now Re-Horactiatum became more closely associated with the mummiform shape of Osiris, who was generally seen as the nocturnal manifestation of Re. By now, Osiris had become a god of the people so that anyone could make the journey in Re's nocturnal bark, so we see in this merger a democratization of Egyptian religion. We also find many amulets placed on the mummies of both royalty and non-royalty to protect the dead. These solar symbols include the sun in the horizon, the sun disk, the celestial bark, the double lion and the obelisk. There was also a disk showing Re with 4 ram's heads, a nocturnal form called a hypocephalus. Though Re lived on in various forms into the Greco-Roman period, his worship gradually deteriorated during the 1st millennium. This decline was probably due to the weakening of the kingship under various foreign rulers. Though he continued to be a part of Egyptian theology, he was no longer a part of the people's living faith. Devotion to Re became more and more limited to priests of the temple. As a relatively minor aspect of the sun god Re-Horakt, the Aten had been venerated in the Old Kingdom. Widow-wife of Tutankhamun Ankhesenpeten. According to some sources, Tutankhamun was not the first husband of this third daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. The unfortunate young woman led a short life seeming filled with tragedy, though her marriage to her most famous spouse appeared to have been an affectionate relationship if the representations are to be believed. It is proposed by some that Ankhesenamun, then Ankhesenpeten, was married to her father at a young age. After the heretic's death, Smenkhar, another son of Amenophis III, married her. Upon his early demise, his full brother, Tutankhamun, married the twice-widowed young woman and began to reinstate the rightful order of things under the direction of his advisors. From her third royal marriage came only 2 stillborn children. Their bodies were found in Tutankhamun's tomb, and her husband died in his late teens under what are now considered to be suspicious circumstances. Letters dating from that time in Hittite records indicate that there was yet more turmoil for Ankhesenamun. Though the author is not named beyond being referred to as the Queen of Egypt, it is a good assumption that it was her. Written to Suppiluliumas, "My husband has died and I have no son. They say about you that you have many sons. You might give me one of your sons, and he might become my husband. I would not want to take one of my servants. I am loath to make him my husband." Amazed at this unprecedented and unexpected plea, the Hittite ruler sent an envoy to confirm the validity of the plea, and returned with a second message, "I have not written to any other country, I have written only to you. He will be my husband and king in the country of Egypt." Unfortunately, the princely son of Suppiluliumas never made it to his wedding, for he was assassinated en route. This attempt to seek a husband outside of Egypt, with a traditional state enemy, no less was unprecedented in recorded Egyptian history. Egyptian princesses and queens did not marry foreign men, and hardly ever outside the royal court. Ankhesenamun must have been truly unhappy with the situation she had been presented with. In the end, Ankhesenamun was forced to marry I, who is likely the servant she spoke of in her missive, an elderly advisor who wed the queen to justify his claim to the throne. His pedigree was questionable, though he may have had a legitimate if tenuous place in the line of succession. It is also suspected that he may have had something to do with the previous young king's untimely demise. I performed Tutankhamun's funeral rites, according to the record, in priestly garb and wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. He reigned briefly, though it appears that Ankhesenamun may not have outlived him, for there is no further mention of her after that event. The dead prince. This part is missing and has been summarized as follows. To speak the name of the dead is to make him live again. Titmos 4, Moses was married to Miketaten, the second daughter born to Akhenaten and Nefertiti. The young princess died in childbirth. Which is what is inferred whence it is plainly so stated, in Exodus 2:11-12, whereof Moses killed an Egyptian and buried him in the desert viz. At Tasetneferu, which translates into English as the place of beauty. The Habaroseti moved his capital to Abydos, establishing a powerful military presence at the entrance to Egypt. Garrisoned cities, however, are labor-intensive affairs, and building projects involved heavy taxation of local populations in the form of labor. The heaviest burden of these taxes fell on the foreigners living in the area, the substance of the oppression of the Hebrews described in Exodus. The offense of Israel, a hateful wicked leech, a class of slave traders who made their living by usuriously prospering from the sweat and blood and tears of the honest toil of others, native-born citizens, marrying his daughters to wealthy and powerful men, mighty chieftains and princes, and eugenically manipulating the great houses, creating even greater vexation unto themselves. The Habaru, Apiru, meaning landless aliens, were not a homogeneous ethnic group but a class of social misfits and troublemakers who infiltrated the high priesthood of Amun from the time that Abraham had first came into their country. When the Egyptians attempted to reassert dominance over Egypt, at the start of the new kingdom, garrisoning their borders in the north and east to prevent foreigners from entering the country, life got fairly harsh for the common people. They were first obliged to pay ruinous rent to the new government in pursuance of its oppressive policy, which degraded them to the condition of serfs. The people of the mixed multitude were made to serve Pharaoh, reduced to a mere figurehead under the control of the Amun priesthood, with rigor, and their lives became bitter to them. The Egyptians to set taskmasters over the masses, i.e. the cattle, these had sticks to punish the indolent or spur on those too languid, intending to break their spirits and to rob them of everything in them that was generous, to ruin their health, and shorten their days, and so diminish their numbers, to discourage them from marrying, since their children would be born to slavery, and many of the Habaru became Egyptian in idolatrous worship, even as the Jews of today call themselves. Natives of whatever country they invade and make their habitation. The land of Egypt became a house of bondage under the children of Abraham. They built for Pharaoh great treasure cities, 2 store places in the land of Goshen, and being situated near a border liable to invasion, they were fortified cities. And the hands of the men of the Habaru were directed with continued severity against the children of Egypt in that work, and the Habaru made the children of Egypt work. And the Habaru embittered the lives of the children of Egypt with hard work, in mortar and bricks, and also in all manner of work in the field. But the more they afflicted them, the more they increased and grew, and the Egyptians were grieved because of the children of mixed multitude. And the children of the mixed multitude called Melol, the king of Egypt, Mirror, king of Egypt, because in his days these so-called Egyptians had embittered their lives with all manner of work. Avarice, the slaughter of the Israelite infant males. The names, titles, and deeds of Ramesses II were everywhere, on monuments bigger and more imposing than anything belonging to his predecessors or successors, only excluding the mighty pyramids of Giza. Ramesses II was so great that there were 9 more Ramesses kings in the 19th and 20th dynasties. This powerful and long-lived pharaoh built many cities and temples in the delta but, most significantly, he founded a new capital in the region, named Pi-Rames, the estate of Ramesses. The city of Avaris was built on sandy hillocks surrounded by swamplands, with the Nile to the west and north. The higher dry land was densely populated, the vast majority, highly Egyptianized Asiatics, with modest domestic residences tightly packed together around narrow alleyways. All the buildings at this time were constructed of mudbrick. The graves, a gruesome scene, had more females than males, more adult women were buried in the settlement than adult men. This disproportionately high female population at Avaris, in context of the sojourn tradition, could be explained by the culling of the Israelite male children by the pharaoh who did not know Joseph, who feared the threat of a strong Asiatic population in Egypt. All over the city were shallow burial pits into which the victims of some terrible disaster had been hurriedly cast. There was no careful interment of the deceased, bodies were not arranged in proper burial fashion, but rather thrown into mass graves, one on top of the other. Nor were any grave goods placed with corpses, as was the usual custom. 65% of the burials were children under 18 months, a higher percentage of infant burials at Tel Daba, Avaris, than is normally found at archaeological sites of the ancient world. The remaining population of the town abandoned their homes and departed from Avaris en masse. Pithom, Greek, Patumos, lay on the eastern Pelujak branch of the Nile, about 12 Roman miles from Heliopolis, and Pi-Ramesses, called Hierapolis, lay between the same branch of the Nile and the Bitter Lakes, situated in the same valley. Pharaoh commanded fortifications to be built around both, obstructing the entrance into Egypt, which this valley furnished, from that vile enemy from Asia. The great Pharaoh Ramesses II, the son of Seti I and Queen Tuya, the great Ramesses II, third king of the 19th dynasty, lived to be 96 years old, had 200 wives and concubines, 96 sons, and 60 daughters. Among the wives of Ramesses II were Nefertari, Queen Istnofret, his 2 daughters, Bint-Hanath, and Meritamen, and the Hittite princess, Mothor-Nefruer. One son, Prince Kimwis, was a high priest of Ta, governor of Memphis, and was in charge of the restoration of the Pyramid of Unas. This son was buried in the Serapum. Ramesses II outlived the first 13 of his heirs. Early in his life, Ramesses II was named CEO ruler with his father, Seti I. He accompanied his father on numerous campaigns in Libya and Nubia, and, at the age of 22, he campaigned in Nubia with 2 of his own sons. Seti I and Ramesses II built a palace in Avaris where Ramesses I had started a new capital. When Seti I died, Ramesses II assumed the throne and began a series of wars against the Syrians, the Battle of Kadesh. Originally buried in the Valley of the Kings, the mummy of Ramesses II was removed, rewrapped, and taken to the tomb of an 18th dynasty queen, in Hapi. The bodies of Ramesses I and Seti I ended up at the same place. Amenhotep I's body had been placed there as well at an earlier time. 72 hours later, all of the bodies were again moved, this time to the royal cache inside the tomb of High Priest Pinagem II. The priests documented all of this on the linen that covered the bodies. The great Ramesses II was followed to the throne by Merinta, his 13th son, mothered of his queen Istnofret. The Battle of Kadesh. Ramesses II, as did his father Seti I, both had red hair and so aligned themselves with the god of chaos. Both were famous warrior pharaohs, using Set's violent nature to help with their war efforts. In Ramesses II's campaign against the Hittites, he split his army into 4 divisions and named them after 4 gods. One was for Amen, one for Ra, one for Ta and one for Set. But it was the pharaoh himself who won the battle. Thereupon the forces of the foe from Kati surrounded the followers of his majesty who were by his side. When his majesty caught sight of them he rose quickly, enraged at them like his father Mont taking up weapons and donning his armor he was like Set in the moment of his power. He mounted Victory in Thebes, his great horse, and started out quickly alone by himself. His majesty was mighty, his heart stout. One could not stand before him. All his ground was ablaze with fire, he burned all the countries with his blast. His eyes were savage as he beheld them, his power flared like fire against them. He heeded not the foreign multitude, he regarded them as chaff. His majesty charged into the force of the foe from Kati and the many countries with him. His majesty was like Seth, great of strength, like Sekhmet in the moment of her rage. His majesty slew the entire force of the foe from Kati, together with his great chiefs and all his brothers, as well as all the chiefs of all the countries that had come with him, their infantry and their charioteers falling on their faces one upon the other. His majesty slaughtered them in their places, they sprawled before his horses, and his majesty was alone, none other with him. The Egyptian priest offered and performed material and ritually magic services to the god of his temple, to ensure that God's presence would continue on earth, and thus maintain the harmony and order of the world as it had been created. That was why the priests were called servants of the god, or Hemnetir, the traditional title for a priest. The priestly class of society grew continually, playing an increasing role in the economy and in government as the dynasties went by. At the end of the 20th dynasty, the high priests of Amun aspired to, and even attained, the power of the king. The empire however was growing weaker, and this was near the end of the 19th dynasty. We know from an archaeological discovery, the stele of Merneptah, that the campaigners in Palestine boasted about a victory over the people, i.e. children of Israel. The Egyptian empire slowly crumbled over the generations as foreign powers encroached on its once mighty empire. The greatest of the Ramesside kings was Ramses II. His tenure as king corresponds to some of the most epic monumental architecture of ancient Egypt. He was followed, however, by a series of weaker kings, and Egypt finally collapsed into another period of political chaos, the Third Intermediate Period. The Yahweh cult, which is introduced by Moses, for Exodus asserts that Moses is the first to hear the name of God, Yahweh. The Hebrew accounts of the patriarchs generally use the term Elohim, God, El Shaddai, God Almighty, and other variants. Several religious practices described in Genesis seem to indicate a belief in animistic forces and even, possibly, polytheism, but these passages are highly controversial. This introduction to Yahweh and the Yahweh cult occurred in the southernmost region of the Arabian Peninsula, in an area around Mount Sinai. This area had been occupied by a nomadic, tribal people called Midianites. They seem to have worshipped a kind of nature god which they believed lived on Mount Sinai. It is here, living with a priest of the Midianites, called Jethro, that Moses first encounters Yahweh, on Mount Sinai, and learns his name for the first time. The name of God, which in Hebrew is spelled Yahweh, is difficult to explain. Scholars generally believe that it derives from the Semitic word, to be, and so means something like, he causes to be. Nevertheless, when Moses returns to Sinai with the people of Israel and stays in the area, this period is called the Sinai Pericope. Jethro declares that he has always known Yahweh to be the most powerful of all gods, was the Midianite religion, then, a religion of Yahweh. During the Sinai Pericope, all the laws and cultic practices of the new Yahweh religion are set down. The laws themselves come directly from Yahweh in the Decalogue, or 10 Commandments. The Decalogue is a unique part of the Hebrew Torah in that it is the only part of Hebrew scriptures which claims to be the words of God written down on the spot. Let my people go. The prophetess Miriam. First, he has an Egyptian name, as do many of his relatives. Second, he seems to spend a large amount of time among a non-Hebrew people, the Midianites, where he marries and seems to learn the Yahweh religion, and some of its cultic practices, from the Midianites. Are there two Moses, an Egyptian and a Hebrew? Or an Egyptian and a Midianite? And are the Midianites the first peoples to worship Yahweh and who then transmit this religion to the Hebrews? The question is complicated by the presence of Miriam, Moses' sister, in the migration. For she is the first individual in the Hebrew Bible to be called a prophet, and seems to have been an important player in the migration, possibly even being the principal figure in the climactic battle between the Egyptians and the Hebrews at the Sea of Reeds. At some point, however, there was a falling out between Miriam and Moses, and Miriam gets lost to history. When the Hebrews arrive at Canaan, the land promised to them millennia earlier when God told Abraham at Shechem that the land would belong to his descendants, they begin the long, painful, and disappointing process of setting the land. There were, after all, people already living there. These people, the Cainites, were a Semitic people speaking a language remarkably close to Hebrew. They were farmers, some were nomads, but they were also civilized. They used the great Mesopotamian cities as their model and had built modest imitations of them. They had also learned military technology and tactics from the Mesopotamians, as well as law. So the Hebrews, uncivilized, tribal, and nomadic, found themselves facing a formidable enemy. After a few spectacular victories and some impressive territorial gains along the coastal plains, the Hebrews are eventually driven out of these areas and settle in the central hill country and a few places in the Jordan River Valley. While they held their own against the Cainites, a new player had arrived on the scene. These people, the Philistines, had rushed down from the north and overwhelmed everyone in their path. They had chariots and iron weapons and few could stand against these new technologies. So the Hebrews found themselves living in the worst areas of Canaan, spread thinly across the entire region. The balance of power constantly shifted as local kingdoms would grab and then lose territory, and the Hebrews would find themselves first under one and then another master. During the Israelite conquest of Canaan, Joshua defeated and killed the king of Megiddo, Joshua 12:21. Although allocated to the tribe of Manasseh, Joshua 17:11, this tribe was unable to occupy Megiddo, Judges 1:27. The city remained outside Israelite control until the time of David, the destruction of the city in ca 1000 BCE, probably the work of his hand unknown woman D. Her birth name appears to have been Tusret, Setepen Mut, which means mighty lady, chosen of Mut. Her throne name was Sitri Myriammu, which means daughter of Re, beloved of Amu. Tazert, beloved wife of Seti II, gave birth to his firstborn son, Stasmerneptah, but he died young. Seti II ordered her tomb to be built in the Valley of the Kings, an honor given to few queens. Upon his death, a son by a Syrian wife, his third, named Tiaa, ascended to the throne of Egypt. His name was Ramesses Sipta, but he was very young, and also suffered from a deformed left leg, so Tazert assumed the role of regent as the great royal wife, though another powerful non-royal personage, of Syrian descent, Chancellor Bey, the royal scribe of Seti II, the power behind the throne, seduced the pharaoh's widow, who then gave him total control of Egypt's treasury. In the 5th year of Siptah's rule, Tazert elevated herself considerably, taking full royal titles as Hatshepsut had done. However, Bey continued to largely rule in the background. Her reign was short, lasting perhaps 2 years. Tawzert formally ascended the throne of Egypt after Sitpa died. During his 6th year as pharaoh, she campaigned in the Sinai and Palestine, and building at Heliopolis as well as at Thebes. Her tomb in the Valley of the Kings was later taken by Ramesses III for his father, Setnecht. Her mummy has not been positively identified. Guarding the Duat. Ramesses XI, the last king of the 20th dynasty, was powerless to prevent the Theban region in the south from becoming independent of the royal rule, centered in Tanis in the delta. Herihor, an army general who became high priest or first prophet of Amun, controller of the vast temple estates of the god, initiated this move towards independence. The Tanite kings accepted this independence, giving princesses to the priest kings in marriage. So the rule of Egypt was divided between the royal family living in Tanis in the delta and the high priests of Amun in the south at Thebes. The northern princesses would marry the high priests of Amun, and then the title of God's wife of Amun was conferred upon a daughter of this union. So Piank married Hentoi of Tanis, and their son, Pinagem, married first Makare, and then her niece Semkibi. At her marriage, Makare was given the titles of Divine Wife of Amun and Divine Votaress. Thus the high priests from then on were descended from the Tanite kings. The gods' wives, generally credited with being the true leaders of Upper Egypt, lived long lives, spanning several kingly reigns, bringing moral and political stability. By the 23rd dynasty, Egypt was under Libyan rule. From the reign of Ozurkan III to that of Samitic III, Thebes was ruled by a succession of 5 daughters of the ruling royal house who would live in Thebes and give all their attention to the god's cult. The first was Shepenwepet-I, who was appointed divine wife by her father, Ozurkan II, who received all the estates and property formerly possessed by the high priest. She also officiated at the temple of Osiris. Shepenwepet-I continued in power under Ozurkan's successor, Takeloth III, though no mention of the divine wife appears in his records and he made no arrangements for a successor. When at the end of the third intermediate period the rulers of Kush began to extend their authority into Egypt, taking power away from the Libyans, General Piank invaded Thebes from Kush. He persuaded Shepenwepet-I to adopt his sister Amenirtis as successor. So Amenirtis carried the old title of Divine Adoratrice Apparent. When Shepenwepet-I died, she was buried along with several family members in a vault beneath the floor of her mortuary chapel at Medinet Habu. Amenirtis I, as divine wife, adopted Pianka's daughter to succeed her as Shepenwepet II. Some years later Shepenwepet II adopted the daughter of Taharka to reign as Amenirtis II. There is a fragmentary stela that refers to Taharka having given his daughter to marry the vizier Montumhat and that they had a son named Nasal-Sa. When Amenirtis I died, her niece completed a mortuary chapel at Medinet Habu for her. When the Assyrians first invaded Egypt, they placed a puppet, Necho of Sais, on the throne in the delta. Taharka had fled to Kush, leaving behind his wives and children. When he died, his successor, Tantamani, had a dream promising him Egypt, and marched north, killing Necho of Sais. The Assyrians again marched on Egypt and sacked Thebes. But Shepenwepet II remained in position as divine wife of Amun. From Ozurkan II's time on, the title divine wife of Amun was that of a daughter of the king who became the consecrated wife of the god, Amun. She was expected to reside in Thebes and responsible to make known the will of Amun through oracular means. The divine wife held a second title, that of hand of the god. At this time, political power was held by Montumhet, a man holding a minor political office. He was only 4th prophet of Amun, but also mayor of the city and governor of Upper Egypt. Taharka had installed Montumhet in Thebes when he was residing at the royal palace in Tanis in the delta. After Taharka fled Egypt, the Assyrians confirmed Montumhet as vassal. Samitic I became the first ruler of the 26th dynasty, but was little more than an Assyrian vassal. Samitic gradually formed an alliance with the rulers in Heracleopolis and was recognized as overlord. When he was recognized as ruler by Thebes, who had still considered the Kushites their king, Egypt was once again unified and could declare independence from Assyria. Psamtik appointed his daughter Nitocrit as divine wife of Amun. Other women were still involved in serving in the temple. The title Chantress, in the temple, of Amun was held by approximately 100 women from the reigns of Teklo II to the end of the 26th dynasty, retainers of the god's wives. Shepenwepet II, the reigning divine wife, already had an adopted daughter, Amenartis II, to succeed her. Both of them were loyal to Tantamene, the Nubian. But Nitocrit did not arrive in Thebes until some months after Tantamene was already dead. Shepenwepet II adopted Nitocrit, and Amenartis II returned to Kush. Nitocrit and her retinue boarded ships from the delta and sailed to Thebes. Montumhet accepted Nitocrit as divine wife, and agreed to allow the king to appoint not only her officials but also the governor and border commander of the area to the south of Thebes. In return Montumhet was allowed to retain his position as mayor of Thebes. The god's wife, now dressed in royal insignia, including the uraeus, was accorded royal titles and even wrote her name in a royal cartouche. She owned fertile land in both the Delta and in Upper Egypt. Rather than administering her own wealth, Nitocrit's father Psamtik I appointed an overseer who would answer to him. But once the king died, Nitocrit appointed her own men, loyal to her. She reigned for over 50 years, not appointing a successor in all that time. During her time, the Assyrians invaded and Thebes was sacked, the temple robbed of its treasure. But when she was in her 80s, she adopted the daughter of Psamtik II, her great-niece Ankh-Nesneferibra. This girl not only took the title of divine wife of Amun, she was also given the title of first prophet or high priest of Amun, the only woman known to hold this office. 8 years later, Nitocrit died. Her funerary inscription bears language very similar to that used by the kings themselves. She was buried at Medinet Habu. Ankh-Nesneferibra could not prevent King Amasis from appointing his own man as her steward. When the king of Persia conquered Egypt, she had reigned for 60 years. When the Persians conquered Egypt, the office of God's wife was discontinued and never again resurrected. A concluding remark concerning David, the king, unto the deportation to Babylon, whereat was fomented the Pharisaic Talmud. The geographical region, defined by natural frontiers, encompassing the eastern shores of the Mediterranean Sea from roughly the Isthmus of Suez to the Taurus Mountains, including present-day Israel, Lebanon, western Jordan, the Sinai in Egypt, and that part of Syria defined by the Orontes Valley and the region of Aleppo. It is a more or less heterogeneous region, encompassing an area of about 75,000 square miles, divided into specific areas of diverse ecological and environmental character surprisingly similar to that of Southern California. To the north the Taurus Mountains lie between the Levant and the Anatolian Plateau. To out west the Syrian desert separates it from Mesopotamia and Arabia. To the southwest the Isthmus and Gulf of Suez set the boundary between the Levant and Biblical Egypt, Mazar 1990:2-3, Moore 1978. The term Levant comes from the French term lever, to rise, and its Arabic equivalent is Mashriq, the country where the sun rises. The introduction of the word came with the French Mandate of Syria and Lebanon, which lasted from 1920 until the mid-1940s. The Levant may not be very large, but fixed anciently between Anatolia, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, it became the center of many critical events. It had the fortune, or misfortune, of being a bridge or at the least a highway between these competing regions. In context, this fact largely determined its role in history. As a general rule, understanding the archaeology, history, and geopolitics of the region require mastery of their Levantine geographical context. Until the time of the Israelite conquest under Joshua, the southern part of the Levant, often called Palestine, was known as the land of Canaan. The Hebrew scriptures refer to the people occupying the land as the Cainites. With the conquest it became, along with other conquered territories, the land of Israel, Eretz Israel. From Dan to Beersheba, the way of describing Palestine, and for most periods the limits of settlement, is about 150 miles. After CE 132 the Romans renamed the region Palestina. Aware of Jewish history, the Romans chose to name the land after Israel's most bitter enemy, the Philistines, to humiliate their vanquished Jewish subjects. The Romans made the point, after Jewish zealots rebelled twice against Roman authority, that this region was no longer Eretz Israel but rather Roman turf. The word Palestine comes from the Latin Palestina meaning land of the Philistines. The climate of the Levant lies somewhat between temperate and tropical with cold winters and hot dry summers. Moreover, there are areas where it snows and others where it is dismally hot. In this limited area it is possible to grow everything from pineapples and bananas to apples. Every major climatic region has representation in the Levant. The determination of the Levant's weather pattern lies with the large tropical deserts beyond the Mediterranean southern rim. Rainfall averages as much as 46 inches per year in the far north to as little as 1/8 inch in the far south. Jerusalem averages about 24 to 26 inches of rain per year. This is same as the average rainfall for London. Yet London enjoys rainfall distributed around 300 days per year. The rain in Jerusalem comes almost all at once. Geologically, limestone and chalk occupy a large part of the surface. Natural building materials include limestone, basalt, and clay. Much of the tillable soil contains large amounts of rock. Over the centuries, rock walls became the norm field by field. Rock fences existed in early Old Testament times and continue to serve today. With adequate water, the land demonstrates surprising fertility. The following text is fragmented. Circa 922 BCE. So Shishak king of Egypt advanced on Jerusalem and carried off the treasures of the temple and the treasures of the royal palace. He took everything away, including the golden shields which Solomon had made the 5th year of Rehoboam, who was the son of Solomon. Chronicles tells us of the successful campaign of Shishak, king of Egypt, against the cities of Judah. After taking many of Rehoboam's fortified towns, Shishak reaches the gates of Jerusalem and demands Rehoboam's capitulation. His price for not razing Jerusalem to the ground is to strip the palace and temple of Solomon of all its treasures, taking them to Egypt. From the description of this event, we reach our first confirmation of an event in Israelite history from external sources. King Hyksoid shows Hankai, cut into the walls of the Karnak temple. He recognized the faint outline of the pharaoh Oe wearing the tall white crown of Upper Egypt, with raised right arm and, in his fist, the royal mace poised to crash down upon the heads of bound captives at the center of the smiting scene. On the other side of the wall stood the regal god and goddess of Karnak, both of whom were dragging towards the king tethered rows of oval name rings surmounted with the heads of captive chieftains. The hieroglyphs inside the rings spelled the names of cities captured by King Shoshenq during his year 20 military campaign into Palestine. Pharaoh Shoshenq conquered the kingdom of Judah. By 800 BC Egypt had fragmented into rival states. In 747 BC, the city of Thebes in southern Egypt was threatened by northerners, and the Egyptians called upon the Nubian king for protection. The Kushite king, Pi, marched north from his capital at Napata, rescued Thebes, and reunified Egypt. For the next 100 years, Kushite kings ruled both Nubia and Egypt. This era was brought to a close by the invasion of Assyrian armies in 663 BC, and the Nubian king fled south to his capital at Napata. When Egypt is weak, Nubia becomes strong, and when Egypt is strong, Nubia suffers. However, this is the first time that the ruled becomes the rulers. Pi as being the first ruler of the 25th dynasty. Obviously, different references refer to him under different names. We believe he ruled Kush, Nubia, from about 750 to 719 BC. Piankai was his birth name. Pi ascended the Nubian, Kushite, throne, or at least its northern half, as the successor of Kashta, which explains why at least one reference refers to Kashta as the founder of the 25th dynasty. Kashta apparently had made some earlier advances into Egypt. But it was Pi who, for the first time, consolidated the rulership of Nubia and Egypt towards the end of the Third Intermediate Period, when Egypt seems to have surrendered to chaos with 4 kings claiming rule within Egypt, as well as a number of local chieftains exercising control, particularly in the delta. Pi decided to step in and fix Egypt's problems. Kashta had a stele erected at the Elephantine Temple of Khnum, current-day Aswan, but in the early years of Pi's reign, he extended his rule to Thebes itself. There, he had his sister, Amenirtis I, named as the successor of Shepenwepet I, who had the title, God's wife of Amun. Shepenwepet I was the sister of Rudamun of the Theban 23rd dynasty, and apparently both Rudamun and Pi were recognized at Thebes at the same time. After the death of Rudamun, the Theban royal line seems to have abandoned Thebes in favor of Hierosolyma, where Ptah-Ibast, the last king of his dynasty, remained an ally of Pi. Soon, Pi was given a reason to intervene further north. Tefnukt, a Libyan, the prince of western Egypt based in the delta city of Sais, extended his control south by taking the city of Memphis, as well as the old middle kingdom of Idjata'i, Lisht. At first, Pi merely checked Tefnukt's movement south with a pair of naval battles in Middle Egypt, though he left the Set rulers in control of the north. However, after spending New Year's in Nubia, Pi returned to Thebes in time for the Great Opet festival, and subsequently set about taking the remainder of Egypt under his control. His troops moved north, capturing 3 towns, and killing one of Tefnukt's sons in the process. Soon, Pi attacked the city of Ashmunian, which was ruled by Nimlot, once an ally of Pi. Using wooden siege towers, the city fell after 5 months. Further north, Hierosolyma, ruled by Pi's loyal ally, King Ptah-Ibast, had been threatened by Tefnukt, but the capture of Nimlot relieved the pressure on Hierosolyma, and soon Pi had control of every major center south of Memphis, as well as capturing another of Tefnukt's sons. The only real obstacle left for Pi was Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt. While the city was heavily fortified and defended, as well as the water of the Nile protecting its walls, Pi was able to use the masts of boats and ships in the Memphite harbor to assault the city and scale the walls. In very short order, Memphis too was brought under his control. It is said that his first act was to protect the temple of Ptah, and then to go there himself to be anointed and to worship. With the capture of Memphis, most of the Delta rulers soon yielded to the Kushite king. One notable exception was Tefnukt, who even went so far as to mount another, but unsuccessful campaign against Pi. Finally, he too submitted to Pi's rule of Egypt, taking an oath of loyalty. After conquering Egypt, Pi simply went home to Nubia, and to our knowledge, never again returned to Egypt. He is portrayed as a ruler who did not glory in the smiting of his adversaries, as did other kings, but rather preferred treaties and alliances. He left the rule of the country largely in the hands of his vassals, but recorded his victories on a stela, called the Victory Stela, now in the Egyptian Museum, at Napata. He left few monuments in Egypt, other than an expansion of the Temple of Amun at Thebes, current-day Luxor. Later, Tefnukt would again claim kingdom and as the founder of the 24th dynasty, rule at least the western delta. However, later successors to Pi would consolidate their control over Egypt, at least for a time. Upon Pi's death, he was buried at El Kharug, where he erected a small pyramid resembling the tall, narrow structures that had been built above many private tombs of Egypt's new kingdom. In 664 BCE, Ashurbanipal, king of Assyria, brought an army to Egypt and sacked the sacred city of Thebes as punishment for a revolt led by Pharaoh Taharqa against the recent Assyrian occupation of Egypt. This date of 664 BCE is supported by a whole network of interlocking data supplied by various independent sources, including Beresus, Manetho, the Assyrian and Babylonian chronicles, apostille and Egyptian regnal dates. We can state this crucial anchor point in Egyptian chronology is our first real fixed point in history. It was believed that Ptah saved the town of Pelusium from Assyrian invaders with an army of rats. Ptah ordered the rats to sneak into the camp of the Assyrians and gnaw through the bowstrings and shield handles of the enemy. Chaos literally began during the kingship of the last Ramesside king, Ramses XI. After the death of Ramses XI, a man named Smendes, who lived in the town of Tanis, claimed the throne. From this point on, no one was really in charge of Egypt. For a brief time, Libyans controlled Egypt. These Libyan chiefs made up the 22nd dynasty and ruled Egypt at the same time as the kings of the 23rd dynasty. To control movement along the way of the sea. The elaborate fortifications, palaces, and water systems of Israelite Megiddo are among the most Iron Age architectural remains unearthed in the Levant. Although destroyed in the campaign of Pharaoh Shoshenq, called Shishak in the Bible, in ca 922 BCE, the city it was rebuilt to even greater magnificence by either Omri or Ahab in the middle of the 9th century BCE. The Israelite city fell to Tiglath-Pileser III, king of Assyria, in 732 BCE. The Assyrians made Megiddo the capital of the Assyrian province of Galilee. The town's street plan, re-engineered by the Assyrians, for the first time featured the modern grid system. With the collapse of the Assyrian Empire, the great religious reformer King Josiah of Judah led his troops to Megiddo to confront Pharaoh Necho II of Egypt. Killed in a clash at Megiddo about 609 BCE, Josiah failed in his futile, last-minute, attempt to prevent the Egyptian force from joining the crumbling Assyrian army in its last-ditch efforts against the Babylonians, 2 Kings 23:29. Megiddo then remained an open settlement abandoned sometime in the Hellenistic period. During the Roman period, the 6th Legion camped near the Tell. The memory of its presence is preserved in the Arabic name of the pass and the village, El Layjun, which developed there. A summary introduction to Part 3, The Babylonian Captivity unto Jesus the Christ. In 728 BC, after 300 years of political chaos, Egypt was invaded by its sister civilization to the south, Nubia. The Nubians had built a civilization on the model of the Egyptians and had maintained Egyptian values and culture with a high degree of conservatism. Under the command of Pianki, the Nubians rushed northwards and conquered Egypt. The Nubians wanted to return Egypt to traditional Egyptian ways and Egyptian religious practices. Many Egyptian traditions that had died out were restored by the Nubian conquerors. But the Nubian Renaissance lasted for only the blink of an eye, for they wilted under the ferocity of the Assyrians and their king Ashurbanipal. Ashurbanipal placed another Egyptian on the throne of the two lands and so established the 26th dynasty. It took a couple generations to bring peace once again to Egypt, but the country would never accede to its former power and influence. Soon, the empire of the Babylonians fell to the Persians, and Egypt came under the control of Persia. The Egyptians writhed and suffered under Persian control, so much so that in 332 BC they welcomed the Greek conqueror of Persia, Alexander the Great, into their country as their great liberator. But Egypt was to become a Greek kingdom under a series of Greek kings. After 332, no Egyptian would be king of Egypt until the 19th century AD. The Assyrians seem to have adopted the same tolerance towards other religions, which allowed the Jewish faith to persist after the Jewish state was decimated by the Assyrians. And the Assyrians seem to have adopted the same tendency to adopt the gods of conquered people, so the Assyrian conquerors of Palestine adopted the Hebrew God, Yahweh, into their religion. This eventually led to the only major religious schism in Hebrew history, the schism between Jews and Samaritans. There are still Samaritans alive today. The late period and during the kingdom of Meroe, the name, Island of Meroe, was given to the triangular stretch of land on the east bank of the Nile, south of the Fifth Cataract. This section, dominated by the city of Meroe, was bordered on the north by the Atbara River, on the west by the Nile, and on the south by the Blue Nile. The island of Meroe was the heartland of Meroitic civilization and the political and cultural center of the kingdom of Meroe from ca 590 BC to AD 300. The birth of an Apis calf was a time for celebration among ancient Egyptians, since this meant that a living god had been born into their midst. But according to Herodotus, this religious belief was desecrated in 525 BC by Persian king Cambyses when he overtook the holy city of Memphis. Herodotus states that the day after Cambyses' bloody battle, he awoke to discover the Egyptians in Memphis celebrating. Upon asking why a defeated people would rejoice after being so brutally beaten, he was told that a living god had just been born. Cambyses demanded that this god be brought before him, and when he was presented with the Apis calf, he laughed with disgust and called the Egyptians pagans and fools. He then stabbed the calf in its hindquarters, which eventually caused the calf to die, at which point Cambyses had it cooked and served at a banquet. Horrified Egyptians considered this blasphemy to be the reason for all of Egypt's future tragedies. Egyptian records, which appear to take an opposing view. These records state that between 525 and 522 BC, Cambyses partook in a religious ceremony in which he dedicated the sarcophagus of a mummified Apis bull as part of his pharaonic obligations. When Egypt fell under the rule of the Ptolemies, a new god was created by Ptolemy I in an effort to unify Greeks and Egyptians by establishing a deity that would be familiar to both cultures. A new god was named Serapis, which combined components of the Greek gods Zeus, Asclepios, and Dionysus as well as the Egyptian deity Osiris and the sacred Apis bull cult. Although the god had a Greek appearance, it also had some of the features of an Apis bull as well as an Egyptian name. Serapis was declared a god of fertility and the underworld, but even though Egyptians tolerated this new deity, they never truly accepted it. On the other hand, because Greek leadership supported the new Serapis cult, many Greeks did accept and follow it, but the artificially created cult never achieved its goal of religious unity between Greeks and Egyptians. When an Apis bull died, the body was embalmed and entombed with the great ceremony that would be afforded royalty. A Memphis temple housing large alabaster slabs was the place in which the bulls were embalmed. After preparation of the body and internal organs, the crouching bull was intricately bandaged, artificial eyes were inserted, its horns and face were either gilded or covered with a gold leaf mask, and it was covered with a shroud. The Apis mummy was carried to the Serapeum, a catacomb preceded by an avenue of sphinxes, amid the formalities due a deity, for burial in a massive stone sarcophagus weighing over 60 tons. Another bull cult was the Bouchard cult, which lasted until about 362 AD. The Bouchard bull was the representation of the gods Re and Osiris, but it was also linked with the god of war, Montu. A bull had to have the specific colorings of a black face with a white body in order to be considered Bouchard. The center of the Bouchard cult was the town of Armont. Many generations of mummified Bouchard bulls and their mothers were laid to rest in a designated cemetery, called the Bucceum, where the bulls were fastened to wooden boards with metal staples that held the forelegs and hind legs in place. When the Greek conqueror, Alexander the Great, entered Egypt in 332 BC, he intended to found a universal empire. At its height, Alexander's brief empire included all of Egypt, Greece, Thrace, Turkey, the Near East, Mesopotamia, and Asia all the way to India. Nothing of the kind has ever been seen before or since. The Egyptians thought of Alexander as their great liberator, but soon they found themselves under Alexander as their king. He built a magnificent new capital at the very mouth of the Nile on the Mediterranean. And since Alexander was above everything else a modest man, he named his new capital, Alexandria. But the superhuman empire that Alexander built did not last longer than his lifetime. After its death, the empire divided among his most powerful generals, and Egypt came under the control of the general, Philip or Hideus, and then Alexander IV, and finally Ptolemy I. Ptolemy I began a new dynasty in Egypt, the last in history, the 32nd dynasty. Although Ptolemy was Greek, he adopted Egyptian customs and the Egyptian theory of kingship. Like the Egyptians, the Ptolemaic kings married their sisters, who were all named Cleopatra. Cleos equals famous, Patries equals parents. All the Ptolemaic kings, likewise, were named Ptolemy. The Ptolemaic kings and queens were Greek. They spoke Greek and they thought that Greek culture and peoples were better than Egyptian culture and peoples. Greek became the state language, and cities were renamed. In fact, the word Egypt is a Greek word, the Egyptian word is kmt or kemet. On the whole, native Egyptians occupied the lowest social positions. The Ptolemies, though, as well as their Greek administrators, were highly tolerant and even interested in foreign religions. The most enduring cultural product they produced was a Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures. The Ptolemies were interested in the Hebrew religion because of the large number of Jews living in Egypt at the time. Because of this translation, the Hebrew Scriptures became one of the most important documents in the history of Western culture. Had they ignored the book, it would probably have faded into the dust of history within a few hundred years. The final queen of the Ptolemaic line, Cleopatra VII, fell into a dispute with her half-brother over the succession and invited Julius Caesar and the Romans to intervene. Caesar then brought Egypt under the control of Rome under the nominal queenship of Cleopatra. However, when she sided with Mark Antony against Augustus Caesar and lost, Egypt became a Roman province. In the long history of Egypt, many foreigners dominated the ancient peoples of the two lands, but none was more hated than the Romans. Anti-Roman sentiment soon crystallized around a new religion, Christianity, introduced by the evangelist Mark sometime in the middle of the 1st century AD. These Egyptian Christians, called Copts, saw this religion as a tool to use in anti-Roman propaganda and agitation. For this reason, the Romans severely persecuted these early Egyptian Christians. But the religion survived in a form far different than the form it assumed in Europe.